whatever was legitimate, fair, transparent, and according to the procedures upon which the United States stock market is based on, and those principles that are fundamental to a free and fair market, that's what we were looking for. If it means we would have had the option to sell at X amount of dollars per share, then fine. If it meant we would have had the opportunity to sell at Y per share, that's fine. But the general consensus is that these brokers are grotesquely offsides in terms of the amount of shares that are owed to their clients. And what we're looking for is for open market reconciliation to take place the way it should be. So hopefully that provides a little bit of
Well, it
color
does.
to answer your
It
question.
does. It's clear. It's an understatement to say this whole situation is wrought with fraud and corruption. That goes without saying almost in any case to do with this market. The word fair is just an abomination trying to describe this thing. But my question is, now that we are here 100 days later, we really all wanted, I think, in our plan, although talking to a few people, this is my third time to speak to a group, and I'm learning a lot by the questions that are asked. And it seems that most of the people were playing the strategy as a short squeeze because, and I say that because there was such little information available about the value of the next bridge. It would be unreasonable to assume that you say, well, I'm better off going to next bridge, because that was just a pure gamble based on the information that was out there for you to value the outcome. If you split your shares and say you had 100 of each, and it seems like the big value was in the short squeeze, the knowledge that this thing was grossly shorted and counterfeit shorts, not
Counterfeit.
just uncovered
That's the
naked
phrase.
shorts. Yeah, those
Yes,
are
sir.
still legal in the market until they become uncovered or unlocated. But is that that's what I'm trying? The dialogue I was trying to create was what?
So to say that we were to say that we were waiting for a short squeeze, I think is unfair. Because a short squeeze is when there is a known large short position in a company relative to its outstanding share count. Um, that's not what this is.
Well,
What
on
this
the
is,
8th of December, Drew. Pardon the interruption,
yes,
but
sir.
there was
Of
so
course.
much out there the froth was building, and the knowledge that on the 9th all these shorts were going to come in and cover, and that was and there was clear evidence of that between the 6th and the 8th, when this price action really started to, if you look at the charts and the volume action, it was clearly about to blow up.
It's
And
okay.
so I think
So
it was a
here's the
short
problem.
squeeze thesis then that, man,
Yeah, but the phrase short squeeze is being conflated with reconciliation. What needed to take place was reconciliation, not just shorts buying back to cover. Reconciliation of the shares, meaning if there is 500 million shares out there, it needs to be reconciled down to 165.5 million, which is the approximate authorized share count. To to conflate a short squeeze with a reconciliation is a semantic error on one hand, but it also discounts the fantastic due diligence that the people of this community have put into taking and accepting this trade. It's not so much about the short squeeze, it's so much about the reconciliation. Both will have dramatic effects on price, but
okay,
short squeeze and
well,
reconciliation are two
the
different
short
things.
squeeze is the outcome, and that term has been used for 100 years to demonstrate
Right, but
this type of reconciliation that comes. Everybody's reaching for the exit door at the same exact time. So the short squeeze is the outcome, and the reconciliation is the mechanism by which you get the outcome. Is that fair?
once again, a short squeeze, if there's 165.5 million shares out there, a short squeeze indicates that there is like an anticipated short squeeze indicates that there is research out there that shows that a large amount of that 165.5 million is sold short. This is a very different situation than a lot of outstanding shorts versus the outstanding shares. This is a situation where the brokers are literally upside down,
Agreed.
where
Agreed. And I
there's
use that
where
term
there's
because it has become synonymous with, if you looked at
with this
AMC,
play.
well, look at AMC, GME, Dole. Those were all short squeezes by the same definition that I'm using it. There was so much knowledge that this thing has been heavily shorted in a counterfeit mode that the rush to the exit door was going to be much bigger than just covering all the registered shares. And so maybe
Yeah.
I'm using that analogously, for
Well, it's just
yeah.
semantics. It's just
Okay.
semantics. But at the end of the day, I mean, in principle, what we're looking for is pretty much what the people of this community were looking for was for them to have the opportunity to liquidate their shares in a free and fair market whereby the shares were reconciled down to the authorized share count. And that was taken away from us, and that has caused a mess, because we know that they can't. We know that there's a massive failure to deliver right now. They can't deliver us our shares. We don't have our shares, and we don't have access to the money that was tied up in the purchase of such shares.
Okay. So
Um,
if the intent was not to have an elevated price action, which would not always happen in just a straight reconciliation. If you deliver 165 million over a shorter period of time, you're going to end up at a par value. You're not going to end up with the elevated price that everybody was hoping or everybody was talking about. And so that's what I'm trying to figure out today. So if you wanted just reconciliation, you wouldn't get much of a price bump. You're going to get an even swap. It's the price action. The
well,
price action occurs because it happens over a really short period of time.
that's and that those 2 days were the short period of
That's
time.
what I'm. That
If
so
it is
now
believed,
you understand why I use that term on the 8th. Everybody was waiting to wake up on the 9th and see this elevated price action while everybody ran for the door, but not just with 165 million shares, but with nobody knows what number. And I'm not going to put a number on it. I've heard every number in the world, and they're all just
yep,
guesses. So I don't want to put in
yes,
that. But I
sir,
knew
they
it was
are.
going to be a huge. I thought it was going to be a huge number. I was looking for 50 or 60 bucks, probably, and then I was going to be out. My trading plan was simple. I came in Thursday evening, saw the price was down. I was going to buy as much as I possibly could and take those all into NextBridge because I know it's worth more than $2.89. But I only know
Mm-hmm.
that because I've done a lot of due diligence. Had it been at $12 and I expected it to get a bump to 25, I was going to hold on to those until the price got to my selling point. I was going to sell them all and then come back and buy private shares of NBH with that
And
extra
I think
profit. That
that
was my trading plan. So that's where my mind is at. And just
and I think that most people are in agreement with
okay.
that. I mean, okay, so there's two facets to this thing. There's the value of the asset, which I think we can agree is higher than what was represented by the share price of MMTLP. There's the value of the asset on one hand, and then on the other hand, as you just alluded to, there is the supply and demand value of the share. And the supply and demand value of the share is dictated by how badly do these brokerages or market makers or hedge funds that have caused this grotesquely offsides share count situation, how badly do they need to buy those shares? My contention has always been, for me, I'm going to evaluate what I believe the value of this asset is on one hand, and on the other hand, evaluate what I believe the supply and demand value of the shares to be. And in those two items, find a balance to represent what price I would want to exit at. And I've never said what price I would want to exit at. But that is how I came up with when and where I would exit. And the people of this community had that right stripped away from them. So did
Oh,
you. I
clearly,
mean, if you're a shareholder,
clearly.
if you're a shareholder, then so did you. I would have loved it if you got your $60 if that's what you were looking for.
Well,
But
that
the
that
fact is that,
I always have a plan. I always just have a number,
yeah,
and
yeah,
then I mean I could have been surprised and gone to 100 or some outrageous number if the shares were 500 million instead of 395 or something like that. Then I would have just seen a bigger payday. But you're right. That's the egregiousness of it at all is they didn't follow their own rules as outlined in the S1, and that's as simple as it gets. The owners and the all the shareholders were given information, and then a rug pull occurred, and then they locked the doors, and now we're just sitting here. So a lot of room for anxiety, a lot of room for anger, a lot of room for some very distraught and economically endangered families, and it's heartbreaking to see that. I hate it. Um, it just boils my blood.
well, we appreciate you saying that, sir. And yes, it it boils mine as well. And we have taken a great deal of initiative. We've put a lot of pressure on the various agencies that are involved here, and you saw that come to fruition this week with FINRA releasing that ridiculous statement. And it's not over. What I've been saying is I think what's funny is to think like some guy walked into a boardroom with that statement waving in his hand saying, "Oh, I've got it. If we put this out, people will leave us alone." And boy, did they have another thing coming when they released that statement. Like, I really wondered, did they really think that this was going to make us back off of FINRA by putting out this statement that they put out this week?
And some I can't even tell you what they were thinking, but some clerk was doing what he was told, and it was orchestrated. The mistakes in there were fairly orchestrated. I've read the entire thing 3 or 4 times and looked at a couple of the analysis of the report, and I have copies of all the old documentation that showed what the corporate action should have maintained, and they clearly strategically eliminated certain and redacted certain text to give the opinion that it's all somebody else's fault. Every single element in there is a finger pointing exercise, which is just sickening for someone who can't take responsibility for what happened, and they'd love to pass that off. It's not going to work. That'll never hold up in court, and I'm okay with that. But I don't get as energetic about that because I found in life if you just don't spell out all your enemy's mistakes while he's making them, he'll just keep on making them, and then you end up with a much better victory. So
Yes, sir.
just let them continue doing that, and we'll have.
You put forward something very interesting, sir, because our very own Tim James and I have been discussing that, and what he has basically said to me, and he's brilliant, by the way. And what he said to me was he believes that they put out that corporate action notice with the intent of hitting the U3 halt button. They knew that that corporate action notice was going to be confusing to people. So, in order to cover their own behinds, they said, well, we're going to hit the U3 halt button to avoid confusion. But they created the
Well,
confusion.
that is the most insulting part of the whole report, is that they said
Yes,
some
sir.
investors might not have known how to do what Good grief, are you kidding me? Um, it was insulting to say that they did that to protect us, and that's another thing. That's just another mistake that goes in the bucket with a bunch more. But
Now, to get back to your area of expertise, if we can,
yeah,
sir, and again, thank you so much for coming up here impromptu and discussing this. To get back to your area of expertise, could you kind of just before we get into that, would you be so kind to qualify your experience in the oil and gas field?
sure. I've worked in the oil and gas business a total of 38 years. Was a senior manager for many of those years for a major oil company, and then I left that company with a little bit of an early retirement package, voluntary, and then went to work for Chesapeake Energy, and for 10 more years was a senior manager with them in the Eagle Ford Shale production south of San Antonio. And during the
What is the role of a senior manager, if I could ask, sir?
it's an operational position. You're responsible for everything. I mean, I'm not sure how much everybody knows about what an oil field or an oil company looks like, but operationally and developmentally, you're tied to the drilling program. You're intended to have your facilities built and operational by the time the well is flowing to minimize cash flow losses. I was in charge in the last 10 years. I was in charge of about a $250 million annual EBITDA with a $50 to $60 million per year operations and maintenance budget, minus G&A costs. So you
Now,
manage everything. Yeah, go ahead.
now, the role of senior manager, as I understand it, from what I know about these types of positions in larger companies, you also tend to act as a liaison from the operational end to the corporate end. Would that be accurate?
Well, you're a corporate anyway. You're not necessarily a liaison. I was on the executive payroll, so I was corporate, but you manage the assets. So in many cases, right now, a lot of the companies are retitling that as an asset manager, and it gives you total control over everything in that asset, from building the roads to the fences to the offices to what coffee that you buy the employees to, my gosh, everything. The only people that didn't work for me were the auditors, the financial analysts, and financial controls, because they were considered to be an oversight and worked for the chief financial officer. I worked for the COO. I was not a C-suite employee. I was one layer below. I was still in a corner office, just not up on the top floor. Um,
I like the way you put that.
and I was fine with that. I worked my way up through the ranks. And that's the way everybody in the older oil fields did. There was no real entitlement programs. You didn't just go to work, and you really had to earn it. And or at least I think that's the way I feel about it. And does that answer your question? Does that give you enough background on
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so you had indicated last night that based on your expertise in the field and what you had uncovered in the course of your own due diligence, an underlying asset value price of where per share, in the neighborhood of what amount per
Well,
share?
I didn't give a price. Somebody told me that there was a price range. Somebody had said $1.50 a share, and I kind of choked on that a little bit. That's ridiculous. I wouldn't buy the drill bits. Um, so uh, you're looking at, then the other one was from the and I always mess this young lady's handle up, but she's the bird lady. She does great.
Yes.
Her math is great. I don't know that I completely get her thesis, but it's only because her perspective is different than mine. But she is very dialed into the math. But there's a lot of unseen things that have to go into that math that are not in play right now, because we are not in an earnings situation, and I don't think we ever will be. Does that make sense? This is not a cash flow
This is
system
yes,
right
sir.
now.
It's
There
not
is no
producing.
EBITDA. There
Yes,
is
sir.
no expense in it. Everything is on borrowed money. Even if they're working
Absolutely.
on the value, because they are a development company, not a production company. And I hazard to say that they never will be a producer. They may. Many companies that are like the NextBridge or the Hudspeth operational companies, they leave there with a 1, 2, 3% working interest ownership for residual income, just for their efforts to get the thing going so they can flip it. But this is really a develop and flip play, highly lucrative from their standpoint. Um, but it won't to value everything on, well, there's 3.2 billion barrels of oil, and if we get $50 a barrel, and you minus the G&A cost and the operational cost, you have no way of knowing those numbers.
No, you're right.
That's an unknowable quantity. at this point. Um, what is
Well,
knowable is the statistical accuracy of similar plays, which is kind of what statistics is all about. You look at what happens when all of these values line up in similar situations, and then you normalize them or calibrate them to the current situation, and somebody applies a value, and it's still going to be a free market value. They're going to get in a room somewhere, and they're either going to bid it, they're going to auction this thing, or they already have a buyer in mind, and they're going to start romancing those guys until they come up with an offer. And I
so
didn't want to guess last night. I was asked a million times
yes.
at different ways of who it might be. I suspect it's going to be someone of similar size, someone who's operating an asset that's in that similar range, 140 to 200 square acres of verified pay zone. The thing that I know intimately about that particular region, I didn't spend all of my time in the Permian Basin, but there's not anybody in the oil business that didn't study the Permian Basin as the gold standard on how to produce every kind of rock and every type of oil and every type of gas. It is just that the types of products in the ground are that varied that you can learn anything you want to do. If you want to go learn in the Permian and go to the Bakken, go to the Marcellus in Pennsylvania, go to the north to the Barnett Shale in North Texas, you're going to have gained all that experience. What I found exciting about this play when I did the due diligence under Torchlight was that they had discovered 6 or 7 verifiable pay zones. And so for the group that doesn't kind of visualize or get the pay zone, there's different formations that were created through different periods of time. And as the layers of rock laid down in the silt, this was the bottom. This particular portion of the world is the bottom of the Permian Sea. So it's basically, that's why it's wrought full of fossils and rotting and decaying, mammals and fish and wildlife and all kinds of stuff. That's what built this oil field. Oil is a decomposition product just from things that decompose. And so when you identify that many different layers and you drill a hole and you feel yourself and you don't just feel it, but you kind of do on the drill bit. You get through the rock and you go through this 100-foot stratified section of earth, and then it dumps into this area that's not earth. It's either, you don't know yet what it is until you start reading your flow back. So what's coming back through the drill mud? So you're getting oil, you're getting gas, you're getting water. You can get some really dangerous things like hydrogen sulfide, but you have to read that fluid and analyze it with chromatography or other analytical devices to tell you what's there. You measure that from the minute you enter that pay zone till you exit it, and you go into the next one and you start grinding on the bit again, and you feel like you're drilling through. So Drew, the way I've explained this before to new employees and other students and stuff is just assume you have a drill bit on your little Black & Decker drill, and it's 3 feet long, and you're going to drill down through the top of your wedding cake. And you start drilling down there, and then every so often you're going to pass through a layer of that icing. You see how that's?
Oh, I love that icing.
Oh, me too. And so that's the good stuff there. And can you imagine if somebody had layered one that was 4 inches thick of icing between layer 4 and layer 5? That'd be.
Oh, you're killing my diet,
Yeah.
Bill.
So anyway, that's you can visualize that or use a straw or whatever. But as you're drilling, that's how you understand the way the pay zones are. Of course, the thicker that pay zone is, the more oil can be in there. It doesn't mean it's always in there, but then you go back in with other geology and well test. And so what has been done to date is they've drilled these test wells, and in a few cases they have completed the well in 2 separate zones, because that's very efficient. And they did that in the conventional method. And when I talk about a conventional well, I'm talking about a vertical well go straight down, piece of pipe, and at different intervals in that pipe, there are perforations in that pipe, just holes that are drilled or cut, punched in there mainly. And that allows the fluid that's in that area, that depth, to flow into the wellbore and be liftable by conventional methods. Whether it flows out because of pressure, you pump it out because it doesn't have the bottom hole pressure to push, whatever. That's how you develop these pay zones. Well, there's two very popular pay zones out there. One of them is shallow, so it's probably between 3,900 and 5,200 feet deep. So between 3/4 and 1 mile deep. That is the Wolf Camp, and I have worked the Wolf Camp production most of my life in one way or the other. That is it's a good, heavy, high value crude. It's shallow. Doesn't necessarily mean the lifting costs are low because it is a heavier crude. So the energy it's usually pumped. It's going to be pumped by a rod pump, the little, I don't know what y'all call them away from Texas, but they're pump jacks or grasshoppers or whatever you want to call them. But they're the things that are out here all over the place going up and down. And or you can put a submersible pump that's like the pump you might have on your well if you live out in the country and you have a water well. You have an ESP, electrical submersible pump. It's just a centrifugal pump. And so either way, it's lifted by artificial methods. Uses electricity. That cost has to be included as a deduct in the accounting before you can value the price of this asset. So is everybody following along, or do I need to stop a little bit? You got any questions?
I mean, you're doing a fantastic job of explaining to the lay person how this works, and I think it's fascinating.
Okay.
But
well, I just wanted to slow
please.
down a little bit. If there's anybody that's got their hand up, got a question, I'd rather.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm working extemporaneously. I don't have anything in front of me except my steering wheel. I'm sitting in my truck out by the pasture, and
you live on a farm?
I do.
What do you have there? What do you raise?
Cows and horses.
Oh, that's awesome. You have a favorite type of horse?
I like them broke. That's my favorite.
That was good. I like that.
Well, as a young man, I had that job. I was raised on a ranch and been with horses all my life. But I don't know if you've looked at any of my stuff. But I'm a cowboy action shooter. I do quick draw stuff with a 45, and I do mounted shooting. So I ride a horse at about 40 miles an hour and shoot targets off his back. And that's what I do in my retirement, and it's a lot of fun. But I like horses that are gun broke and fast.
Well, when it comes time to wind down, I was going to get into that, but I think it's only fair that we give Phantom a point of personal privilege as a co-host. Go ahead, Phantom.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Drew, and welcome, Bill. It's really good to speak
Thank
to you.
you.
So I really do appreciate you coming into the space and sharing your knowledge. I just wanted, I had two questions for you. You may be able to help us out with. The first one's about NextBridge Hydrocarbons, and if you've looked at their management team.
I have.
So they've got like 7, I believe, what I would call corporate directors, and then 2 non-employee directors, which I assume are consultancy in some capacity. Looking at those from a strategic standpoint, could you say if they're looking to do a sale, or if they're looking to develop and maybe sometime in the future go into production?
Looking at just the way the company is structured, and again comparing it to other companies that I have actually used to develop assets, I would be really surprised. I will never say never, but I'll be real surprised if they try to produce with the company they have. Most of their people on their staff are business development centric. They have a strong operational guy, but he's not necessarily. I mean, he's more of a guide of how to build this thing so it is more operationally friendly. But they do not look like the type of company that will produce ever. Again, that doesn't mean that they don't have a tie to the production. I've developed an asset that my company used a company to build this out, and we just because we didn't have the resources at that time, oil was going crazy, and we needed it developed, and we contracted basically an NBH to build it for us, and then they maintained about 5% working interest ownership. We sold joint venture credits to Exxon, Marathon, a couple of other private entities, and then we kept 51%, and we operated it, and no one else. They just got their money every month and on a royalty check and with the landowners, and so that's not uncommon for a next bridge to maintain some operational connection, but they won't have controlling interest or operatorship. That's my opinion.
And going on that subject, production and that, do you think maybe, this S1 that we're waiting on, the 40 million shares, if they did a sale of those 40 million shares, got more money where they could go down that road of production, they could probably bring in some experts. Do you think that's a viable possibility?
I think every penny they use. Okay, so follow along with me. This is a macroeconomic discussion. Also, I'm going to predict that you're going to see a tremendous fall in oil prices over the next couple of weeks. This is a really unprecedented time, but oil is going to start dropping. When people do that, the companies that are funding their own development for production slow down. The companies that are running on borrowed money speed up. Okay, so NBH is in a mode. They should go get every rig they can find and start drilling holes without regard of piping them up and producing them right now. Because at the bottom of this, we're all kind of traders in the market, right? And when you see a stock hit bottom, it reverses, right? The cure for low prices is lower prices, and then when it finally gets to its bottom, it goes back up. That's going to happen. And then next year, I think by 24, oil is going to be over $100 a barrel as we just keep suffering through this economic turmoil, and China begins to come back online. That's what's holding the whole thing up. Is China is not at full capacity because their own inflation is out of control, but still better than ours. It's just when they come back on, we're going to need all the oil we can get to provide for them. And so I see them accelerating the drilling program because 40 million is not really enough to build out production facilities, but it's still enough to keep that drill bit turning. They can drill 6 more wells, I think, this year with 40 million. And if they handed that off, now keep in mind, these might be 150 to 200 barrel a day wells, but and I don't want to jump ahead of what I was going to take us through later, but there's a few unknowns here that I don't have access to, but I'm trying to get them. I'm working with a few people in the industry that I know, and I believe I have full access to this information through the investor website on NextBridge about getting the water to oil ratios, the gas to oil ratios. So let me touch on that just a second, and then we'll get back to your question. If I punch a hole in the ground and I get oil, I might get 1 barrel of oil for every 2,000 barrels of water. Now, I have a huge cost of dealing with that water removal and separation. I might drill a hole and get 1 barrel of oil for every 4 barrels of water. And that's a nice thing to have. That's not a bad water to oil ratio at all. I might punch a hole, get 1 barrel of oil, 100,000 cubic feet of gas, and 10 gallons of water. That's even better. But I do have to weigh all of that against the market. And the market is, well, what is the market for gas and gas products? What is the market for crude? What kind of crude is this? Is it a light crude? Is it West Texas Intermediate? Is it a Brent level crude, more heavy? And what does the water look like? Can I reclaim that water and use it for pressure maintenance? So if I pull net barrels, well, gross barrels, if I pull gross barrels of 100 gross barrels of something out of the ground, I have to put 100 barrels back in. That's by law. Do you follow me?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so
I'm really
fascinated
by
it's
it, to be
called
honest.
maintenance. It's called reservoir pressure maintenance, and to keep the hole from collapsing and causing sinkholes in the earth, I have to replace that. And if I have enough produced water, I can build facilities, reclaim that water, and put it back in the ground, or I have to go buy fresh water. And fresh water right now in the Permian can be almost as costly as oil. It's a precious commodity. There are plenty of aquifers in this region. I will say that, and that's a positive note. There's 6 or 7 really good aquifers that'd be perfect for pressure maintenance, water injection. So anyway, that's some of the other discussion. Now let's go back to your other question.
Okay. So, when I said the 40 million, that was 40 million shares, by the way. It wasn't $40 million. So we don't know. We don't know what the value of those 40 million shares are yet. I mean, they could sell those $50, $100 and get up, for years to come to develop. The other question, what I was going to say to you, did you manage to see the reports of the most recent wells they dug? Apparently, they hit. They had some shallow well finds, apparently, which I believe is very bullish.
Yeah. Now there's been even in the original well, one of the original conventionals came in at 3,900 in a really popular pay zone, which is the Wolf Camp, and then there's one, I believe it's a directional shallow. It's fairly shallow directional, but it's a lot of length, but the vertical depth is shallow, and then the lateral was pretty long, but it was in the pin formation. So yes, there's good news there, because that's you don't want to just jump for joy when you say, oh, we found oil, like I would if I went out and found oil in my yard at 100 feet. I'd be happy. But when you're at this level, you don't know what kind of oil you're getting. Is the juice worth the squeeze? So if you have a low grade oil, or if it's laden with water because you're shallow and you may have a groundwater problem, you don't know that the profitability is there. So that's just an unknown that you have to calculate after you get a lot more data. And I have started looking at those well logs. I started looking at them. I didn't realize I would be getting into it this deep. Because for me, I look at anything as a non-starter or a no-go or a deal breaker type thing. And when I looked at this under Torchlight, I knew I was going to invest into it up to a certain dollar value, regardless. They couldn't mess up any well data bad enough for me to back away. Back several years ago, I just know where the place is at, and I know what's out there. And all they need to do is find the right operatorship, and I have more faith in NextBridge now than I did when I first learned of them. I just didn't know. But these are not amateurs. NextBridge is not full of amateurs.
No, I don't know if you know Greg McCabe, who's been involved in this all the way through.
I know of Greg McCabe. He's a geologist. I don't know him personally, but that's a good news thing. Geologists they're brilliant. They having him on board is the main thing, but you don't necessarily want a geologist to help develop your operational assets.
Yeah, I believe it was Rich Masterson who originally found the assets. What do you think of him as a geologist? Is he highly regarded?
I couldn't say. I don't have any personal knowledge of him. We had our own geology teams, and I didn't have to go out with some of these more wildcat geologists. I just don't have. I don't have any reference. I'm sorry.
I understand.
And I know his resume is impressive, and he's had a lot of experience. Yeah. But I don't have any experience with the companies that he has experience with. There are some, there weren't any really big names like Exxon or Aramco or BP. I didn't see that on his resume. So that doesn't mean a thing. That just means that I don't have any reference.
Bill, it's been really fascinating listening to this. I'm just blown away by your knowledge. I'd love to get you into a space with bird lady roller pigeons and let you have a chat. That'd be amazing. But I'm going to drop down, let somebody else speak.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks,
And
Bill.
I want to take the questions. Bill, how much time do you have for us?
Well, I got a feed at 8 o'clock tonight, and I got a feed again at 5 o'clock in the morning.
So does that
I'd
mean
like
you
to
have plenty of time for us?
I got a hard stop at 7:55.
Wow. And what time is it by you now?
5:41.
Well, God bless you 2 times. All right. Well, then let's go to the questions. Let's go to
Yeah, Wally's next.
Wally. Yeah.
Then Tom, then Alex.
Wally, it's on you, buddy.
Go ahead, Wally.
Wake
Wally,
up
you
or
there?
they'll throw dirt on you and then Bill will drill for oil.
Can y'all hear me okay? I had to take off the Bluetooth.
Yeah, we can hear you, Wally. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for all your knowledge that you've been sharing with us, Bill. I appreciate it.
You bet.
You kind of spoke to it with your last answer. Sorry for my kid in the background. So regarding, like, I knew it would be kind of Monday morning quarterbacking, but as far as the Torchlight team and the Next Bridge team, how they've done so far, like, I don't know oil very well at all, but like of what they've done over the past however many years, like how would you say that how good of a job have they done? Like,
I was a big fan of Torchlight. Three employees from Chesapeake Energy left. Well, they didn't leave Chesapeake. They had left to start some other stuff, and then I learned that they were with Torchlight. I didn't work with them. They were in different areas of business development, but I had enough trust in them that they knew how the business model at Chesapeake worked, and we were famously successful in developing very rapid assets very rapidly and getting them to market. And so when I learned that those guys were there, I got a little excited, and a few of my buddies that are still in, we said, let's put some money into this thing and let's see what happens. And so we did. So we have people that know everybody in the area, in West Texas, and it's really a smaller community than you might think, but word gets around, and I'm still very bullish on the people that were left from Torchlight and what they were doing. Torchlight simply got crushed by the market. They would be more successful in getting reaching some sort of listing, but entering the public trading world right now is suicide. I think everybody that's in a GNS or a GTII or a Finger or any of those would testify that if you go public, you're just setting yourself up. You don't have enough shares, and you can't make money fast enough. You don't have any earnings yet. You can't attract the whales. And so that, to me, if that's answering your question, I have a lot of faith in anything that Torchlight was doing, and it's the reason I'm here today. I have had to learn to get with the Next Bridge stuff, and with a little bit of a nervousness to say, is this really where I want to leave my money? But that's where I was prepared around the 6th or 7th of December to watch the price action. I knew I could buy back into Next Bridge if it looked good later. But I was prepared to sell everything if the price went high enough on one side and leave the Next Bridge, or if it went sub $2, I was going to buy as much as I possibly could and then just wait, because I don't think it'll ever be. I'd be looking at maybe a 10x at the minimum if I got it around $2. That's me. That's not financial advice, and that's just the way I had planned it. So I'm very bullish on the whole play. It's going to be hard to fail out there because that's just a great field.
as a small oil and gas baron with shares in AST now, that gives me a confidence boost. I appreciate your answer, sir. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Anthony, who do we have next? Yeah, that's actually Tom. He's the only one that's his hands up. Tom, you there?
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me, man. I just saw this room going on, and I couldn't help but stop in. And then I heard a fellow oil and gas man, Pecos Bill, who I've never heard before, and I'm giving a follow right now because I can tell by the way he's talking. This man knows what he's talking about. But I'm a fourth-generation oil and gas man from Houston, Texas, and I actually ran for railroad commission in the state of Texas.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so this is all very right up my alley.
Excellent.
And I am very much interested in this conversation. I'll tell you a quick story and explain the relevance here. But I've worked for super majors when I first got out of college, and quickly decided that that's not where I wanted to be. Then I went to work for a smaller one and worked through service. And then I worked for smaller ones and worked for service companies, and I got more and more experience working for smaller companies, which made me more money and put me in a better position because of all the publicly traded corporate policies that are bandied about in many of these companies. Now, this was early on in 2005. A lot of things have changed since then, and it's gotten worse and worse. And of course, ESG came along and it changed all the financial investing rules. I was talking to my friends at Exxon who are very high level at Exxon, and most of now have actually left the company. They took huge packages, left the company, and they do consulting for Exxon from time to time. But these guys all told me, they said, the writing's on the wall at Exxon. We're done. Publicly traded stock, we can't get out of this fast enough. The board's going to be taken over, and there's nothing I can do about it. And I said, well, that's funny, because we both joked to each other about 3 years ago that if Exxon didn't get their stuff together and went public, that they'd be in trouble. We kind of joked about it. Well, they were in serious trouble, and they still kind of are to some certain extent. They're being held hostage by the California School Teachers Association, I believe. That they're all invested. So that being a public company, so much comes with it already. The pressure to perform for your investors, I can only imagine. I have worked for two small startup private oil and gas companies since then in the Permian, and we have never had to deal with anything, along the lines of being a public company. And it is an incredibly different world when you are not, and it is hard to compete with these guys who are, and you have a different set of rules basically that you have to operate with. And the money traditionally was there, and then it completely dried up, and a lot of that's due to ESG. Now, I'll tell you this: I work with investors in California who were traditionally only ESG investors. They only did renewable resources. They had to become oil and gas investors because they sought to do business in foreign countries. And these foreign countries said, if you want to put your renewable energy down here, you have to get into oil and gas. And so they have been forced by their opportunities to become investors in oil and gas. And now these people are looking to invest privately in oil and gas in Texas. So these people, a lot of them that need to make money and have to make money on the private side, are finally coming around. What I fear is that the public side is still going to be attacked by the ESG crowd, and you're still going to have problems as a publicly traded company operating. You could face all kinds of issues going down the road. I know friends that have introduced bills in the legislature in Texas to prevent this, to fight ESG, and make it transparent. My friend Richard Welch actually authored something that would make any company that has ESG policies against oil and gas make it public information through the comptroller. There's things that we can do that will put a light on these companies that do not have oil and gas friendly policies, and that's about the most that we can do, unfortunately, right now, and make sure that we do not implement things like energy credits for renewable energy, and fight this like hell. But this is what I do on a daily basis: is I stand up for small oil and gas companies. And it's a shame what's happening to this organization. I can tell by reading these tweets that are posted in the nest what's going on with y'all, the way y'all are treated, the situation at hand. It's, of course, it's unfair, especially when you see like Silicon Valley Bank being bailed out. Hello. And my big joke at the time was, well, it sounds like I should start an oil and gas bank. And then when I have problems, I'm just going to pick up the phone and call Joe Biden and tell me, hey, like, this is really bad for America, and this is a national security issue. So I need my bailout, buddy. Like, where is it at here? You bailed out these guys. Where's mine? So
Hey,
that's
Tom,
what,
can I ask you a question?
go ahead.
Are you familiar with the asset being discussed?
I'm not familiar with the direct asset. I've just seen the tweets, and I can tell how y'all are being handled. But if you want to give me some more details on it, I would love to hear.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anyone better than Pecos Bill from an oil and gas standpoint in the room to do that. Bill, would you like to do that, or would you like me to kind of go through what I know? Or do you think perhaps we should reserve a space for Tom to come back and speak with us in the future?
I can try to get through it, but I would rather have a direct question asked to me, because I am working extemporaneously. I didn't have a pre-canned speech. I know the asset.
Okay.
It's going to end up being 18 to 20 developmental wells that will be for the sole purpose of reservoir mapping. They've got about, from what I can tell on the geophysical and geographical, geotechnical surveys, that they've got 7 or 8 wells along the perimeter, and just like any other development, they kind of went toward the center to try to get the sweet spot. They are doing a good job reservoir mapping, and the map starting to take some shape, but they're still 6 to 8 wells out to finish, and they should finish those this year. Then it could be easily, a bow tied around it and dressed up and offered for sale as a nice producing asset. It has 6 or 7 producible pay zones. The shallowest one is the Wolf Creek. The Wolf Camp. Are you familiar with the Wolf Camp?
Definitely.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So you got the Wolf Camp, then you've got the Wolf Bone, which I have no experience with the Wolf Bone.
Are you in Pecos County or Crane County?
Well,
or
it's in
Hector?
Hudspeth. I'm in Amarillo, Texas today.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
The asset is in Hudspeth, and it's dry. It borders the western edge of the west side of the Delaware Basin, on the Texas side, not into the New Mexico side. So it's all developed in Hudspeth County.
So now that
it's really close to the Pecos
Bill,
Valley, it sits right on top of the Pecos Valley aquifer.
So there's a lot of production around there. For those that y'all that don't know, if you looked at the Railroad Commission map of where he's speaking about, there's just wells everywhere. It's a very developed area of the Delaware Basin here in the Permian Basin.
So
and
now,
it sounds like to me y'all are drilling shallow horizontal.
Well, I want to get to why you see this large community gathered before you, Tom. So I'm going to give you the short version. Torchlight Energy Resources and Metamaterials did a merger. Upon their merger, Metamaterials did not want to be in the oil and gas business. It was simply a means for them to get listed on the NASDAQ. Are you familiar with the financial free markets?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Now, Metamaterials is a nanotech company. Torchlight Energy Resources was an oil and gas exploration company. As I mentioned, Metamaterials did not want to be in the oil and gas business. So what they did was they spun out the assets of Torchlight Energy Resources, and they issued a Series A preferred share to all of the shareholders of Torchlight at the time of the merger, and that Series A preferred share was tied to the assets of Torchlight Energy, which I'll get to in a second. The Series A preferred share was never meant to be tradable. However, in October of 2021, the security was listed on the OTC markets under the symbol MMTLP, the Series A preferred share from this merger, which was attached to this oil and gas asset. Now, this oil and gas asset is a roughly 132,000 acre property in the Texas Permian Basin that is rich with minerals, natural gas, and what could be possibly one of the largest onshore oil discoveries in quite a long time. However, because the symbol was created without authorization, we believe that hundreds of millions of fake shares, counterfeits, were sold to the people that bought. The stock was permitted to trade for over a year on the OTC markets, and then subsequently halted 5 days before going private due to what FINRA called an extraordinary event. The halting of this security has left roughly 80,000 families without their money and no verifiable proof or evidence that they actually have their shares. the people of this community have been stuck in this position for roughly 100 days with very little to no answers from FINRA and complete lack of transparency by FINRA, the SEC, OTC markets, and the 105 broker dealers that are involved. So what we are gathered here for on a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week basis is to raise awareness as to what has gone on here. Most recently, FINRA released a statement which once again lacked transparency and pointed the fingers away from them and to the broker dealers and everybody else involved. And our most recent rebuttal to FINRA is if there is nothing to hide, then release the blue sheets. If you look at the second tweet in the nest, you would be doing a great service to us, sir, if you'd be so kind to retweet that tweet, the second tweet from the right, where we're basically calling out FINRA, saying if there's nothing to hide, release the blue sheets. The blue sheets are a complete listing of what holdings each brokerage has of the security, how much they owe, and how much they have. FINRA is able to retrieve these blue sheets and find out, if the brokers are offsides or if they're not. If they're not offsides, release the blue sheets to the public. If they are offsides, release the blue sheets to Metamaterials and NextBridge Hydrocarbons, which is the private company that the Series A preferred share was spun off to. Release the blue sheets to these two entities, reissue the Series A preferred share known as MMTLP, demand all 105 broker dealers participate in reconciliation on the open market and buy back any counterfeit or additional shares above and beyond the authorized share count. That, sir, is why this community is gathered. We're people that are suffering. Some of these people have their lives on the line. Others retirees, military veterans, people that have served their country and their communities with all their heart and soul, only to be taken advantage of and have their rights stripped away from them in what is supposed to be a free and fair market. So that is why you see this group of people gathered here today. Now, what we were doing at the same time as trying to raise awareness for what we're dealing with and trying to make this push to have our rights restored to us, we find it highly reasonable and prudent to discuss the underlying asset, which is this 132,000 acre property in the Permian Basin. Pecos Bill could correct me if his due diligence has led him to find otherwise. But thus far, the property has not been fully explored, and already it is believed that there are, at minimum, 3.2 billion barrels of oil on the property, 5.8 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, which has also been discovered, and natural water aquifers that are present on the property, which, as you are aware, provides for eliminating the need of having to bring in water from outside for water's role in the drilling process. So it is a valuable asset, and we're just Pecos Bill was being so kind to allow us to kind of pick his brain on the mechanics behind the development, valuation, and other aspects related to this asset. So that is why we are here today, sir, and we welcome you to this conversation.
That's quite the story, and I've heard of all kinds of wild stories over the years from people. I mean, it used to be more common that people would want to take companies public, and it's that position's changed. I feel really sorry if y'all been taken advantage of by a broker, and obviously, the regulators involved are not doing much. It sounds like y'all really got taken advantage of here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but did I just hear you say about 5 seconds ago that you'd pick up your phone and call Joe Biden? Because I'd love to have a conference call with him right about now.
Well, he won't answer my phone call. I'm lucky. I'm lucky to get my phone call answered by people in the Republican Party. Unfortunately, there's Republicans in this party that don't believe in the oil and gas industry, and they believe that oil and gas companies should pay bonding prices through the roof.
Well, we don't want to
You know?
make this thing. We
Yeah.
really tend to, as a matter of principle,
I
we tend
understand.
to try to leave politics
I
out of it
understand.
because politics divide, and this
Right.
community, all we have is each other.
I understand that. I'll say this much. I'll say that, it sounds like in y'all's case, y'all been taken advantage of in a financial situation, and it's up to the regulators to step in and do the right thing. And I'm glad y'all are going out of your way to educate everyone and pressure these people to move. I will say this much: pressuring these people by large groups of people is the only way you can get things done these days. It seems to be,
She's
my most nonpartisan statement I can possibly make. And, you have to step in and do something when there's a problem. And I appreciate people like Pecos Bill down there that can explain this to people on how this asset works and operates and how these things generate revenue. And, the concept of PUDs and behind pipe and what current production is and the historical value of the surrounding offset production and seismic and how these things and properties are developed and generate revenue for investors, whether they're private or public. They do make money if you have a winning strategy formula and you've got some kind of track record to show them on. This is our drilling program that we've put money into ourselves, or we've invested this much money in it already. These deals are often flipped 4 or 5 times on the way up before they're actually ever really developed. It's amazing how many things change hands, and that's landmen making money on overrides. It's all kinds of stuff that happens in there in between in this industry. But thank you, Pecos Bill, for taking your time to explain this, and I'm willing to learn more and more, because anytime something happens in this industry, I feel like I need to know about it, number one. But if there's something bad happening, that I feel like I can do something in the future, either because I become elected or I have the right conversation with the right elected official to help prevent this from happening again. I would like
Well,
to
it
advocate,
most certainly
and try to make that happen.
it most certainly seems that you have a network that, I mean, the only thing that we can ask people to do for us is their best. And when we make that request and people are willing to do that, then they're doing a whole lot more than the people that we're supposed to be able to turn to. So if you would like to have a conversation with me on a back channel in a proper setting, I'd be more than happy to walk you through exactly what happened here. We have evidence and documentation to back up. At this point, these are not even claims. We have documentation and evidence to back up the facts that we are putting forward. And I would be more than grateful on behalf of this whole community. I could say it if you could help us get our voices
Yeah,
amplified in
yeah.
any
I'd love
way,
to
shape,
talk
or
to you.
form.
One question: are any of these companies Texas LLCs or Texas companies?
I believe NextBridge Hydrocarbons is registered in the state of Nevada.
Okay.
I believe that's accurate. But
But it is registered as a Texas company.
Yeah.
Okay. If it's registered as the Texas company, that helps me.
Okay,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
wonderful. So, I mean, I definitely look forward to having a conversation with you on some back channel. And once again, any efforts that you could put forward to help us get our voices amplified. We just want what's fair. I mean, even Pecos Bill, I mean, he's one of us. He's a member of the community. He's coming in and lending his expertise to us, but he's a shareholder just like we are, and we're just looking to get our rights restored. I mean, now may not be the proper forum or place for it, but I've been privileged enough to share some of the emotions and the lives of the people in this community. And what you see before you are a group of brilliant, resolute people that are willing to fight for their rights. But make no mistake about it, sir, lives are at stake and lives are suffering. So I greatly appreciate you coming in and joining us today and allowing me to have the opportunity to continue this conversation with you in a more proper setting. Thank you so much,
I
Tom.
just put it to you this way, man. Y'all are part of the family, okay? I mean, there's a lot of people in this oil and gas family, and it's been around for a very long time. And my family has been in this business for 4 generations, and I've got family that's in both parties, on both sides of the aisle. that I got family that worked for the Clintons, and I've got family that worked with the Bushes. And, you know, it is what it is. And I'll tell you one thing, I will always look out for this industry and for fairness amongst everyone, because I know the advantages the big companies have in my industry. It's very unfair, and especially when it comes to the rules and the regulations and how they're implemented. And I will always fight for fairness, and no matter what the situation may be in my full capacity. So I'll just go ahead and put that out there, and I'm happy to help and make sure that people are treated fairly, and that the government doesn't take advantage of people.
And we look forward.
To
We
their
look
size.
we look forward to working with you in pushing those efforts along. And you're welcome to stay here and chime in on anything else that may come up in this
Yeah,
conversation.
I like to listen, you know, and
Absolutely,
I will, but I appreciate it. And yeah,
absolutely.
you know,
Please feel
Pecos
free.
Bill, fire away.
Pecos Bill, can we go back to you, sir?
Absolutely, Jess.
So you remember, it's fine. You can call me Harold. It don't matter to me as long as you call me. Um, um, my you know, in the beginning of our conversation, you said that your original question of, you know, what we were looking for was not answered last night. I think I was able to provide you with a modicum of what it is that we're looking for, but lo and behold, the question that I asked you still remains unanswered. Given what you know, and given the fact that the property has not been fully explored, was there an underlying asset value that you had in mind per share, or had you not come to that conclusion yet?
Okay, let me ask a question. Who was the young man that just spoke? What was his name?
That was Tom.
That's me, Tom Slocum.
Tom. Okay, and you followed me so I can communicate with you.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Well,
Oh, yes, sir.
one thing you said that was very germane to this whole discussion, and Tom, what they've asked me to do, I think is more of a. I think everybody's fascinated with some of the technology, but I think they were wanting to know. They're feeling like they're forced into a lot of the. If this doesn't trade and everybody just says, okay, you've got a new share in NextBridge, they would really like to know what its worth is. And so I'm trying to bring that to the table, not so much emotional regulation more than anything. And sometimes when you hear some facts from someone that knows a few things, you can regulate a little better than just running on anxiety all the time. And of course, human nature is fear of the unknown, and there's just so much black hole uh, stuff going into black hole on this play. But what you said that is important for this whole group to understand. He said that it may be flipped 5 times on its way up before it is produced. That's
Well,
very important for you to know.
I mean, the bottom line is, Mr. Slocum to understand, you've got 4 generations in this business. If this thing doesn't trade again, then you are looking at a group of people that are going to be joining you as barons in the oil and gas business.
Yeah, that can be looked at that way, but I hope that you do. I hope you do own some oil and start educating yourself for the reasons that Tom mentioned. There is such a bias against the oil and gas business because of popular opinion and what political parties do, both on both sides. And I'm not gonna politicize anything, but I've fought it my whole life. From having when I came into I got my job. I interviewed with the vice president of an oil company in Fort Worth in the early '80s. And the day I got my job, the next day, oil opened at $7 a barrel. 40,000 people lost their jobs that day in Houston, Texas. And then the following week, the stock market crashed. It was in 1987. And so I've seen the effects. I was fortunate to have a skill set that they needed at the time on an asset that they were developing in North Texas in the Boonesville Bend, um, from Mitchell Energy. I don't know if Tom, you may be young enough not to know who.
Oh yeah, George Mitchell Energy. Just to give you some background, in '87 we moved from Farmington, New Mexico to Brownfield, Texas, Terry County,
Okay.
because my father was working for Halliburton, And so they shut down a lot of the Farmington business, and he got put in charge of Brownfield until '91 when it got even worse.
Okay.
And then they shut down
Well,
Brownfield.
we've covered
I grew up out there.
some of the same ground. So in 1987, the reason I got that job is I was working in Cortez, Colorado, building a pipeline through Farmington all the way to Denver City, Texas, for the purpose of tertiary recovery or CO2 injection, because the government would not allow us to drill any more wells. We had to pump CO2 in the ground to create carbonic acid to have what they call tertiary oil recovery and bring old oil to the surface in the old Seminole San Andres unit. And that's why I got to Texas. I ended up at Mitchell Energy over there in the Bridgeport area, working on the Bridgeport fractionation plant, the Boonesville bin, and some of the early Barnett stuff as George developed the horizontal drilling technology. They don't realize that he was the actual granddaddy of horizontal directional drilling. Anyway, so we've covered some of the same ground. My other point is, guess where I ended up after I left them 28 years? I went to work for Chesapeake, and we developed the Barnett Shale. I was the senior manager over the Eagleford. Are you familiar with that play?
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. I'm familiar. I'm familiar with the Carl Icahn 50% override story. I don't know if you're familiar with that one, but there's a lot of background there.
Well, yeah, as an activist investor, he had his fingers in almost every. If it wasn't him, it was Warren Buffett. But anyway, I don't want to digress, but I did want to thank you for bringing that up, and I wanted the community here to understand the significance that we might sell to another company that looks a lot like NextBridge just for the development aspect. They'll get it to a certain point, and it's kind of like a relay race. They'll hand the baton to someone else, but guess what? Every time that exchange, they don't sell these things at a loss. They sell them at a profit. These companies are just like flipping companies, and so if we sell and go into maybe Hudspeth Operational wants to operate it for a short period of time and continue the drilling, and we may all end up with shares of that company or some value. They may offer to buy you all out. So keep that in mind.
Here's the problem. Yeah, but there's a problem with that. The problem with that, we have a fantastic mind in this community, Mr. 100. And Mr. 100 is very familiar with the laws and regulations that surround the company of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. And even if there is a sale, because the shareholders are not entirely known, as Mr. 100 understands it, even if tomorrow somebody comes and buys this property for $60 billion, whatever it is,
won't happen.
Well, even if they did, we still wouldn't see a
So
special dividend
in your mind,
distribution.
You fast forwarded. You were assuming that takes place before we settle this. In my mind, this thing's going to settle.
Exactly.
This thing's going to settle.
It's got to settle
this
first.
thing is not going to go on ad infinitum. It's just not going to continue to progress. This will come to a head. But if several people in my DMs have asked me, sincere questions, they are probably really needing some sort of confidence. How long is this going to take? Well, I can't give them a definite, but this will reconcile in the next couple of months. But the asset is going to be developed forever. This is going to be a 100-year play. They don't allow you to really say that there's any 100-year plays in the United States that I know of. We always did ours in 25-year increments, and I've been doing 25-year increment production reports for the last 40 years, and it ain't going to stop. We're going to be here. I know the president said we're going to need it at least another 10 years the other day. He said we need oil for at least the next decade, which is laughable.
Yes.
So we're going to be.
I'll tell you this much about some of those small fields, Pecos Bill, if you don't mind. There's wells out there that have been producing since the 50s and the 40s out there that are still pumping today. And when they get really bad because they're leaking and you got to P&A them, you know what we do? We just go back and twin it, and we drill a brand new well because if it's making 5 barrels, 10 barrels a day, and we know it's in this formation, just going to pump it out till the cows come home, and we know what the production is. We know exactly what the decline curve is.
Absolutely.
And we can do the math on it. We'll go drill another well and go straight back in there, because some of these formations, they just never stop producing.
And they really
They
don't.
just keep
And
on
they
going.
didn't realize that even when I entered the oil field, people were, well, the Railroad Commission hadn't enforced a lot of their production. Well, they were trying, but you can't police that. But over in that East Texas field, I worked out at Leesburg and Quitman, and that heavy crude. This stuff you could run in a 5-gallon bucket, and you couldn't spill it. You could put a bucket of that crude in the back of a truck and drive to the Rocky Mountains. You wouldn't spill a drop. It was so thick, it was like tar. But those wells, we would just stimulate them. We would stimulate them with steam, polymers, soap. You can put all kinds of, well, we call it soap, but it's actually a surfactant. It just makes the wellbore slicker, and it reduces the friction. There just was no money to go in and re-drill. But in today's technology, you could probably shut down 10 wells and drill a new one right in the middle of all of them, fracture that reservoir, and you would increase your production. That's going to go on forever now that we've improved this technology. I was shocked to learn today that the drilling costs have dropped by 100%, or by 50%, I'm sorry, from 6.9 average $1 million per hole to 3.2. Nobody's ever done that before. Nobody's ever dropped the price of drilling as the cost of materials and labor goes up. But the average cost for a 10,000 foot well is about $3.2 million. I did not know that until this morning. I haven't actually had to budget the drilling program, but that makes me even more excited about the next bridge deal. So anyway,
the cost of fracking's gone down. We've brought a lot of this down with competition. Halliburton and Baker Hughes, all the majors have brought their prices down in order to get the industry back up and going after COVID. There was a certain amount of leeway that we had, and we're seeing these prices go back up, but we're also seeing these vendors wanting to keep their business, and we're seeing new vendors slowly come to the game.
Yeah.
It's a long process in order to ramp up drilling.
And that's what we talked about earlier, Tom. So if what happens, if what I think is going to happen will happen in the next couple of weeks, we're going to see a pretty drastic reduction in the price of crude. And over the next couple of weeks, it is on a decline. I don't understand this whole economy. This is something it doesn't follow gold. It doesn't follow commodities. Nothing is making sense in this whole market. It's kind of scary, as a matter of fact. The only thing that's worth any money is a virtual coin that just can't lose value. But anything of any tangible value is losing money. So I think it's going to drop. Now, as that drops, this is my experience with the next bridge type companies. They're going to accelerate because they're working on borrowed money. Well, guess what? When the oil drops, Exxon's going to not drill. They don't have any incentive to drill for replacement. Those rigs will be available, and the price will be at a bargain. You'll have Schlumberger and Halliburton knocking on your door and saying, "Hey, we got all our rigs stacked. We got all our service crews. The labor is discounted. They will have a chance to develop this field at about a 40% discount." And my belief is that we will see $100 a barrel next January of 24. So I think that's the play. I think they can develop this. By the time we get to this asset, we get our shares settled, then oil is going to be worth about twice what it is today. But I did also learn, and maybe
you're probably right about that.
Maybe you can speak to this
I
too.
just want to jump in.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I just want to, before you continue. Well, you know what? No, if you had
I just had one. I'd given two numbers. The cost of a drill for an average 7,000 to 10,000 foot hole, and the price deck for a barrel of oil. Well, this morning's price deck was $48 a barrel. So at $48, the big majors will stop drilling if they're having to drill and produce. It's no longer profitable for them to develop. But companies that are developing for future drill and cap, that's just music to their ears. So I wanted to put that out there because I told a group of people last night that I thought the price was more like $40. Price tag is actually at 48, so we're closer to it than I thought. And the cost of drilling is about half what I told
them. Well, I just want to go back because a lot more viewers have come in. Would you consider yourself a trading professional, or do you kind of just trade what you see out there, like, or is this like your primary profession?
Who are you talking to, Drew?
You,
Okay,
sir.
I'm sorry. No, I'm not a professional. I came in here to learn. The questions I had last night, I was trying to learn how to trade. See, I've got a, no, I had to, when, during COVID, and I left the major oil company. I consulted back to them, but during COVID, they didn't, consultants didn't get much work. You weren't allowed to go into people's offices. You weren't allowed to be around people. So I took my retirement accounts and watched after the election. I watched them drop by 60%, and I said, I'm going to have to do something to backfill this value loss in some of these majors. I had accumulated tons of, Tesla and Google and Amazon and things that my portfolio manager guided me to, but those are all 20 to 40% lower than they were. So I started getting a little nervous and said, I'm going to take a piece of this and I'm going to start trading. I can probably do this as good as anybody. And boy, did I had no idea what I was getting into. But I'm learning.
Well, okay.
And I've found a lot of really good people through the online avenues that have helped me.
Yeah,
At least stop losing.
I did want to mention one good person while you're mentioning this. A guy named Josh Young with Bison. I don't know if you know Josh Young.
I don't.
I've been following him for a while. He handles investments here in Houston. He's younger, but he does give good analysis on Twitter Spaces very often.
Oh, I'd be happy to talk to him.
Yeah, and Josh would love you. Listen, if you can get Josh in here to opine on this, he's the expert with the financial
Here's the problem.
And performance record.
Let me tell you what the problem is. The problem is if you grab a trading somebody who is, a personality or somebody who has all this experience in the financial markets, if you grab them and they look at this on the surface, it looks one way. But when you really drag them into the facts and you show them the documentation that this community has brilliantly uncovered, it helps to reveal the truth of the circumstances. So I would be more than happy to discuss in some back channel, like I said, with a trading professional, so that they can be walked through the facts of the situation, start to finish, so that they can then render a more educated opinion. But when you look at the chart on the surface, it looks like it looks like, I mean, I hate to use this phrase, but it looks like an ordinary pump and dump. But there is so much more to it than that. That to color it in that way would literally be a slap in the face to the people in this community who've done all the work. Now, going back to Bill, Bill, given that you are, kind of newer at the trading game, I'm curious to know, first and foremost, were you a Torchlight OG or did you purchase MMTLP?
No, I bought I covered that. I had the three friends that left Chesapeake, and they joined the development team for Torchlight in 2014 or 2015. I can't remember.
So you've been holding your shares ever since the Torchlight merger.
That's a different story. So I didn't know what was going on when the MMTLP started trading, and I looked at my account one day, and it was moving all over the place, and it had just been sitting there still as a stone, because it was not supposed to be tradable. So I watched this thing and I traded it back and forth. I sold and bought and sold and bought and raked off some day trades and some scalps off it and made some pretty decent money on it. So no, I don't still have any of my OG shares. I traded them as the price action was moving, and then I rebought back in at probably about 250, 260. So I'm still green on that trade, but not as green as I was going to be.
You're not green now because we're halted.
Well,
you're neutral.
Hope springs eternal, man. Hope springs eternal.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got some hands. Shall we go to Nikki first, Phantom?
It's Kevin who's been waiting.
Okay.
Thanks very much, and thanks Tom and Bill so much for your expertise. It's really is fascinating and interesting. And Drew, you did a great job of explaining our predicament. I want you to emphasize it by putting it in the terms that, these people have taken money for pretending to sell shares. They owe the shares. They're refusing to say how many shares. This thing it's been 100 days since they halted it, and there's still no idea as to whether they were 100 million shares short or whether they were 800 million shares short. There's just no idea. What we do know is that they're refusing to disclose it. And that's where the hashtag release the blue sheets come in, if I understand correctly. But what we really want is for these people to settle their liabilities. They owe these shares for the money that they've already taken. And in so doing, they flood the market with supply. That additional supply kills the prices, of course. And that it really annihilates any company's ability to raise capital, because the market price is no longer a valid market price because it's got all this fake supply. So we want transparency on the quantum of shares that are owed, number one, and number two, we want them to settle their liabilities. The way FINRA has answered the question or addressed these alleged frequently asked questions is, in fact, to insinuate that these liabilities should be carried forward from MMTLP into NextBridge. And it is absolutely bizarre. It's a totally different company. Yes, it's got the same assets, but it's a separate entity. It's a different security. And they want the liabilities to just go away so that they never have to settle them. And I mean, they've already done it once. When Torchlight became Meta, they duplicated the liabilities for Torchlight shares into Meta materials, and they also duplicated it into MMTLP. And since then, instead of settling their liabilities, they just kept on increasing their liabilities to kill the price, because that's their goal. But it decimates any company's ability to raise capital. And, you know, so now they literally want to just make these liabilities disappear into thin air, you know, by having them transfer into a completely different legal entity that's not even supposed to be trading. It's not marketable. There is no solid basis in law for them to just commute their liability, or, you know, it's just ridiculous.
Agreed.
So I wanted to emphasize that point. And, you know, there's big issues at stake here, but the nefariousness of it, the lack of transparency, the insider trading that goes associated with it, and the fact that they literally kill companies' ability to raise capital at a fair price, when I say a fair price, at a market price based on true supply and demand. You know, I mean, it really is. It's a major threat to our capital markets. So I just wanted to put it in that sense, because, you know, sometimes we can use terminology that, you know, like, you know, it sounds fancy, it sounds clever. But what they're doing is they're selling something that they don't have. They're taking money for it, but they're not delivering it. So I just wanted to, you know, add a slightly different perspective to that element and explain some of the quandrum that we find ourselves in.
Indeed.
But thank you so much. I appreciate your experience and knowledge.
Sure. My pleasure.
Both of you, Tom too, and Bill.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds pretty clear to me that brokers are selling stock, so they're taking people's money and not issuing shares, and there's no transparency as to what's going on. Is that the short story?
Exactly.
Okay.
And,
Good.
and that's the troubling part, is there's two or three really egregious crimes here.
And so I just wanted to tell you, I'm sorry to interrupt. One of my friends He worked at U.S. Treasury. I just told him about this, and he said he might pop in here in a minute. So, he may have an opinion on this, just FYI. And if he does, his name's Adam Korzinski, and I'll alert you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, please do. Nikki, you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to speak?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Paul.
Sure, Nikki.
Okay. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Doing great.
That's good. I'm not certain if anyone mentioned it to you earlier in the discussion about MMTLP Studios. We created a video that's very informative that will tell you a lot about what has happened to MMTLP. Were you made aware of that?
No, I saw some stuff in the nest up there. Of course, I've been in this conversation, so I haven't had a chance to listen to it. But I assume it's up there, perhaps, and I'll definitely be, looking at all of this here when I leave the room.
Okay, great, great. And if not, we can get you the link to that particular video so that you can pass it on to some of some
Yeah,
individuals
just
that are
feel free to
possibly.
DM it on
Yeah,
over.
I'm actually gonna put out a tweet right now. I'm gonna put out a tweet right now, and I'll throw it up in the nest. And again, if you'd be so kind to help us out with some retweeting, there is
Yeah.
a video that details the whole situation and makes it very easy for anyone to understand. I'm putting together a tweet right now.
Great.
Nikki, you wanted to add, Nikki?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
Thanks. I'm gonna drop down now.
Thanks, Nikki.
You're welcome.
Okay, Phantom, who do we have up next?
Mark Rice, then Alex.
Hey guys. Hey, Tom. Good to see you here, buddy.
Hey, yeah, see you, man.
So Tom and I go way back, and what's funny here, Tom and everybody else. I'm actually born in Fort Worth. I'm an oil and gas entrepreneur for about 5 generations, but I'm also a securities guy, a trader, and a former professional floor trader, hedge fund manager. And so I just started looking at this thing, and I've also participated in a bunch of, well, what you went through we call shell mergers. It's essentially, companies that have assets that have questionable value or no value, and you spin out the asset and you've got an empty shell left, and you merge it into some hotshot technology company, and hopefully you get a valuation without going through the IPO process, which sounds like I just described what you've got here, but they spun out the assets. And, if you look at, well, I just looked through the prospectus just while I was sitting here listening to you guys, so I'm not an expert, but it seems like they've got more liabilities than they've got assets. And what are holes in the ground worth exactly? It's, I'd love to hear Pecos or somebody else talk about what they really think these reserves might be worth, because you've got the liability of having to meet the requirements of the different royalty agreements and lease agreements that you've got. And if you don't have the asset or the cash to do that, it's questionable whether or not they're going to even be able to maintain that, and if they've got any value at all. So I just think it'd be very healthy if you discuss what you think this asset of this lease is worth in today's dollars at today's oil price. Because if you want to speculate on the future of the price of oil being $100, and it probably will be one day, but I mean, nobody has a crystal ball. And if you want to do that, there's a lot safer ways to do that than owning an illiquid asset into something that you don't really know about. So I'd love to just hear if there's any value to this thing. And if you really think it has value, go ahead and explain why, what you think the reserves can be, not these silly numbers of billions and billions of barrels and whatnot. I mean, realistically, what is land going, what are leases going for in the same counties that you're in, and why you think this should be valued about the same as that, not more than that. And then is that greater than the liabilities or not? But I haven't heard any of that. I've heard a lot of, FINRA's against us and woe is me. A lot of times there's promoters that get involved in these things, and the promoters get free shares to promote it to people who don't know what they're getting themselves into. And that's why they shut down trading. And I'm suspicious that might be partially why this is, because a decent SEC attorney could have a field day and just file a lawsuit and get this thing traded or get the assets into the hands of the people if there's a true
There's
legal
currently
case.
currently three ongoing legal cases pertaining to this situation. There's one ongoing in Florida, one ongoing in California, and one ongoing in the state of Washington. The ones in Florida and California, all three of which are filed in federal courts, and we anticipate that the lawsuit in Florida is going to be first on the list to receive some form of ruling. But I mean, in terms of the asset and what we believe the true value of the asset to be worth, it is largely, parts of the property have been explored, but it is largely unexplored, and so far, to put a value to it is kind of difficult. I would defer that question to Bill, but I think we're kind of getting a little bit disorganized and disheveled in the chaos. Was that Mr. Rice that was just speaking?
Yeah. Are those class action suits, the three different suits?
No,
No? Okay.
no. So what I would like to happen is, and I mean, this is Paul's space, but I would imagine that the best way to do this would be to kind of walk you through it in a back channel, and then invite you to come back and have a discussion with us. The people of this community are suffering, and it is it is not taken. It is not taken. I want to say kindly when when outside people come in here and kind of speak down as to the the numbers that the people of this community have come up with. They've done a lot of hard work. They're very bright people. They're very diligent people, and we feel that we're on the right track and that our efforts will win the day as it relates to getting it tradable again. But we invite you to sit back and contribute to the conversation if you'd like. But I really would like to go back to Bill. In the meantime,
Sure.
So Bill, we were discussing, the question was brought up as to the level of your, trading experience. You've made that very clear. Um, I can't help but tell that as part of your story, as you were scalping and all of this took place, that you still felt that there was a strong value in the underlying asset that you were planning to hold into NextBridge.
Yeah, like I said, I bought into it when it was Torchlight, and I felt good with the long-term aspects, and still do. But to address the other gentleman's concerns, he is correct that if you wanted to paint this in the light of 100 other shell mergers and deals that go like this, it could resemble that. But if that was the case, there's not one legal precedent that shows that they treated it this way. The lack of transparency, they would just do it. They would just transact this, and you would lose money, and you'd go on down the road and say, well, I tried. There is not one legal precedent in 100 years of the market that shows up like this on the books. There is what bothers me about the analysis that it may be that is that there's no transparency. They had the easiest way to do this. Say, no, these we don't have a good value. This is all a pump and dump on one side, and you're trying to bring it into a technology company. Yes, there's plenty of those out there. I've avoided them. And I don't see this in the same way. However, I didn't really have a choice. I bought into Torchlight. I didn't know that they were going to be spun into, after they became completely obliterated by short selling. They could not get up off of their feet. There was no way. So they rolled into the reverse merger with Metamaterials, because Metamaterials was able to provide them with some listing, and then they reverse split back out. It's a messy deal at the very least, but I'm not willing to contend that it's got no value. If you looked at what you said, and I just started looking at this in detail. I think Alex, is that your name?
I
That the guy
think you're
just
talking to me. Mark is my name.
Mark. Oh, is it, okay. You were the one that's got the securities experience and the
Yeah, I'm an old trader of crude oil
okay.
that went into the financial markets.
Okay. Okay. So I just looked at this last night. I just kind of got pulled into one of these spaces. I asked a question about whether or not they thought this would trade, and we kind of got into the fact that I have a lot of oil and gas experience, and so this morning I spent a lot of time revisiting the due diligence about the price. That if you just did it on the base price of the leasehold, of what's right there, you are right next to. You're just within a mile or two of the western boundary of the Delaware Basin, oil-rich basin, and you've got within just a short distance to a ton of Chevron assets that are already in production. And there's no other comparable values. I couldn't find any to show what this was worth. Is it worth $3,000?
I have one question. If you can tell me the operator, whoever has the current production,
It's Hudspeth.
I could look. Hudspeth is the
operating,
name.
yeah.
Is okay. I'm away from my desk, but in another 30 minutes, I'll go do my own research. And you said it's 132,000 acres.
136.
And
Yes, that's close enough.
Well,
okay.
so
Okay.
I'm very happy for anybody who wants to do their own research on the underlying asset, and that's great. But if you would please draw your attention to the nest, ladies and gentlemen. I have posted a tweet. The tweet reads as follows: people have been victimized by those tasked with providing free markets, transparency, and safeguard our rights as our investors. It's a typo. Shoot. I got to fix that. I'm going to fix that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to post that in the nest. And there is a video that I would urge Mark, Tom, and anybody else in your network to view. And I'm going to throw that up in the nest momentarily. Just bear with me a second. I had to correct a typo. I'm really weird about typos. I don't like them. So I'm going to correct that. And then, along with whatever research you're looking to do, I think it would be quite helpful for you to have this video. I think it will be very helpful. So I'm just going to go ahead and put that up in the nest. We're going to copy that. We're going to paste it. And there we go. Okay. So, Paul, please continue the conversation. And when I'm ready, actually, I am ready. Providing free markets and safeguarding our rights as investors. And here we
Drew,
go. Yes.
Drew, can I just interject, bud? Sorry.
Of course you can.
Just from a standpoint, I think it was Mark who was asking about what the assets were and that. Nextbridge have not released any updated figures on those assets, and that's for a strategy standpoint that we know of. These are going back when it was Torchlight. There was 3.2 billion barrels of recoverable oil, and I think it was about 8 trillion cubic square feet of natural gas. Now, they've not been updated, but that's because it's strategic from Nextbridge Hydrocarbons.
Phantom, don't forget about that. Don't forget about the Sweetwater aquifer that's on site too.
Yeah, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look in the nest, Tom, specifically, Tom and Mark and Bill, if you'd be so kind to give this a retweet or a quote tweet, this would be fantastic for us trying to create awareness. All we want is to get to the truth. All we want is to get to the truth at the heart of the matter. We have the documentation and evidence, first of all, that shows beyond any shadow of a doubt that our broker dealers told us that on the 9th and 12th of December, we would be able to liquidate our positions if we so chose to. That is indisputable because it is factual, it is documented, and I actually have a Twitter thread full of photos of conversations and communications that the people of this community have had with their broker dealers, indicating the same. That's number one. Number two, the vice president of OTC Markets came out on a broadcast and told everyone to watch for volume and extreme liquidity in the symbol MMTLP on the 9th and on the 12th of December. This is the vice president of OTC Markets making these statements. And finally, the corporate action notice that was put out by FINRA was duplicitous at best with its instructions to the broker dealers. And the broker dealers, I have communications also from broker dealers stating that the corporate action notice was not delivered to them until literally the last hour, like the last hour. And lo and behold, when the 9th and the 12th rolled around, after we were all told by everybody involved that we'd be able to trade, including the president of the OTC markets, FINRA hits the U3 Halt button, and up until 2 to 3 days ago provides no response whatsoever to the public, none whatsoever. The broker dealers have all but swept us under the rug and dismissed us. And the people that we are supposed to be able to look to provide answers have stonewalled everybody involved. So we are going to fight, and we are going to push until our rights are restored. And keeping in line with that, if you're new to the space, if you followed Tom or if you followed Mark in here, I would urge anybody to watch the video that has been posted to the Nest. Please do retweet it. Please do quote tweet it. Please do like it. Because it will give you all the answers that you seek, Mark. And a person with your background in the field of finance, I think you'll find it both enlightening and horrifying at the same time.
Right, but let me help you with something, because I have been around a while. I'm 60 years old, and I have seen this many times. This isn't unprecedented.
No, you haven't.
No.
No,
Well,
you have not seen this
let me
many
tell you
times.
when it happens. It's when they find fraud, which unfortunately happens more often than you'd think. They decide not to trade securities because they don't know who owns what, because it could be that the people could have made material, false statements about all kinds of things, and that's what it would seem to me. If they haven't said anything, what else could it be? You don't think there's a
Mark,
conspiracy?
let me help you out here. Let me help you out here. Okay. FINRA allowed this security to trade for over a year. Okay. The security was listed without authorization from the issuer of the Series A preferred shares. Series A preferred shares are not supposed to be tradable securities. A market maker made this thing tradable in order to circumvent having to cover any short positions that were carried over from the merger, because they were never compelled to close their positions. They listed this security with the intention that, just like Pecos Bill said, he opened his account one day and all of a sudden saw this security moving all over the place. They thought that people were going to sell. People ended up buying in mass. Now I ask you, when a market maker facilitates the listing of a security without the authorization of the issuing company, and people buy in mass, where did they get the shares from that they sold us?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It might have been counterfeit shares. It was in the.
That's exactly
it was
what
in
we're
the
talking
pink
about.
sheets, right? This isn't like a real market.
No.
This wasn't NASDAQ.
No.
Where was it traded?
You gotta think of the full context. Yeah. Metamaterials is a NASDAQ stock. Metamaterials merged with Torchlight Energy. This was listed on OTC markets, not on the pink sheets. It was not on their pink sheet exchange. And again, I would caution you to use the words that you're using. You may not be doing it knowingly, but you are literally, with the words that you are saying, inflaming the emotions of a community of people who've been dragged through the mud for 100 days. So I would caution you to use a little bit of discretion, please.
Just trying to give you the benefit of, decades of going.
You're not giving me any
things.
benefit of the doubt by saying this is pink sheet shit.
Sorry, over the counter.
That's what you're saying.
Not pink sheet, over the counter. and they do have a certain amount of due diligence and fiduciary responsibility to.
But it wasn't the issuer that listed it on the OTC. It wasn't the issuer. Like I said, it wasn't the issuer that listed it on the OTC. You cannot list a Series A preferred share that was supposed to be non-tradable on the NASDAQ. It doesn't work like that. You know that as well as I do.
So what was traded?
I've got a little bit of market experience
but it wasn't
myself.
traded on the NASDAQ. It was traded over the counter.
You're not following me. You're not following me. So again, the communication process needs to be broken down. So let's break it down. Metamaterials and Torchlight merged. That was a NASDAQ merger. That was a merger that took place on the NASDAQ. The Series A preferred share. Okay, good. He's gone. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to allow somebody to come in here and insult all of you.
Drew, I removed him, but I could see where he was going.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Yeah. Well, Drew, let's do one thing. Let's have a little bit of some rules of engagement. Everybody has to agree. It's impossible for a person to walk into this space and in 5 minutes become the expert. So if anybody enters this space,
and that's what I take offense to.
Well, no,
that's
I know,
what this
but
gentleman was doing.
We beat this horse after it was already dead, and that's what I'm trying to make a little more efficient. Hats off to you for standing up for this group, and I applaud you. However, let's make this thing a little more efficient and say, if you come into this space, I want you to ask him, do you own shares? And if he says no, tell him you got 5 minutes, brother. And when 5 minutes is over, you're out. If you can't make your case in 5 minutes, but don't take me down through this long drawn out.
I'll do you one better, Mark. I'll do you one better, Bill. I'll do you one better. I'm willing to offer my time on a back channel with someone in private.
You did that, but he wanted an audience. And what you got to do is shut him off. If he doesn't make his point in 5 minutes as a non-holder, if he's an expert in securities, and I heard what he said, and he was not, he came in here to with an agenda for whatever reason, and I don't have time to listen to that crap.
Well, I don't have time
we've got
to.
Important work to do here, and we're trying to educate people. And it would take.
Yes, sir.
It takes, man. You picked up on it. It could take a week to unravel the damage that he was trying to do. But this is not.
Yes, sir.
This is to draw a parallel, and you were trying to be courteous, but he's trying to draw a parallel to something that's not accurate. And this doesn't resemble anything. I've been around a little bit too, and. So anyway, I'm not making this about me. I'm just saying, in the future, let's just frame each speaker. What is your background? What's your purpose? You can't get to your point in 5 minutes. Let's move on.
Yes, sir. I agree with you 100%.
Is that fair?
But yes, sir. Absolutely. But what you see, what I take umbrage with, and I've said this to you before. I've shared the emotions of more people in this community on a one-on-one basis than anyone. That's not me just saying it. That's a fact. Over 150 people in this community have my phone number. And when somebody comes in here to inflame the emotions of the community, you're damn right I'm going to stand up. You're damn right I'm going to stand up. And that's what I was attempting to do there.
We lose these battles when we lose our temper.
Yes, no, I didn't lose my temper yet. You heard me last night. Last night I lost my temper.
You were close. So let's just keep it on an even keel.
I wasn't close.
Tell him
I'm just passionate.
Okay,
I'm just passionate. No. Last night you heard me lose my temper.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on with it. Let's not keep beating this horse.
Yes, sir.
Let's
of course.
Get to some questions that we can all help with, and
let's go to Deacon, or let's go to Alex, right?
Yeah. Alex first, then.
Hell yeah! Here we go. What's up, ladies and gentlemen?
Hey, Alex.
Hey, what's up, Paul?
How's it going?
I wrote a little song here. And my friend Nicolette here, she got some skin in the game for MMAT. She was looking for an investment, and I told her, I was like, this is not financial advice or whatever, but she put Nicolette, say hello.
Can we do that later, Alex? Can we discuss that later, please? We're kind of in the middle of a discussion with a couple of experts who have been very kind to lend their time to us. Can we do this later, please?
Deacon, you're up next, bud.
Yeah, I don't really like talking on these space calls. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my question is, I came on and started listening before Bill started talking, And then he started talking, and I'm fascinated by what he's saying. And I don't know why we got off track. He was giving us good due diligence. Can we go back to talking about his due diligence?
Yeah, I would be more than happy to do that. What happens is when you open a space like this and you have a speaker of Bill's stature, other speakers are going to kind of file in, and with those speakers, other speakers are going to file in, and we have to kind of be able to filter out the riffraff, if you will. And it happens on every space. Believe me, I've been to other spaces, but I absolutely agree with you. My next question for Bill was actually going to be with respect to the price target that he had mentioned before. Bill, the price target that you had mentioned before, I mean, it's become clear that you're in agreement with us that the brokers are offsides in terms of the
Absolutely.
share counts. Right. So the price target that you came up with before, you weren't coming up with that price target based on what you thought this could go as high as. That was just your target, correct?
I've learned. I have no idea how to predict a stock price or a direction. But if the number of counterfeit shares were even one above the amount that they have to fit into this space, that was going to drive some higher price action. And so I set a number out there. Well, I bought in again on my second or third scalp at $2. If it gets to 20, I'll consider that a good sell. And I had no idea when I had no problem guessing when I saw it at 12 and coming up and 3 straight green candles all the way to the top. I knew we'd wake up in a day or two and it would be at 20. I was going to sell. And if it got down to $1.50, I was going to buy and go all into next bridge. That was my trading plan. And I still believe that. But I do believe that MMTLP, if allowed to trade organically, would have gone well above $20. I mean, I think I don't know. I just have been on a few of these where I got lucky enough to hit the right price action and made some good money.
Right, but as you're roboting a little bit, I just want to be clear that that was your personal target and not based on how high you thought this thing could possibly go.
Oh heavens, no! I was going to sell on the way out, and I didn't care if it went on to 100. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir. If it went on to 100, or if it went on to 1,000, or whatever it was, you had your price.
I would be rooting you on, but I was going to be out at whatever. Now you don't always get a fill at whatever you're thinking you're going to sell out.
Of course.
And it gets pretty volatile. I've learned that, but yeah, I would have had a number, and I would have started scaling out. I was going to sell 20%, 20%, 20%, and then let how everybody tries to do. They rake off their initial investment, get their money back, and then you're playing with house money. Let it go on up, and I'd be rooting you guys on. If it went on up to 1,000, you buy the first round.
Awesome. All right. So because when people hear numbers like that, the inclination is, that this person is trying to taper our expectations. That's not what's happening here, ladies and gentlemen. He's just telling you what his target is. And I think that's important to spell out, because I don't want anyone to be viewed in that light who's coming in here to help us. And I believe after, especially just after the brief DM I had with you last night, sir, I think you're a very decent and principled man, and I appreciate you coming in here to share your time with us, because everybody's time is valuable. Let's go to Rocco. Rocco, you have a question for Bill?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can.
Hi. I've been watching this, and I never knew about
Rocco,
naked
you're
shorting.
roboting, buddy.
Oh boy. How about now?
It seems better.
Okay. I'll keep talking. If I keep roboting, tell me, and I'll just drop off. Anyways, I didn't know about naked shorting. I bought this stock because I knew there were shorts in the stock, but when all this naked shorting is new to me, So my question is, it seems like with GTII in this stock, they naked short so much, like they can't cover. Like the last 2 days, I don't think they can cover. And that's what they're saying with GTII. The Ham says they're just going to walk away. They got the naked shorts and leave it, make the brokerage houses cover. You think that
Here's
could
the
be the
problem.
case?
So here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that. GTII is in a very similar situation, but the difference is these shares have to be reconciled for the company spinoff to be complete. We're a private company now.
Right.
It must be reconciled. Now, the market makers can try to walk away all they want. The broker dealers are the ones that guarantee the genuine authenticity of our shares when they sell them to us. And they can't just say, whoops, sorry, here's your money back. It doesn't work that way. They have guaranteed that these shares are ours and that we own them and that they are in our accounts. So they now have a liability to each and every single one of us to deliver us NextBridge Hydrocarbons private shares. Now, how much are those NextBridge private shares, private company shares worth to you is a question that maybe you will have to ask yourself in the near future if the brokers go and try and buy that little liability back from us.
Yeah.
That's a whole other question. But if the broker dealers facilitated the trade and the market makers are the ones that put the counterfeit shares on the market, then that's something that the broker dealers will have to then settle with the market makers.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is I think this thing could be so big that it could bring some broker dealers down. And I think in this environment we're in, that banks going under, just imagine if Charles Schwab or TD Ameritrade, which they merged, I guess, but a couple big brokerages went down over this.
Charles Schwab has $4 trillion in assets. They're not going down over this. No broker dealer, I don't think, is going to be so grossly offsides. Let's pretend for a minute, just for a minute, that there was $1 trillion. That's what it's going to cost to fix this thing. Let's pretend that it's going to. There's 105 broker dealers involved. Now, if you use a bell curve to kind of account for the liability amongst the broker dealers, it's not enough. I don't think any of these broker dealers are going to be offsides to the point where they're going to go completely belly up as a result of this. It's possible that some of the smaller ones would, but the names that you're mentioning, E-Trade, Fidelity, TD Ameritrade, highly unlikely that they're that exposed to the point where they'd go belly up. They might have to sell some assets. There might have to be some margin calls, and I'm all for that. But I highly doubt that even if this was $1 trillion in liability, spread amongst 105 broker dealers proportionately according to how much they're offsides, the big broker dealers are the ones that have the most exposure, and those are the ones that are probably least likely to go out of business as a result because they've got the assets.
Okay, then why tie this up for 100 days? Why don't you just open it up and trade for 2 or 3 days and finish it? I mean, that's like their only solution. What else? I don't care if it's buckets, non-buckets, let it trade. Why aren't
everybody
they?
has a plan. Everybody has a plan, like Mike Tyson says. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. They didn't expect this to happen, and they got punched in the mouth, and I suspect that they're taking time to figure out how they're going to do this with the least amount of exposure legally as possible. Because now we're talking gross negligence and criminality to the point where jail time could possibly be involved for some of these bad actors. So my guess is they're just trying to figure out where this is going to get pinned on the hardest.
I see. Okay. Well, no, I appreciate that. I'm gonna drop my mic. Thank you, Drew.
Hey, Rocco, stay strong, man. We're all in this together. I know it's hard.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead, Phantom.
Hey, Bill, I just want to come back to you. really, we are so fortunate to have you come into the space, because the actual assets area has always been an area we just have not had the knowledge, and for you to come in and talk about it, it's just great for us, because we need more people like that to come into these spaces. But when you were talking about like the fundamentals and that, your fundamental side was always your experience in the industry. Now, there was a video that came out, I think Winston posted, about the level 2 data on the bid and the asks, and it was pretty evident, clear that it was going to blast through up to about $4,000 at one stage, until they did that U3 halt. Did you ever see that video at all?
Yes. Yeah.
You did.
Yes, I did. And I'm okay with that type of a speculation, but what I've seen in practice is that there's going to be somebody that's going to start selling. It could be a whale, it could be 1,000,000 shares at $100. It could be institutional ownership. It's hard to get to those numbers with any buying and selling, and then the psychology kicks in. As soon as you see a whale dump 1,000,000 shares out there and it drops from 100 to 80, people start panicking and they'll sell. And it's very hard to imagine getting to 4,000 just because
Yeah.
people, that takes what we call a set of huevos in Texas. That takes some cojones.
Yeah. I mean,
And
last week.
I'm not saying I would love it if every one of you got 4,000 a share. The problem with the trading is that not everybody gets that. Somebody ends up getting 1 penny. That's what I was really speaking to last night, guys. Is I don't want this thing to go back and try to trade now that I know more about the community. I want them to give us a fair market value and everybody gets the same. Because if you open this to trading, you might have one guy. I hope it's somebody gets 4,000, but somebody's going to get a penny. Because when this thing starts to tank, it goes down so stinking fast, you can't get out. I have been on one of these where I was at $100 a share, and by the time I could get a fill, I was at $12 a share. I was still profitable, but it's frustrating and not, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to naysay. I'm saying
No.
I'm not glad we didn't, I'm not glad we got halted. I'm not. But now that I know everybody and I'm a bit of an empath, I want everybody to get the same and have it to be a number that we can negotiate in a court of law that's got punity, it's got damages, it's got everything involved in it, mental stress, and we all get a couple $100 if that's what everybody can live with. But that's my point of view. But
So
it's changed over the last couple of months now, knowing that if we traded, not everybody can get out of the exit door at the same time.
okay. So you mentioned that you're not, that you don't consider yourself an expert in terms of, price direction and price movement. What
No.
I would draw your attention to is this would be a very unique situation where it wouldn't be market makers on both the bid side and the ask side. It would literally be us on the ask and them on the bid. So I would rather see open trading. I would rather see open market reconciliation, because you could literally say, okay, at this price, I'll be happy. And you sell your shares at whatever price makes you happy, knowing that if you price yourself out of the game, you're going to be an owner in a fantastic company that has a lease for 137,000 acres in the Permian Basin. If you price yourself out of the game, you're going the next bridge.
Yeah,
It's that simple.
I get that. I get that. It's just that now that I know so many people.
But it can't. Okay, and here's the thing: a penny. The only people that are going to sell for a penny are the people that have absolutely no idea what's going on here, and would sell for a penny. What I was saying by us being on the ask and them being on the bid, what that does is it eliminates a lot of their ability to manipulate the two-way quoting system and drive prices down. See, all they can really do is pull their bids. So, for example, if the bids get up to $10 a share and they make a concerted effort to all pull their bids at the same time down to like $5 to see if they can shake anyone out and trigger any trailing stop losses, that's pretty much all they can do. But aside from that, they're going to have no choice but to buy whatever is on the ask. So if there's people that are on the ask for a penny or 10 cents or 20 cents, that's their problem. But they're not going to be able to buy back. They're so we believe that they're so grossly offsides that by the time they get through, the Thomas, Richard, and Harold that's on the ask for a price, let's say below 20, 30 bucks, now we're talking about some potentially deep waters where they literally have no choice but to buy back the shares because they need them.
Right. No, I get what you're saying, and I agree with that part. But in my heart, I would rather have a little bit more parity because I feel like there could be 10,000 people that they don't know who they are. They could be somebody in the hospital. They could be somebody that can't get to their terminal. They could be on vacation. We don't know how it's going to trade, and those guys are going to get left out. That's all my heart tells me is that if now that it's to this point, would you say, if we got to vote, would you take it back to trading? Because you're not going to replicate the organic price action that you had those days because there was so much anticipation going. But now that we're all sitting here not knowing when it's going to trade, you're going to have some people left behind, and that's just my.
Do you believe? But okay, so now there's the time factor that has to be factored into that. The amount of time that it would take for this to go before a court of competent jurisdiction and a settlement offer be issued. That now we're talking way out there. Now this is what you would like to see happen. I ask you this, sir. You seem to be, forgive me for saying so, but you seem to be a man of means. If you feel so strongly about this, have you decided to initiate any legal action on your own behalf?
No, not at all.
Do you plan to?
No.
Okay.
No,
So
unless all here's the one thing that I find when Wes Christian entered the game, I don't have any reason to add on to that. What I do know about some legal actions that they will have to unravel each one of these lawsuits, and they will do them in series. They will not do them concurrently, because guess what? The risk of a verdict coming out in one case, I don't care if it's on the West Coast or the East, will influence the verdict in the second case.
of
They will
course.
try these with the legal precedents established in each case. So I'm hoping that Wes Christian beats everybody to the punch and gets this thing in front of a judge and gets a settlement on some sense of urgency that he's created about the human factor, the damages, the mental anguish,
But
things
again,
like that. I hope.
we're talking about time, and we're
No,
talking about
agreed. But we're already in that. I don't think it's going to go
but we're
back.
talking years now. We're months in. Now you're talking years.
Yeah, but
The
I mean
the Dole pineapple case took years.
Well, I don't think we're to that point, but I don't know. I've never been in one of these, and neither has anybody else.
Right.
So I
And
don't know.
again,
I don't know what would you think the appeal might be to get it back to trade. Their ship has sailed, in
because
my
it's
opinion.
position because if it's
I think they would
position
have a lot
closed
of. I'm
only,
sorry.
if it's position close only, then the only way for the price to drop is if we drop our prices.
Hey, Drew, I don't think he understands that our stop loss is next bridge.
No, he understands fully well.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
No, he gets it.
Yeah, I
He
do.
gets it.
I absolutely do.
Yeah.
But I
So,
don't know that everybody understands that what the value of that stop loss is.
No. If we
no.
don't sell, our stop loss is next bridge. If we don't sell, we're going in the next bridge. Period.
Yeah.
You
So,
don't, but you don't know that for sure. There is so many items to this to unravel.
yeah,
As you
I'd
look,
like to.
as you,
I'd like to ask
I
you
don't.
this question now. Let's imagine that the settlement that you're looking for occurs. Who gets the shares in NextBridge and who gets the settlement money?
Well, if you listened to re-listen to John Berta's interview the other day, he said that's what he preferred. He said there would be a prorated event where they would offer each person the ability to go into NextBridge and then once they settled that. So if they came up with, I doubt that at this point you're going to have everybody wanting to go into NextBridge. I just don't know, but they don't know the number of shares yet. But what he was alluding to was create a prorated event that would allow you to determine what fraction you wanted to go in either direction. They still have to unravel it. That's promised to you in the original prospectus and in the S1. They can't just ignore that. So that event's going to have to be unraveled first, in my opinion. And they say, okay, now how do we determine? How do we give these people a choice? Because my trading plan is still the same. So they're going to have to tell me what it's worth, and then I can tell them how much I want to go where. And that I hate it that it may take years. I'm not going to say that. I think this goes to court pretty quick, and it's not tangled up for years. But if you don't have that ability, then there's more violation there than what people are looking at. That to me is the biggest violation. They locked you into a trade that you didn't want to have. Not just locked you out of your money for now, but they've locked you out of a trade that you were supposed to make a decision on the day of the 12th.
They force you to become an owner in a private company.
Exactly, and that is just that, and and because it forced so many shares into that bucket, it's trying to put 10 pounds of sand in a 5-pound box. Some judge is going to have to unravel this and make room for all those shares. That is part of the agreement, and NextBridge doesn't have to budge.
I agree.
Furthermore, NextBridge doesn't have to take any shorted shares. That's ridiculous.
No, that you don't take shorted shares into a private company. Hey, Tom, did you know if your friend from the DOJ was actually coming in?
I messaged him a little while ago. Let me see what his latest is. Yeah, he's not with the DOJ, by the way. He's with the U.S. Treasury, and he priorly was, with the U.S. Treasury. And he told me, I haven't been paying attention, but I might jump on soon. So I'm going to message him again.
I ladies and gentlemen, again, Twitter has deleted my tweet. Again, Twitter has deleted my tweet.
Which one?
The one that I just put out about us being victimized by FINRA and with the video.
Wow.
Gee whiz. Can somebody send me an image of the tweet? I mean, I'm sure you can get to it. I can't. Can someone get me an image of the tweet so I can repost it? It's unbelievable. This is the second time that they've done this. This is the second time that they've done this to me. They're deleting tweets that I put out there. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, we've got a bunch of hands. Phantom, why don't you handle that while I try and repost the video?
So it's Deacon, then Smash, then Kevin.
All right, hey, it's Deacon here again. One thing I would correct, Drew's very knowledgeable about what's going on here, but one thing he didn't mention was, I believe, and maybe Paul can answer this, the plan is they would have one day, the 9th, I believe, where they would have to cover. And if they didn't cover on the 9th, then the brokerages were going to clear out their accounts and cover on the 12th. And I'll drop my mic. I don't need to speak much.
Yeah, it's hard to say how their plan of action was going to be on the 9th and the 12th. We don't know exactly what they would have done. My guess, they might have even started on the 9th altogether. They might have started in the afternoon of the 9th and started to cover. It depends on how many shares they have to cover. That's the question. We don't even know how many shares there are. How many short positions are there? We don't know. We have no idea. So they could have started covering immediately on the 9th. We'll never know, obviously, now. But, so it's hard. That's a hard question to answer.
Paul, can I add to that? And
Yeah,
also,
well, my point is that the brokerages were going to take over. So the price dropping, and even if it did drop back down to 290, obviously people believe that NextBridge is worth quite a bit more than that, maybe 10 times that. But if the brokerages were covering, you're not going to drop down to a level, like we're talking about. It's going to go up.
Yeah, I don't think the brokerages would be as concerned of the share price as the hedge funds would, obviously, because the hedge funds are footing the bill here. Brokers just want the shares covered. That's what they would want. So they're not going to be as concerned of the share price.
Yes, they would be covering at any price because they're basically covering with the liquidation of hedge funds.
Right. They got to get the shares. That's their primary concern is get the shares, get the shares, get the shares.
And that would have happened on the second day.
Oh, absolutely, by the second day for sure. Yeah, I know. They might have started probably sometime in the middle of the first day. They might have done that.
Yeah,
They'll give the hedge funds a chance, and after that, if they're going too slow, the broker's like, "Hey, we're stepping in. You're taking too long. We got to get this done. We don't have that much time." I mean, that's a scenario we'll never know.
My point is that wasn't discussed in answering Bill's question about, the trade.
Well, how can Bill possibly know the answer to that question? I don't think anybody knows the answer to that question.
No, I'm not saying Bill would know. I'm just saying that if the brokerages had to cover the shares that were short counterfeit, it would have probably been the second day, and it probably would have made the price skyrocket because the brokerage was just going to hit, just buy.
And that's a likely scenario. I agree with you there. The second day, for sure, the brokers would have stepped in, no question.
They did it again.
Poor Andrew.
Paul, I was just going to add to that. Yeah, what Deacon's saying there is true, rings true, because you're talking about 200 million to about 1 billion shares having to be bought in 2 trading days when our daily average was just a few million. So it was going to blow up. It was going to blow up. I'll leave it.
Yeah, Phantom. It all depends on how many shares. Let's say there was 1 billion shares they had to cover. Again, the hedge funds were taking too long. I'm sure the brokers would have stepped in on the first day. They would have. Like, ew, we got so many shares to buy. You're taking too long, guys. That's it. Margin call. That's it. We're done.
Exactly.
And then stepped in probably. Again, we'll never know.
That is true. And I've talked to Fidelity. There were several times in a day on Fridays and on last trading days. 10 o'clock is one. They send out margin notices, and at 2:30 New York time is another time. So they would have begun buying those in if they weren't answering those margin notices. Depending on who they were and what negotiations they made. I mean, a phone call can take care of a decent margin call, but with these bigger accounts, they could have. We didn't get that opportunity to see, but I really felt like about 10 o'clock Friday, the buying back in action would start, and it would go all the way through Friday. This is just my speculation, but I have talked to my trading the trade desk at Fidelity enough times to know when certain events take place and when margins have to be covered. And because I do have a margin account as well, so I do understand those times. But I think that's they knew. We didn't know how many shares were out there, but the brokers sure did.
Absolutely.
They knew exactly where they needed to be.
Yeah, I did hear the time of 2 o'clock as one of those margin call times for the brokers. So I didn't know about the 10 a.m. one. So that's the one I didn't hear about. So that was good to know. Well, at least I learned something tonight about that anyway.
Well, sometimes it's a matter of how far underwater you are. It's not necessarily a time of day. If they're sitting there with a certain margin balance and it gets too far in the red, they start calling. You have to add money to your account if you want to hold this open, or we're going to start liquidating. And I think that nobody had the collateral to cover their margin because this was just a huge number. That's just my view. And listening to some of Wes Christian's discussions, that's exactly what happens.
Yeah,
they're just willing to default and let the DTCC sort it out.
I really believe that first day of trading on like that Friday it would have been Friday and Monday. So the Friday, I believe sometime that day the brokers were going to step in. I really believe that.
Oh, I agree. I do agree.
I guess
that's why I was thinking. That's why I wasn't worried at all. I was not worried in the least that by Friday afternoon I would be probably selling at a pretty high number, and then I could just come back around and buy back into NextBridge with a certain fraction of my profits.
No, you can't. This is going to be a close only call, which means you can only sell, and the hedge funds can only buy to close.
Now on the original prospectus, I could buy as much as I could sell as much as I wanted to on Friday and buy back on the 12th. But whatever I had on the 12th was the end of the day. That was it. That was when trading closed.
Bill, you're mistaken. These were only close only trades. On the 9th and the 12th is only close only. That's it. You cannot buy more shares. On our end, we cannot. Retail investors, we couldn't buy anything.
It's true. It's true. The transmissions that we've received from the brokerage houses indicated that on the 9th and the 12th, we would no longer be able to purchase this security. And if we did, that the trade would be busted and our funds would be returned. They wouldn't be routed through. Yeah, it was position close only on the 9th and the 12th. Now, that wasn't an instruction that was given by FINRA, but it was what the brokers knew that they would have to do based on the corporate action notice. Okay, so we're going to try this again, ladies and gentlemen. Tom, especially, please, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, in the nest, I changed the wording around, so maybe they can, I don't know, maybe they won't delete it on me. I don't get it. If you would please be so kind to retweet this. Tom, if you would please be so kind to send this video to your friend in
I just
in the
talked to
department.
him. Yeah, let me give you an update. He told me, I'm not going to be able to join for a little bit now. He's a little tied up. I requested
But
for
can
him
you
to
have
note
him watch the video?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll take a look at it, and we'll take a
And my
glance.
DMs are open. I'd be more than happy to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, and we can talk later. I'm doing my research right now on the Railroad Commission website, and through drilling info and whatnot. So, I'm drawing my own conclusion here with the private value evaluation just on the assets alone. This is without your
Watch the video.
technology. Yeah, I will. I will. I'm just telling you, I buy and sell oil and gas deals as part of my job. It's what I do for a living. So, and I'm also, historically, I've been involved in the liability side of the business. If you know my career, you can look me up on LinkedIn. I've worked for lots of P&A companies. And so I've been doing a lot of property valuations pretty much my whole life. It's one of the things I do. I get paid to do it. So it's something I kind of do, for shits and giggles sometimes on companies. But I'm researching everything about Hudspeth operating right now.
Wonderful. And if you would, Tom, please retweet the first tweet in the nest for us. That would be awesome, man. I really
I did it earlier. There should be retweeted out. I tweeted the space out, and I even asked Adam to join it in the tweet. So people know I'm in here.
But the specific tweet in the nest, do you know where the nest is?
Yeah, I'm looking up there right now. The very first tweet I've tweeted out as you
People have been victimized?
Of the blue sheets. That's what I tweeted out. I don't. I'm still learning more about this to draw a conclusion completely about what's going on here. I recognize that there are people that have definitely been victimized from the sounds of it. Everything that I'm being told here, and so it doesn't surprise me. There's been a lot of victims in the stock market, over the last 3 or 4 years for several reasons. So this is something, unfortunately, that's happening to people, right? For various reasons.
Okay, I guess we'll go to other hands. Phantom, who's up next?
Smash, then Kevin.
Smash your hand. I don't see Smash's hand.
It was up, but you guys answered my question.
Oh.
Well, Tom, I just DM'd you the tweet that I'm asking you to retweet because this Twitter platform is weird. If you'd be so kind to just help us with the retweet with your reach and your network, I think it would be great. Anytime we get someone from outside the community to come in, a retweet is very helpful because it spreads the awareness outside of our own network, and that's where we need it to go.
Yeah, I went ahead and quote tweeted it for you. So there you go.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, so Phantom, you said Kevin is next?
Yeah, thank you again. I believe that there might be a third option. I'm with Bill. I have some concerns with how a 2-day trading period under the current circumstances would go down. And the one thing we know is that they would be different to whatever the circumstances.
Kevin, we lost you. Kevin?
sorry, my mic went off there. Did you hear me say about the 9th and 12th?
Yeah, that was the 2 days we were supposed to have.
So what I'm saying is that I share Bill's concern with regards to having 2 days of trading. I'm not 100% opposed to it, but I am concerned that it might not have the results that we hope for. I also agree that the legal process of getting to a settlement is wrought with difficulty, because how do you arrive at a compensation for the suffering and the hardship that people have gone through? How do you compensate for the fact that if the liability for these shares is so massive that we get the benefit of the market push that we would have had in a settlement? But I believe that there's a third option, but it's dependent upon how big that liability is. If that liability is like 100 million shares or 300 million shares or whatever, I believe that the asset that is created by them owing all these shares, because every liability has an asset side, right? And I believe that we can dictate the terms of liquidating that asset if it is big enough. But we need to know how big it is. So I believe that there's a third alternative, and it might be an extremely lucrative alternative for both the company, for NextBridge, as well as for the shareholders. But again, we need to know the quantum, and we need to know who the shareholders are so that we can collaborate and, work out a deal, so that we can get some value for our asset.
My account's been hacked. Shit. All right.
Sorry,
my account's been hacked. All right.
That's why you've been getting deleted tweets.
So I just want to say that, I think there's a third option.
Yeah, Kevin, I think I agree with you on the court thing. The value we'd get from the court system, if they had to decide what the value of the shares would be with the pain and suffering, I didn't think it would be sufficient in comparison to what the market would offer us, on an open market, when they have to buy our shares back. I agree with you 100% there, because market price is going to be dependent on really us. We're going to determine the market value because we have the supply, and the demand has to be met with only us. I mean, we're the only ones that have it. We're the only supermarket in the country, per se. So yeah, we're the only ones that have the products that they need.
The problem I see with the trading is that, we're dealing with people that we're calling nefarious anyway. We know they are. We know that they are nefarious. So what's to stop them from just, leaving the positions open and taking a position? Well, we now own NextBridge shares. FINRA has basically said that's what they want. FINRA has basically said they just want this liability to be carried over into NextBridge shares.
But they can't do.
Yeah.
Well, see, FINRA was, they provided misstatements in that release that they sent out. It wasn't the whole truth, and it was also misleading the way they stated everything.
Right.
They left out the private company. They didn't put the word private in there.
Right.
For as we all know, and this is the SEC law, that a short position cannot be held in a private company. This is SEC law. Now, any judge that sees that law is going to say, well, here you go, case dismissed. I mean, duh, simple as that, But anyway, still, not right now, the hedge funds, their hands are tied. They can't do anything until the market opens.
But
let's say, not that they want to cover, let's say, even if they wanted to cover, they can't until the market opens. It's FINRA's, it's tying everyone's hands right now.
You see,
it is FINRA. The brokers can't do a thing.
Right.
And the DTC could initiate something, which I'd rather not do it that way, because if they do like the like what Andrew came up with, the buckets, the what do you call them, the pools, where you have certain brokerages trading amongst their own shareholders, that's really going to limit the value of the shares. And Rose's lawsuit is asking for one open market here.
Right.
So again, FINRA is going to be forced to do something eventually. If the judge doesn't order it, then Congress probably will.
Right.
So we're close. We're close.
Right.
But we cannot give up. We have to maintain the pressure. FINRA issued that statement for a reason.
Right.
We provided pressure on them. They gave a little, and we got to break them, and we will break them. We cannot give up on the pressure that we're providing.
Hey, Paul.
We got the letters. Yeah.
We're joined by Tony Twitz, and we're joined by Mr. Mark Basile, the attorney that came in and spoke yesterday. Gentlemen, you're more than welcome to chime in. We welcome you here, both of you. Thank you for joining us. We're having a fantastic discussion with Mr. Pecos Bill, who is a oil and gas expert, as well as Mr. Tom Slocum, fourth generation oil and gas expert as well. So we welcome you here. And if you'd like to chime in at any time, please do feel free to grab a mic. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. We just got to keep up the pressure. Got to keep up the campaigns that we're on. Congress. Contact Congress, contact the Senate. Just keep that up. We will prevail in time. FINRA will break. They will break eventually. So you don't give up on what we're doing. We just got to keep the pressure going. And of course, MMTLP Studios did a great job on the video that they produced. That's going to help. You just keep circulating that as well. Send them to your congressman and your senator. One of them will watch it eventually, or maybe more than one, and they might do something about it. It doesn't hurt to send it to them. Keep the pressure going. Everyone has to do this. So FINRA eventually they will break. They're going to have no choice but to open trading up because someone's going to order them to do it. Like I said, it's either going to be a judge that's going to order them, or it's going to be a congressional order. Either way, they're going to open up trading eventually. They have to. That's all I got to say.
So I just wanted to chime in. This is Tony Twitz.
Hey, Tony.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Tony.
So you guys have got an excellent space here, and you actually, from the time I joined in, everything I heard is 100% correct. What you guys are saying, because we do have them on the run right now. They issued this whole FAQ because they got pressure. It's not pressure from you or me. It's pressure from Congress, right? And Congress is basically going to all players, I think. This is my opinion, right? I don't know for a fact, but I believe Congress is going to FINRA, and they wrote some letters to the CEO of FINRA, that guy Cook, and they also went to the SEC, I'm sure, and the SEC, and they said, "What the F are you doing? Get FINRA under control," And I'm sure the SEC is providing them pressure too. So I think that the purpose of their FAQ is to CYA, right? They wanted to cover themselves in some way, but they're getting a lot of pressure, and I think that at some point they will break soon, right? When that will be, I do not know, but I do know that as time goes on, we're now at 100 days, right? That's a big deal. So yeah, I agree with you guys. That's all.
Thanks, Tony. I guess we'll go on to our next speaker, the Magnificent Dream.
Hi, Paul. Hi, everyone. Phantom. Drew.
Hello.
Question. After that FAQ that was released by FINRA last week, can the brokers open this trading anyways without FINRA?
Everyone follow me. Everyone follow me. Please follow me.
Who's that?
Some guy that just joined and just left. Can they open up trading because of that fact thing? No. They have to have corporate action.
Paul, can they open the trading and close the positions without FINRA's okay?
My understanding is the DTC and the brokers can do something on their own, which would be, again, Andrew came up with that pool theory. That's something that they can do.
I see.
But again, to open up trading as one market, that has to come from FINRA. Again, that's my understanding.
I see.
Yeah, FINRA do corporate action. It's like they did before. They issued the corporate action, and the DTC will issue the corporate action to the brokers, and then the brokers will know what to do. their instruction sheet, their instruction manual. That's exactly what a corporate action is to a broker. It's an instruction sheet. Okay, you do this, you do this, you do this, and you do that, and that's it. And they follow it to the letter because they have to.
And the brokers actually want to follow the corporate action, right? Because
yes,
they don't want to be held liable for doing something different than another broker is. All the brokers want to do the exact same thing, and that's their playbook, right? That's what they do.
Think of it this way: the SEC is the 4-star general. FINRA would be like the 1-star general. DTC would be the colonel, and then you've got the soldiers, which is the brokers. Just think of it that way. They got to follow the order, the chain of commands.
Well, who issued those Q-tips that are on the brackets then, that we know of?
I think the DTC had something to do with it. Again, I don't know that for a fact, but I think they had something to do with it. They're doing it for a reason. They're not just doing it for the hell of it. There's a reason behind all this. So, I mean, they know this is not going away. They know this has to be reconciled. They know that. As to the method, so maybe they're preparing the method in this fashion because if FINRA doesn't do anything about it, the DTC can. So maybe they're preparing it just in case. But that's just a theory. That's all it is. Strictly a theory.
I see.
Okay, we don't have any facts to support that.
Of course.
So don't this is Bible or anything like that.
We'll keep the pressure, then keep going next week.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. Do not stop. Everyone, as a community here, what we're doing, it's working. Don't stop. If
it's
you
true.
stop, then stops working.
If you need Drew, he gave me a number for just in case, because I only live 20 minutes away from our Congress. I'm just gonna go there and show them this video. It's very powerful. Yeah. I was speaking to them last week already. So,
yeah, I mean, they might actually help. If you're willing to do that, please, yeah, that will help. It helps you and it helps everybody else.
Yep.
You win, we win.
We all do our part. Keep the pressure.
Absolutely, you got to maintain the pressure. Do not give up, because if we give up, then FINRA doesn't feel any pressure anymore, and Congress says, "Oh, they gave up. I guess they don't want this to trade anymore." we can't stop. We have to maintain the pressure that we're exuding. We have to. It's a must. Yep. Until this trades, we cannot stop.
We got to help each other, okay?
That's right. We help one another, and we're all going to win. Of course, after we trade, we're still not going to go away. I think we're still going to do something after that. And you have an idea of what I'm talking about.
Oh, I'm going away.
He is. That's what he always said. I don't know.
No, we're not going anywhere. We're just, after we trade, we've just started. When we're all made whole, we're going to go after everybody then.
After we trade and we're all made whole, I've ended.
Come on, man.
Andrew, you don't mean that. You haven't ended nothing. We're going to go after them. It's time for us to be on the offensive.
It's not.
After we're made whole,
it's not the dream.
I definitely want to go to Vegas.
You don't want to go. You don't want to go. I don't know why.
After we've made whole, I want to go to Vegas and have a party.
Oh yeah, after the party, then we're gonna get back.
Okay.
After all,
right, thanks, Paul. Thanks, everyone. I'll go back.
Tony, your last video raised a lot of eyebrows.
Which one?
Before
yesterday, I just uploaded one.
Before the FINRA statement. Before FINRA's statement came out, you released like an 1.5 hour long video. I was wondering if you could. I'm not.
Gotta refresh my mind. Which video?
Honestly, it's all a blur to me. Never mind.
Oh yeah, you mean the live stream?
Yes.
Yeah. So I did a lot. Yeah. So I did a couple live. Oh yeah. So I did a couple live streams. I was really concerned about this whole SVB thing because the banks are in trouble right now. Liquidity is drying up. So what does that mean? That means for margin, people extending margin, they're not going to want to extend a lot of margin. They're going to pull back the amount of liquidity. They're going to say, hey, look, interest rates are rising. We don't want to, we want to decrease, the amount of margin that we're extending. If you're at your margin limit, well, maybe you better lighten up your margin position, that kind of thing, right? So that stuff is only helping us because these guys are underwater. They're going to hit their margin limits. Not only are they going to get hit with, not only have they been hit with the pressure from Congress and all that, it turns out that some of the short hedge funds they've also shorted other stocks as well, like GTII. and they're getting hit with lawsuits, and their lawsuits are they're getting hit with discovery right now with West Christian for GTII, and so GTS is named in that lawsuit, by the way. So discovery comes out, and West Christian, as you know, is the same lawyer for Flamethrower.
So discovery comes out.
Discovery's coming. Things are not looking good for these guys, right? So that's all. Yeah. Just FYI.
Next up, Ryan.
Hey, Ryan.
You guys hear me? Okay,
You're
great.
just fine.
Yeah, just a couple points. And one of them is alluding to what you guys have just talked about. I mean, as far as when this whole thing's over, yep, I'm down. Everybody just enjoy being made whole. But at the same time, I don't have any kids, but I do have nephews, and I'll have kids one of these days. I don't want them growing up in a world that's corrupt like this. So I would do anything that I could in my power to attack for damages. Personally, I've had hundreds of thousands of dollars taken out of my account just like that. And it wasn't a thing where it was hundreds of thousands of dollars and then all of a sudden they stopped trading. No, they did exactly what they did to cause this problem, and they shorted the hell out of it all the way back down to 290. Just on top of that, I had a couple of comments, and I don't know if this is the right audience for it, but I do want to let everybody know. I talked to tax for Fidelity, and the way that Fidelity had everything set up in the 1099 was ridiculous. For anyone that has Fidelity, my tax advisor had advised me to mark a zero-sum transaction. The only way that this should have been taxed is if we were paid out. We were not paid out. A transfer of shares 1-to-1 is not a payment either. So this is not a taxable event. So anybody that has any questions about Fidelity, feel free to get in my inbox for what I had received from my tax advisor. I know Terry stated that he was going to post something after he talked to his tax advisor the 25th. I relayed all the information that I had over to him, and I kind of just have a template of the notes that I had from them. So if anybody has any questions on that, another part of this that is just causing people mental distress, where they think they're going to have to pay taxes on something because they think that they have gains from something, but they have received no money at all. So if anybody has any questions, I can alleviate that based off what my tax advisor says. That's how I went forward with it. Another and final last point, I sent a video over to Terry, and it was about 2 months ago when John Berta was on one of the spaces. And I heard the conversation of, well, they'll just try and get this down to a penny and have everybody purchase it for a penny. John Berta, out of the horse's mouth, I mean, he's the one that's saying it closed at 290. It's worth a hell of a lot more than 290. So anybody that needs to hear that, you can hear it here. You can hear it from the horse's mouth itself. So that's pretty much all that I had to say, but just wanted to cover all that, and anybody that's through Fidelity, feel free to ask any questions.
No, thank you. Well, we have no hands up for a change. Phantom, you wanted something to say?
I was going to say, I see 100 there. Does he have anything to put to us?
Well, you can Mike if you'd like.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hi.
Hey, 100.
Hey guys. Yeah. So I've taken this opportunity to put some posts out in the nest here. One in particular is very important. Tomorrow, margin costs will go up, and that will put a lot of pressure on anybody borrowing. So that's a pretty big deal. Also, a lawyer did step away from the GTII case, As you know, they are going after Concord, Alpine, GTS, and Credit Suisse. So I also put a post there that connects Credit Suisse to Citadel, and you can go down that rabbit hole as well. Another interesting aspect in regards to Credit Suisse is obviously, if you haven't seen anything in the news today, UBS has put out a bid to purchase Credit Suisse. It seems like the deal has been finalized. I'm not sure about that. The Swiss government, I believe, still needs to approve it. Also, the Federal Reserve and 5 other central banks announced a coordinated action to boost the liquidity in the U.S. dollar swap arrangements, which is basically their way of quantitative easing, in my opinion. This continues that dangerous behavior. Keep in the back of your mind, in December of 2022, a quarterly report came out by the International Bank of Settlements identifying that over $80 trillion of FX swap debt was not recorded properly. $53 trillion of that was US based and was securities that were not reported. So you can consider yourself into the heart, or at least the beginning of the liquidity crisis that's about to transpire in the financial system. What does this mean for MMTLP? What does it mean for GTII? What does it mean for all these other issuers that have active complaints? I think they're on the forefront of having a huge payout opportunity. It's just a matter of a ticking time bomb that one of these companies will start to sing. Also, keep in the back of your mind that you have a you have a discovery judgment that is pending, just on the back end of that. So just some words of encouragement and comfort, that just stay the course, keep plugging away at Congress. That's very important, and be patient. I think things will work out just fine. And just hang in there.
I totally.
Paul.
We're gonna be fine soon. I wouldn't worry about it too much. So 100 is correct. But thanks for for chiming in. Phantom, what did you want to say?
Just to let you know, Pecos Bill had to step out. He's got to feed his livestock. He said he may rejoin us in a little while.
Oh, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Thanks for letting us know that. Well, we have mics available. If anybody wants to speak.
Steph, do you want to have a word with us?
No, I apologize. I initially had my hand up, and then it was answered, and it was explained in. No, I'm good. I'm good. I apologize. Caught me off guard.
You're good.
Okay. This is unusual. Having quiet here for a change. Hey, Marduk, want to say anything? Hello, Marduk.
That's not how you get Marduk's attention. You go like this. You go, Marduk, 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 Marduk.
Yeah.
See? We just want to know if you wanted to say anything. You requested a mic a long time ago, but you really haven't said anything.
Yeah, no, it was just a moment where I wanted to step in and I wanted to say, like, look, it's not so much about, everybody talks about the oil, but people need to focus more on the natural gas and the byproducts that come from those reserves, like helium. Helium is incredibly important in the semiconductor production and in the space of cooling nuclear fuel rods. In the future, when battery storage is technology is much better. I'll just put it that way. Nuclear is going to be more realistic. It's too expensive now yes, it generates a lot, but we don't have the storage for it. So in the future, okay, helium is going to. I have no doubt in my mind that Oro Grande is like an asset worth billions upon billions of dollars. And the reason is because it's the Oro Grande has been mostly untapped because it's in an area where it's a little bit more difficult. Like over the years, a lot of people have been ignoring it because the technology to drill in this area, it's a lot better now. I think it's just been kind of put off, but for the most part, untapped land that the resources are going to be much more than just oil. And when you think of oil, people immediately start thinking like gasoline and what about the single-use polymers that they use in hospitals, right? Single-use plastics. What about metamaterials nanoweb? Like that's all nanoweb is polymers, right? And they're going to be they have a deal with Sekisui Chemical in Japan, and they want to essentially enshroud Japan in nanoweb. So, I mean, the asset goes much farther than just the oil, right? And just the third grade understanding of what oil assets are. I personally think it's a play of a lifetime, and I have no worries because they did what they did because clearly there is value here, right? In my opinion, they were trying to get Torchlight delisted so that they could scoop the assets up for pennies, pennies on the dollar. And well, you take the pandemic, the short interest, John Berta's locating of metamaterials. I mean, what a complete 180 to take an oil and gas exploration company, flip the business model on its head, and then spin those assets out. Like, talk about and all that short interest from Torchlight just carried over into a tech company. And I really think it's just they're just screwed since the definitive merger agreement was released, to be perfectly honest. Right? Because they knew eventually that they were gonna merge, and that they were gonna have a massive liability on their hands. And the fact they didn't close because they needed time. They needed more time. And that's why they made MMTLP trade, right? And nobody sold. But the only way to keep the price from exploding was for them to short it even more. So, I mean, this has just been a mess, and like the amount of fudgery has only grown my conviction in the play more. And that's why I'm not sweating it, and like people can talk all the crap about George and John and Nextbridge all they want, but I don't care. They have my 100% support. Things take time. Rome wasn't built in a day, and we're the wheels of justice move slowly. Like, it's not something that's going to happen immediately overnight. Certainly with us not actually putting in the time and the effort to really expose this whole thing and bring it to light. So, I mean, the asset's clearly worth something. 134,000 acres. I don't know. I'd rather take my chances on something for a few dollars a share with the chance of it being worth upwards of, you know, 50, 60 to $100 a share. Like it's a no-brainer. The risk to reward, it's a no-brainer. So, but you know, that's obviously my personal opinion. I just think the way this whole thing has transpired, I mean, they've made it pretty obvious that they wanted the assets off, you know, off the NASDAQ.
Yeah, there's a reason why they put it on the OTC. Well, first of all, it was easier.
Well, yeah, but I mean, in 2020, just in general, in the first place, like I think people were saying like the assets were flipped from one company to another, like before Torchlight even. That company was like tried to get bankrupted or something. I don't know. Maybe ask John. Maybe Berta's got the whole history of the assets, because I remember hearing somebody talk about that. So.
Okay, well, thanks for your insight. We have next?
Smash, then Karma.
Hey, Smash.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to, like, Pecos Bill, I mean, he was really knowledgeable on oil and stuff like that. And it did sound like he was kind of new to trading. I'm new to trading, but when he said, like, some people might get a penny or 1 cent for MMTLP, I don't think he really grasped the concept of, like, I mean, yeah, you could get a penny for your share if you sell it at a penny. But he also said, like, well, what if the people are, like, in the hospital or not available? I mean,
well, that's why I asked what his level of trading was, because I wanted everyone to be clear that this is just one person's opinion. He may be an oil and gas expert, but as it relates to, trading, it's important to realize that he's a newer investor, and his price target may not be as high as ours, and his goal may be different from what the community has as a goal collectively. That's fine. He's a very kind gentleman. He came in, he voiced his opinion, and again, we take what we need and we leave what we don't.
I totally get that, Drew. I totally get that. I just want to get. I mean, there's like 500 people in here, or there was. I just wanted to get back on track. I mean, NextBridge Hydrocarbon is our stop loss if we do not sell. So if you don't find, even if it trades for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, if we don't see our number there, we're going into NextBridge. So the only way you're going to get a penny is if you sell at a penny. So don't sell at a penny. Am I wrong on that?
No, you're 100% right. So the whole thing is, if there is a limited number of days of trading, and shorts have to close their positions, they have to buy. They may initially try to buy it at a penny, but no one's going to sell it at a penny, like you say, and then they're going to have to keep raising that price that they're willing to, to buy the shares for. Keep raising that price more and more and more until somebody is willing to sell it. Right? My price is pretty high.
Right. I just want everyone. Right? I just want everybody to know that, because there's 500 people in here. You're going to sell whatever you want to sell at. If you don't sell, your stop loss is NextBridge, everybody. So don't get down.
They have to buy shares. They have to buy shares until it gets down to 0 short shares. Right. That means they have to get rid of all of their short positions. And we don't know how many short positions there are, but people are estimating 100 million, 300 million, 500 million, a billion short shares. That's a lot of shares. Okay. Normal trading is only like 1 million shares. Normal trading is like 100,000 shares a day, 500,000 shares a day. The last day of trading, I think they had something like a few million shares, that were traded. If you got to buy 300 million shares, that's a lot of shares. The price is going to go up.
Right. No, I like what Pecos Bill was saying about the oil and all that, but I just want everybody on the same page. Is NextBridge is our stop loss.
Exactly.
That's all right. Thanks.
Yeah, don't sell cheap. That's the narrative here. Know what you own. Know what you have. That's all. We can't tell you what to sell at, but just don't sell cheap. That's all. Okay, we got Karma. Yeah, Karma's on his hand. Hi, Karma.
Hey, guys. My question is in regards to the space the other day with, I believe his name was Philip.
the gentleman who had the short interest. I think it was 1,500 shares or so.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm just curious how in December, I guess he said that they would stopped charging interest on his account. Wanted to know kind of everybody's thoughts on that. That's, first part of the question. Second would be, they can't obviously remain there forever. So if he legitimately does have them, what do you think the closeout clause is going to be?
I've seen him in here. I don't know if he's still here, but I saw him here.
I mean, he did put a video out. I mean, obviously anybody could make a video, but he did put a video screenshot kind of his account with them in there. So I kind of
I was gonna post a video also of my account showing that I'm short 250 million shares and that I also own 1,000 shares of your mother. That's YM, the symbol YM.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, question still
not your mother, but
is that is that even a possibility of, and why would it stop in December interest? I mean, you'd think they'd be still charging. Is there any reason why that would even take place?
Andrew, do you want to answer that question?
Sorry, I was getting a text message. What was the question one last time?
Just the long and short is if someone really was short last day of closing, how would they not be charged interest still? And why would that stop in December per his obviously statement?
Well, I thought he said it stopped in February.
No, he said December 14th. I wrote it down right away because I'm like, that just doesn't make any sense.
None of that makes any sense.
Agreed.
None of it makes any sense, ladies and gentlemen. The problem is, first of all, Schwab doesn't allow shorting of this security. And he keeps saying, I've never met anyone else who was who was short this at Schwab. And TD Ameritrade and Schwab have identical error messages. Mm-hmm. And there were all kinds of error messages that popped up when you tried to short this thing on TD. Interactive Brokers was the only brokerage house that allowed short positions on a retail level that is a proliferated brokerage house. Interactive Brokers sent out a communication that as of 2 p.m. on December the 8th, all short positions would automatically be liquidated. That's it. It would automatically be covered.
All right. So in essence, we're going bullshit on it, basically.
I am, until I see a video, a recording from his cell phone app, not from his desktop computer, from his cell phone app, mm-hmm. showing his short position. I'm not inclined to believe it. I was going to post that video last night, but something happened, kind of took my attention off of things. But I can post a video that shows I'm short 250 million shares and that I also own 1,000 shares of a company called Your Mother. Not your mother, but the proverbial your mother.
Gotcha.
It's, anybody can manipulate what's on a website using developer tools. It's not hard. So, yeah.
Joe, can I just interject on that? Sorry. I listened to him. I listened to him the other night and I know he'd been in correspondence with somebody I know on Reddit for over 3 months with regards to that short position. So I wouldn't totally discredit it just yet until he can provide us proof totally. Then obviously it's in a gray area, I would say.
Well, that's why I said I'll believe it when I see a recording from his cell phone. Like he logs into his app from his cell phone and shows us the short position from there. Then I'll believe it. And if he is short, it helps us because it establishes that short positions were carried over into a private company. And that's a no-no.
Well, anybody here that has a Schwab account can call Schwab and ask, listen, I'm a retail investor. Can I short an OTC ticker? And they tell you no. Well, then you know this guy was lying.
So yeah. Well, I mean, Paul, you have TD Private Client Services.
Yeah, that's
You can,
TD. That's not Schwab. It's not
but you
Schwab.
can call Schwab and give them. You can call Schwab and give them your TD account number, and they'll answer the question for you.
Well, they're still. It's not integrated yet. That's the thing.
Neither is mine, but I called them last week and I gave them my TD account number, and they answered any questions I had.
Well, I know TD does not allow it. I know they will not allow me to short an OTC ticker. That much. So I don't know if they're the same. Maybe they're not. I don't know. Well, maybe I'll call them tomorrow and see.
I just don't want everybody going after him. You know, if he is genuine, that would be totally unfair. What we're
No, I don't
saying
want
to-
anyone going after him. Period.
Yeah.
Oh no, you
Well,
should not do that. No.
No.
Well, I just wanted to understand. We need more proof, really. If you want us to take him seriously, bring us the proof, and then we'll talk with him. We'll go over it with him. But yeah, let's not go after him, community. Just, you know, we give him an opportunity to come forward with more evidence to prove that. And
So
it's
FINRA
up
has
to him.
supplied us with enough evidence. FINRA has already stated that there are short positions in expert hydrocarbons, which is in their FAQ, and that means that that short positions have not been closed, right? There are illegal short positions in a private company, according to FINRA. That's all we need. We don't really need to prove. We don't really need anything more than that, even, right?
It's true.
So yeah,
FINRA already gave us tacit confirmation that there are shorts that carried over.
Yeah, their exact wording is something, or I forget their exact wording, but it's something like, we have confirmed with a certain broker dealer that they have rolled their short position of MMTLP into a short position of Network Hydrocarbon. It's like, what, WTF? Yeah. So anyway, FINRA has already proved it to us, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, Paul. Paul.
Yes, sir.
I haven't cursed once.
You did earlier when you said when your account was hacked. You cursed.
Oh, that doesn't count.
You said you didn't curse. That's not a true statement.
I meant I didn't curse in the context of our conversation.
Okay, that's a true statement.
Aha.
You gotta see. Be careful how you state things.
Loopholer.
I love it. Anyway, you've been good, Andrew. You have been. Okay.
I thought we had a great conversation with Bill.
Oh, yeah, we did. It was fantastic.
It was very stimulating. And I'm sorry, you're a level-headed fellow. I'm sorry if about that other character, if you thought I was coming on a little strong, but
no. You had every right to. You had every right to. I mean, and I'm glad Phantom threw him out. Actually, he requested to get back into the room again. Funny thing.
Yeah, I blocked him again. I totally blocked him, so he can't come in the space.
Is that Mark Rice?
Yeah, Mark Rice.
Yeah, so Phantom didn't let him back in.
So I've done some research here. If y'all want me to share, I'm willing to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, 1 second here. Okay, so all what I'm about to share with you, don't shoot the messenger. This is me doing what I do for a
please
profession.
tell me the source of your information, sir.
The Texas Railroad Commission.
Mm-hmm. Go
is
for
that
it.
Okay?
Of course.
Okay. So this is everything on Hudspeth operating, which is based in Fort Worth, Texas. Officer information is Nova Scotia, Canada. George Palikaris, who looks like he's the meta guy, I guess, and his partner, Ken Rice. The people that are the agents are right down the street from me. They're on Memorial Drive here in Houston, Texas. Robert Axelrod, he's the resident Texas agent. And then they have a filing agent in Fort Worth. But they have an active P5 with the Texas Railroad Commission, which means that they have paid their bond. And they're good on their bonding, which is $25,000 blanket bond. It says here cash deposit. Their initial P5 date was September 2, 2021. Their last P5 renewal was September 28, 2022. So they are current with the government here in the state of Texas. Their activity codes are well operator for oil drilling and permit activity. That means that they're permitted to drill for oil and gas here in Texas. They have 10 wells in which they have drilled and completed, it appears, according to my records here, which are anybody's records. This is public record, like I said, available to anybody. I looked up the production for these leases, and I looked at these wells on the Railroad Commission well query website, which anyone can access. And on that, you can see that all these wells that were drilled and completed have been shut in, and there's no production that's been reported to the state of Texas. And so sometimes this happens. Usually it doesn't happen with that many wells drilled. I would say that this is outside of the Permian Basin, Delaware outcrop by about 50 miles at least. And
there's also the Oro Grande.
Yeah, and then there's also some dry holes around here, but this is not what I suspected earlier. After I've looked at this location, it's definitely further out, and there is no existing production in the area to speak of. I would say this as an oil and gas investor: when you invest in oil and gas wells, whoever put the money up to drill these things expects a return on their investment. And so if there's oil and gas there to produce it, when oil and gas is a highly traded commodity at $70, $80 a barrel, if they had enough money to drill all of these wells and they had enough money to put in the production facilities and then turn that on to production, if indeed they wanted to drive the price of the stock up, if that was the goal, or if they wanted to make money at all, they would prove up what they have, and they would take that data and they would run with it. Now, I don't know what's going on. I've looked at the well logs. The well logs are also publicly available. You can look at them. I haven't seen anything on the well logs that looks promising, but I'm also not an expert interpreter. I'm not a geologist. I have friends that are. I usually turn that portion of it over to them, but I'm just doing the precursor, preliminary overview of this, and it looks to me like the asset is not producing anything at the moment, and it has never reported production to the state of Texas, but the operator is in good standing with the state of Texas as it is, and they're complying. There's no problems as far as I can see from a compliance regulatory background. Once again, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just reporting to you what I see here when I type in Hudspeth operating and the data comes up.
No, Tom, that's actually consistent with what we know. They're not supposed to be producing.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. What you said is 100% correct.
Right.
They're not supposed to be producing. So there's this thing called a continuous drilling
There's
clause.
also additional wells under Torchlight.
Yeah, I can see it's university lands too. And if y'all want to see the rules for drilling on university lands, I'm not sure exactly what your lease likes, but they're usually pretty typical, the same for anybody that gets a university lease. And there's clauses in there for drilling completion, et cetera, holding the leases, et cetera. So they could be very well within their boundaries on all of this. They could have years left. I'm not sure how the lease is worded.
Yeah, so as far as I know, what you said is 100% correct, by the way. Totally agree with you. As far as I know, what I've heard is that there's this thing called a continuous drilling clause. So once they start producing on any one well, they have to start drilling additional wells at a certain rate, and they would rather keep just test wells up and figure out how much oil the whole thing is, and then sell that, sell the entire asset. That's what I've been told.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'll go back to, if I had the well test on these things, I'd be able to tell you right now. Of course, that's going to be confidential information. But the stockholders, the people that invested in this thing, they do kind of have a right to know at some point. Like, you can't sit on this forever. And so in regards to transparency, I would want to have that at some point, and to know what their grand scheme is here. And know that they didn't just drill a bunch of dry holes. Having that available, if they actually want to produce this thing and go further with it and go drill whatever they need to abide by their university lease in the future, they'll need to do that. So they've got some decisions to make, it looks like.
Tom, here's the funny part. The funny part is we're not shareholders yet.
Right. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
We don't have our shares.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what to say about that. I'm just looking at the asset itself, from the asset side. But I understand that this is a headache for all of y'all. and I hope that y'all are able to resolve this in some shape, way, or form in the near future.
And I hope you help us. I hope you help us. You said you know you've got a network. If you do your best for us, that's all we can ask for, sir. That's all we can do is just
Yeah,
ask
I
for your
mean,
best.
if there's been laws that have been violated here, if there's people have been done wrong, that's important. I do believe that transparency with whether your assets are is also important at the same time. And I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest, with all of this, but I wish y'all all the best, and I hope that all the holders or people that should be stockholders are issued the stock that they've paid for. I assume here, and I do hope that the holders are made whole somehow in this process. But as far as an immediately producing deal that has very promising future, I can't say that by looking at this. And I can say that in the past, with anything that I've done and been involved with, one of the most important things we've ever done after we've had a successful program is to go out and sell it. And we've had decks to raise money, and this stuff is out there, and it becomes general knowledge almost at some point, unless you're trying to lock up acreage and lease additional acreage and raise money to do that. And so, I like I said, there's a lot of questions here around oil and gas deals in general. It's hard to make any assumptions about anything, but I would hope that the people at Hudspeth Operating that drilled these wells, I don't know if these individuals, if the guy that owns Meta was actually the man that drilled the well. But if I dug deep enough and if I called on enough people in West Texas, I bet you I could find the actual drilling company, because I've got access to cement reports and all kinds of fun stuff and phone numbers for people. And so if I made enough phone calls, I could actually find the people that drilled these wells, and they would actually tell me if they're worth a shit or not. And that's pretty invaluable information there. And that is access to people. I mean, that is accessible to people in the industry that know how to do the digging around. But I do hope that these people at Hudspeth Operating do well by their investors, and everything is on the up and up here.
So Tom, just FYI, the geologist who did the estimates and all that, his name is Rich Masterson. So if you have contacts with him, and you can dig around there if you like. Just
yeah, to me, it's easier to call the people that cement the wells or are there when they're perforated, and they can tell you pretty quick what happened. And you're getting the right story because you're talking to service hands that make $40 an hour.
Got it.
Well, thank you for that. I really appreciate that report. Kamita, get your hand up. Chamita, I don't know how you pronounce your name. How you pronounce your... Is it Chamita or Kamita?
If FINRA saw this, so why
What's
didn't
that?
they do anything about it?
Can you repeat that? Hello? Now he's muted. Okay, interesting. Huh. Oh, no, he's not muted. Kamita, can you hear us? Oh, he dropped. I don't know what happened there. Okay. Oh, we do have mics available if anybody wants them.
I want to talk to Tony for a minute if I can.
Of course you can, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Tony, so glad you're here, man. It's so good to see you here. I appreciate it so much when you come into the spaces, and I know the people of this community do also.
No problem.
You're a great voice. So, what was your take on FINRA's statement? I'm curious.
Oh, the last. So my take is that their last question, which was, will the stock become tradable, or is the stock tradable, was a hopeful belief that the stock would become tradable in the future. So that basically means to me that they are in the same camp as Cromwell Coulson, that they would like to make the stock tradable. They would like to see the shorts resume their short position and short the stock to infinity. I mean, until it goes down to zero. And they just want to take up from where they were at before. And of course, that's not going to happen because according to their own statement, a CUSIP number has to be filed. And that means NextBridge has to file the CUSIP number, right? NextBridge is not going to do that. They spent all this time and effort to get the company private, and FINRA wants them to go and make it public. No, that ain't going to happen. But that's what they're hoping for. That's what they would like to shoot for. So the key is to bring back our limited number of trading days, right? The 2 trading days, and to just go back with that. Yeah. So,
have you noticed the recent release the blue sheets trend on Twitter?
Yes, that is an excellent trend. I fully support that. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, some goofball thought it up in a moment of clarity.
Yeah,
that was me.
So, excellent. Good work. Excellent to get that trending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's been 100 days. We should know what the short interest is right now, right?
Well,
everything
here's
should
my
be
logic.
settled.
My logic is, if you're not offsides, release the blue sheets to the public. If you are offsides, release the blue sheets to NextBridge and Metamaterials, reverse the corporate action notice, reissue the Series A preferred shares, MMTLP, reconcile on the open market.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's easy to do because everything will swap 1 for 1 with NextBridge hydrocarbon shares, right? So everyone who's got a placeholder, you can go back.
The only place where they'll have complication is with the people who got transferred to AST. They might not be too thrilled.
True. But there were very few people who transferred there were very few shares that were transferred to AST, it turned out, right? But the main thing is, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so the main thing is that because all this time has passed, everything should be settled. All that information should be, all that information should be able to be disclosed, right? If they have nothing to hide, just release it. Just let's see what the short interest is. And if it turns out the short interest is 500 million shares, if it turns out the short interest is 1 billion shares, well, that's good to know too, right?
Well, I could understand them not wanting to release the blue sheets to the public if they are offsides, because then they would be basically telling us this is how many shares we have to buy back, and then all you have to do is watch the volume, and it becomes a free for all.
Right.
So
but the only people who really care about that are the people who are short. The brokers, the broker dealers themselves, they're just middlemen, right? So they're just middlemaning their way through it. And as far as they're concerned, I believe the broker dealers created these temporary CUSIPs because they didn't want to take the fall for the short hedge funds. Right?
So
there you go. Yeah.
So here's the problem. Yeah. The problem is the brokerages are also liable because
and FINRA threw them under the bus.
The brokers literally have to be the ones to buy it back and then go settle up with the market makers.
Well, yeah. So what's going to happen is the broker will buy it back. Then they'll give the market maker a bill. Actually, they won't give the market maker a bill. They'll give them a margin call.
Yeah, they'll just right off the top.
take the money right out of their account.
Exactly.
And say, hey, there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is about to be a very special moment. Another moment where two forces meet one another. Tony Twits, I'd like you to meet Mr. 1 and 100.
Oh, hello, Mr. 1 and 100.
Hi, Tony. We've spoken before.
Well, not in front of
I'm pretty sure.
Thank you for being here. I wanted to ask you, did you catch that NextBridge identifier went public?
No. What do you mean? NextBridge identifier went public. There is no symbol.
I know there's no symbol, but the identifier for NextBridge is public. I find it very interesting, the timing.
Talk to me about that. What's going on?
Well, I can't really go into too much detail, but one of the posts that came up yesterday showed that NextBridge showed up in a person's account. Did you catch that screenshot on Twitter?
But that was the short, wasn't it?
That was the short, right? Yeah.
Right, it's a short. But if you look at NextBridge as an entity, it looks like it's being identified as public when
it's
it shouldn't.
publicly reporting, and it should be
Right.
publicly reporting,
Right.
but
Unless
not
it was
publicly
fake.
tradable. Right.
Unless it was fake.
Yeah, it shouldn't be publicly tradable.
Right. But there's an identifier that shows it as public. So I just find it very interesting, the timing.
Could be.
Especially what's going on with Canaccord and Alpine right now.
Oh yeah, that whole discovery thing is going to be freaking amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The discovery is going to go all the way through to GTS. Have you read that the court filing?
So I haven't finished it, but it's pretty thorough. Yeah.
Yeah. So FYI to everyone who hasn't seen it yet, the court filing is not about random things in general. The court filing is very specific. It's about spoofing, and basically they said all these current players have been spoofing, which is a federal crime because it's market manipulation. Okay, and they brought out specific instances, and Credit Suisse is labeled in there as well too. You got Canaccord, you got GTS, you got a whole bunch, and they're all listed as spoof. Here are the instances where you spoofed. Here's how much you spoofed, right? Here are the trades you put on, and then you removed off very quickly. Here are the trades you actually executed, which is a small portion of the trades that you put up there to try to psych out the market. So there you go. I mean, I don't see any reason. I'm not a lawyer, okay, but it's a very specific complaint. It's a very specific filing, and quite frankly, if it works, that would be excellent. At the very least, you should be able to get discovery out of it without a problem, because the specific instances are listed out there, you know.
I also find another part of that complaint very interesting is the Credit Suisse angle, where it points to a Hong Kong entity, where yes, and if you look at that Hong Kong entity, it connects right to Citadel. So yes,
there you go.
Yes, it's almost as if it's a legal tactic, backdoor to get straight to Citadel, as it most likely is the broker of interest and the target. So multiple complaints going in the same direction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Time
and very
bomb.
specific too, right?
And very specific, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe they should be able to get to discovery very, very easily with that, hopefully. Right. Yeah. So, and I'm told that the judge is also not the kind of judge to mess around with. So apparently it's a friendly judge towards the judge doesn't want spoofing to go around. He's not one of those judges who like say, "Oh, well, it's spoofing; it's no big deal." No, he's one of those judges who's like, "Spoofing, we're gonna hang you." That kind of thing.
That's funny. No, but terrible at the same time. But yeah,
exactly.
It's interesting. It really is. Very interesting timing, especially with margin requirements going up tomorrow, and this whole Credit Suisse UBS thing going on. The Fed's just pumping money into the system. Futures are already up right now. It looks like almost a head fake because all the moving averages are pointing straight down, and to me, it's a setup. This is a setup.
Yeah, I mean, not financial advice, not a financial advisor. I personally would not want to be in the S&P 500 around now. Just FYI.
Paul, I just wanted to interject. Apparently, D and Swing have got a space going, and Mr. Pecos Bill is over there in there speaking.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good right here.
Okay, I mean, I can end the space if you guys want to go there.
If you're gonna end the space, I'm most definitely gonna open a new one.
Yeah. Well, we're good. We're still talking. Let's
if we
keep
have
it going.
some things to talk about, I'll keep it open. If not, if we stop talking, then I'll end the space. It's not a big deal to me. I don't have an ego. I don't need to host a space. I'm hosting it for the benefit of the community. It's the only reason I'm doing it. Yeah, I said earlier, I opened this reluctantly. I didn't really want to host the space today. I didn't want.
I'm very glad that you did open the space.
Well,
And
Andrew, yeah, in retrospect now, yeah, I mean, from the speakers we had today, absolutely, I'm glad I did. Yes, I mean,
and that's why I'm saying, Paul, you gotta keep doing it, man. The people of this community, you're one of those figures that everybody can say without question is not divisive. We all get into our spats, and that's okay. That happens, but you are not divisive. So please don't stop. Don't stop opening your spaces. And when I see your space open, out of respect and deference for you, I'll close my own space, which I did, and I'll say, let's all join in with Paul because you're one of those guys.
Yeah, I did the schedule. I scheduled this one more than 48 hours in advance. So everyone was well aware of this one from Friday. I scheduled this on Friday. So this way everyone would know about it way in advance. So this way I wasn't overstepping anybody's toes. You know, I mean, because I've gotten accused of that recently. That I was overstepping somebody's toes trying to compete with them. I'm like, I'm not looking to compete with anybody.
No. Listen, it's okay, and we're all on the same team, and it should be there should be no egos involved, just for the benefit of the community. That's why I closed my space and was like, no, hell no, let's all go into Paul's, and look at what happened. Beautiful things happened.
Well, Andrew, I'm glad you were here when Bill was here, because I would not have asked nearly as many questions as you did to Bill, because you're good at that stuff, interviewing and questions. You're very good at that. You're quite adept at that.
Well, okay, so here's the deal. I got a lot of DMs after last night. He was in a space with someone, and in that space, some questions were brought up as to some of the things that he said from a perspective of where he would sell at as a trader, not as an oil and gas expert, but as a trader, and that caused some concerns for some people. So I wanted to make sure that I did ask, okay, like, what is your level of trading? And he was very forthcoming and said, by no means is he an expert in trading. He's an oil and gas man that had some, that took some losses on his portfolio and wanted to try and, replenish his retirement accounts and the rest of his portfolio. But by no means, he said, is he an expert trader. So I wanted to address that, while at the same time asking him, questions about his field of expertise in the oil and gas space. So I think we were able to have a very effective and informative conversation, and I hope that it laid to rest any concerns that anybody may have had with anything they may have heard last night. He was very forthcoming. He's a very kind gentleman to come and spend that much time with us and offer his oil and gas expertise. And I thought it was great. And you know what, Paul? I got to say thank you for kind of letting me steer that conversation. I appreciated it very much. It doesn't escape me that it's your space.
Again, you did far better than I ever could when it came to that, because you're good at asking questions. I'm not one to probe. I don't do that. Like you're good at that. So of course I want you to take charge of that. I mean, you did brilliantly. You were great. So, and I'm glad you did it.
Speaking of questions, what kind of suits do you buy? I look at that suit and I'm wondering what are we dealing with over here?
It's 100% wool. That's all I'm going to say.
How about the thread count?
I don't buy polyester.
Can I get the thread count?
Oh, I don't know that. It's
all right.
It's double-breasted.
All right. You want to go to JT? He's got his hand up.
Yes, please. Hi, JT.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
So I've been listening for a while now. I'm up in here in Canada, and I've spoken to Gandalf, Mr. Edward in the background, and Curtis as well. And I think this is amazing what we're doing here.
Absolutely.
I'm not a big trader. I'm actually in a different profession. And I actually got into this play through a friend. And I don't have a whole lot of different knowledge to add. I know 100 and Mr. Drew and Tony, obviously, and Paul as well. You guys know a lot more than I do. But this is amazing play, and I kind of just had a feeling of this play. I'm like, this is something that I really need to get into, and it seemed, sometimes you get that feeling, it's too good to be true kind of thing, and I had that feeling as well, but I still went for it, and I still bought in. So I think this is amazing. You guys are doing a great job, and just kind of talking about spoofing. So I'm in a different play. I'm in NWBO, and I'm sure you guys have heard of it. And so Cohen Milstein is and I think that might have been what Tony was speaking about earlier with 100. Cohen Milstein is the lawyer that's taking it up against the hedge funds or market makers, what do you want to call them. And I think they're Citadel, Concord. I'm not sure if GTS is part of it, but essentially they've caught these guys with their pants down, and I don't think they have anywhere to run to now. So I think we're in a good position there. But I guess one of my questions was, could these guys turn around now and say, hey, look, there's not really any funds available for you guys, and just kind of write it off?
No, the
Is that
answer
an
is
option?
no. The answer is
No.
no, because the
Okay.
DTC is responsible for balancing the books.
Okay.
Yeah, there's multiple levels of insurance. At the broker level, the broker's got SIPC insurance. After SIPC, you got in excess of SIPC. I believe Fidelity is good for a few $1 billion, something like that. After that, you got the DTC, which has essentially a $1 trillion insurance policy. And then above that, you got the Federal Reserve and all that. So the answer is no.
And then after that, you have the Treasury and FATCA laws that can drain from any account in the world for if there's collateral there. So
exactly,
and
yeah.
they'll find it.
I'm currently with TD Canada web broker. I'm not sure what Gandalf. I don't believe Curtis is with TD, but yeah, they give me some weird answers. I mean, I'm sure you guys probably heard of all of it already. They told me to delist my shares. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? So I'm like, I'm not going to just throw my money away because you're telling me to. The guy was very aggressive
told you
with
this?
me. TD.
They actually told you to do that?
Yeah.
do not do that. Not financial advice, but I don't recommend that. No one recommends that.
I would
don't
never,
do that, period.
No, I would never do that, but that really pissed me off. Like I said, I've been listening in since December 9th, and I've kind of been just listening in the background. I like to have all my information before I speak. And you guys got most of it already covered, so there's not much for me to talk on at this point. I got just kind of waited out. But I think Mr. Drew over there has got a aggressive personality. He can kind of take people offline pretty quickly, so that's kind of cool to see that. And I kind of have some great leaders to like Tony with his research and 100. Good to have great leaders in the community. So I think we're doing an awesome job here. And like I said, I'm not a big trader, and I got into this play because I thought it was something special, and I think it is something special.
It is.
And we're gonna come on top for sure.
Oh yeah, even if you don't sell, you're going to make a lot of money. Either way, you're going
God
to
willing.
make a lot of money.
God willing.
Hey JT, that Alpine Concord thing is bigger than most people realize. All it takes is one of them. That's it. The whole thing comes down.
Domino
Once one falls, they all fall.
Well, the thing that we're talking about in the background here is some of the people that I know that are invested in NWBO. You guys got to probably really get into it. If it's going to be a big thing, because they're playing with genetics and immunotherapies, and they're essentially trying to cure cancer. So I'm not trying to promote anything. I'm not a promoter. I can care less about the funds. But I think NW is doing something really, really special here. And
Hey JT, I don't disagree with you. I think there's a lot of companies that are doing great things.
yeah, for sure.
But the after effect of what is about to transpire is gonna impact multiple companies here, including the ones that have purposefully went dark to protect themselves from this type of fraud. So yeah, I mean,
so did you guys take a look at 100? Did you guys take a look at the some of the kind of the back and forth for that case? Was that the one you guys were in particular speaking about earlier?
I'm talking about the GTII case, but I also understand the background of the MMTLP connection as well as previous cases that have transpired on the docket. So I personally know for a fact that the federal authorities, as deep as FinCEN, has looked into Concord at least.
I I don't know. I'm almost like an outsider looking in, and I don't know how these guys get away with this shit. Like my energy sometimes is on the way level of Drew, and like shut these fucking guys down altogether. Like it's just funny.
It's a time bomb. That's all I can
Oh,
say.
it's going to be even funnier when we get our resolution. It's going to be real funny, but we're going to be the ones laughing this time. So we just got to stick together and keep up our efforts because they are getting noticed.
We will have the last laugh, and actually more than once we will have the last laugh. We'll have it when we trade again, and then we're going to have it after everyone's made whole when we go after all the bad actors. So yes, we're going to have the last laugh twice, not just once.
I'll laugh once, and then I'll laugh on my island.
Okay, well, you could do that, Andrew, if you'd like.
Sorry, I don't want to take up too much of you guys' time. I'm kind of just pulled over the side of the road here. What kind of impact could it have on the actual banking system once they prove? I think NWBO and maybe even GTII have proved that there's spoofing going on, and they got them doing it at certain times and certain days and timestamps and all that. What kind of negative impact could it have on the banking system per se?
That's a 1 in 100 question.
So you have hundreds of banks that are in the mix. You've got pretty much control at the top tier, and that top tier will see an increase of account activity, registrations. At that time, as it's going, as that's transpiring, you'll be noticing that they will be presenting different crypto, meaning blockchain opportunities to transfer into a new monetary system. And that will have to do with direct payment systems, real-time liquidity, and distributed ledger technology on top of the blockchain platforms. So you're going to have a crisis moment, and then there's going to be, hey, we'll give you a deal here where you can transfer over. And this is a critical point. Do we transfer into a system that is totally controlled by the central banks again, or is it going to be managed by the U.S. Treasury, which was originally intended? In all these countries, as you can see, there's protests around the world going on. In particular, their pensions and their retirement accounts and all that stuff. So it's gonna get shaky. Let's put it that way.
So I guess there'll be a right time to get into the digital coin, if you will. And then also we'll probably see a big downturn in the market, I'm thinking as well, right? In the actual OTC market or even maybe NASDAQ.
There will be extreme levels of volatility in the stock market as well as real estate as well.
Yeah, just FYI, Bitcoin is last I saw $28,000, so it's up dramatically.
Right, and in my opinion, not financial advice, but that's a trap. Anybody chasing this thing, it'll get to a certain point, and then they're gonna pull the rug on it when the market starts to react.
So yeah, Bitcoin is extremely volatile, and the futures market is. So I believe it was who was that? I believe it was Steve Mnuchin who basically took credit for at a speech where he said, "Hey, look, I drove the price of Bitcoin down," or something like that. So they can affect the Bitcoin market, the Bitcoin price through the futures market. Just FYI.
Absolutely. One thing that's never changed since I guess a few years ago, ever since the 2016 halving or the 2020 halving as well, you had a high interest of institutional control. So whatever happens on the major exchanges, Bitcoin usually responds to it. You're starting to see a little bit of a divergence right now, but it's not completely diverted from it because you have such a high institutional control over both what do you call it? Instruments, I should say. That's what you should call it.
Okay, let's go to hands. Tom, hi, have your hand up.
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you all thanks for having me up, and I gotta leave here in a second, but I wanted to leave one last little piece of information nugget I found here.
Please.
when wells are drilled and completed, you have a record of this with the Railroad Commission, and I can see, and I think Pecos Bill talked about this earlier, but they were drilled by two different operators. One of them was Maverick Operating, and that's Scott Kimbrough's company, and then the other company was Founders Oil and Gas, and that was Brian Segro. All this information is available publicly. But it looks like, someone came in here, drilled some wells, sold them to Scott. Scott came in and drilled some more and turned around and sold the whole thing over to Hudspeth and turned over to the guy that runs the Meta. Basically, he signed for them. There's another piece of documentation. So you can see the paper trail of the actual people that drilled all this stuff, who they are, and what's going on here. But if they weren't brought online, there could be several reasons why. I would note once again that this stuff doesn't have any infrastructure around it. And so that could be a problem if there's natural gas involved, is finding a way to get it to market. If it is in fact oil, and I believe Holly Frontier here is listed as the authorized, casing head gas collector, and oil, or actually DCP is for the casing head gas, and Holly Frontier is for the oil. So it appears, they've got their gatherers here connected, and I'm sure they've got well tests on these. Once again, I don't know what they are. It could be, broken up gas. Who knows? They could be sitting on a little bit of oil here and there. I don't know. But the well logs, what's important to also know is that the well logs were required to be made publicly available also by Railroad Commission law. And you can go and you can pull these well logs if you want to look at them. If you're interested in any of this, you can DM me. You can follow me. I'll follow you back. Send me a message, and I'm willing to talk more. But there's a lot of information that's publicly available on these assets themselves, and you can draw a lot of your own conclusions based off the public paperwork yourself if you want to. Of course, the company and the people here, George is his name, I believe, with Meta. They have their own story to tell, I'm sure. But once again, thank you for allowing me to come up and learn about what's going on here. And the trading situation is an interesting one. The players involved are also, interesting here, and I'm looking forward to see how the investors are made whole for what's going on here.
Tom, I just want to say thank you for spending your time with us today, and for hearing us and not jumping to conclusions. You came, you were attentive, you heard the situation, and you didn't make any snap judgments. That is something that I take to show incredible patience and a real humanitarian side to a person when they do that. Thank you so much for hearing us out. And if you and I could continue our conversations, in a back channel, and perhaps you could maybe help us through your network to amplify the voices of of the people of this community, that would be very appreciated. They are suffering. We come from all different walks of life, hardworking men and women. These are not professional traders. These are, like I said, hardworking men and women. There's veterans, retirees, um, grandparents. It's been a really, really rough 100 days. And if you could be so kind to please help us amplify our voices through your network, you'd be doing a great service to the people of this community. So thank you once again for coming and speaking with us today,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. Thanks for having me. And I just wanted to correct one thing. It was Kenneth Rice, I believe, Jr. here at Metamaterial is the person that actually signed for these wells, I believe, for Maverick. But and I believe they said that the geologist was Kimbrough, if I'm not mistaken. So the geologist, maybe he's still with the properties and he's part of the deal, perhaps, if that's the case. But I'm looking forward to seeing more information on this come out. And no matter what happens, I'm always interested in a good oil and gas deal story, no matter what the turnout. And it always has my attention and piques my interest. So thanks for having me.
If you like a good underdog story, stick around because we're going to kick FINRA in the teeth this week. It's going to be beautiful.
Absolutely. And Tom, thanks for stopping in.
Good luck getting all the transparency all deserve.
And I can't wait to get my metamaterials money so I can buy more metamaterials. Those bastards.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Hey, I got a question for Tony. By the way, Tony, thanks for your videos. Love them. If we were to go to trading, would you think well of scaling out, like, let's say for easy math, 10,000 shares. So you do 1,000 at $10, another 1,000 at 20, another 1,000 at 100, another 1,000 at 200, 500. At least that way you'd catch as high as it would go at some point. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. So I think I mentioned in one of my posts to a reader at one point in time, I typically don't buy in one lot sum, and I typically don't sell in one lot sum either. So prior to actually buying anything, I actually figure out how much I want to sell and what the sums are I want to sell are at, right? So there was a guy, Houston Wade. He had a fairly good idea of how to sell during a spike in price, or how to sell during a short squeeze. And his concept is that you sell at every doubling, basically, right? Or every 50% increase. So let's just say that you sell some at, so there's this thing called dollar cost averaging to buy and make sure that you get a lot of shares during the dip. So you can do what I like to call fixed share selling at exponentially higher prices. So let's say you start off at like $100 a share, just for the sake of ease of computation, right? And you might sell 100 shares at $100 a share. Then your next sell point might be 50% higher than that, which would be $150 a share. Then your next sell price let's make it double it. Your next sell price might be $200 a share. Then that means that your next sell price after that might be, again, 100 shares at $400 a share, right? And then you go $800 a share, $1,600 a share, right? The price increases dramatically, but the amount that you sell is still a small amount every single time. So the first time you sell, it's like a safety sell, right? And you wind up still, you might cover back all of your input costs. The second time you sell, you start making some profits, but as long as you still have some left, you can sell and hit the peak at some point. And if you got a few, if you think about it, 10 doublings is a factor of 1,000, right, in price, right? So that's how you can find your price.
Well, I definitely cost average it all the way down. So I know how to do it on the way up, I guess.
That's actually the right thing to do. Yeah, that's actually the right thing to do.
And every time they drop the stock on me, they got it down to 290. I'm buying more. They're gonna pay.
Yeah.
Now, if the 2 days, we get the 2 days opening up, it's gonna be a little different scenario with that strategy. You're not gonna go by price. You're gonna more like how many shares have been sold, assuming we can see the volume. You have to guess how many shares they have to buy back. That's the first thing. All right, how many short shares do you have to buy back? So you go with that number, question. Then you can estimate. Okay, when it gets to this volume, I'm going to sell this much. And then the next level, when it gets to this volume, I'm going to sell this much. So it's not going to be by dollar; it's going to be by volume at this point. It's going to be a little different this time.
That'll be interesting because Fidelity I have, and they only let you go 5x. So if it's $1, you can only do $5.
I have both Fidelity and TD Ameritrade. I'm so glad that I transferred almost all of my MMTLP shares from Fidelity to TD Ameritrade. I did it just in time too. Good thing I did, because I mean I was able to keep all of my my dollar cost averages and the dates I bought them. It transferred over to TD Ameritrade. So now, as of this weekend, all of my shares are now long term, which is great. So when I sell, I'll have long term capital gains now.
Long term capital gains is beautiful.
I know it is. This Saturday was the last of my shares, which is a nice amount actually. It was definitely in the 5 digits that I bought the last number of shares. when I transferred it. But I did buy a few shares. I only bought like 2,000 shares during the run up. Unfortunately, I paid $10 from them. Unfortunately, so it's
I
only
like to
I only
add.
had 2,000 shares I bought. Not a big deal.
I like to
But also,
add to something you said, Paul.
yeah,
There's 2 days, and you're talking about volume. So I agree with the volume part. I don't agree with the day part. It's literally impossible to cover this amount of shares in 2 days.
not
It,
really.
it
So I don't think you'll see the volume. Is what I'm trying to say. The price will move so fast, and the volume will move so fast. By the time you get the information, and by the time you hit the sell button, there'll be a lot more volume at that point in time. Is what I'm trying to say, right? Because they have to get through what 300 million shares, 100 million shares in a day, something like that, or 2 days, or if they have to get through 100 million shares in 2 days, that's a lot of volume, right? And the price is going to be moving really fast at that point.
yeah,
So
I don't anticipate the 100 million. I
it could be a
anticipate,
billion.
yes,
That's the
a
whole
lot
thing,
more
right?
than that. And you can't do that in 2 days. The largest I've ever seen is 2 billion shares in one day.
Yeah, HCMC. I know I was in that play.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
Like
that's actually not the stock I'm talking about. But you, as long as you've seen it, but that's buying and selling. That's not it's not a close only position. So I've never seen 2 billion shares in one day close only. Never.
That's true. That would be buying only. Well, there would be some people who would be. So there are some people who would go to position close only, and those are people who, if they're in an IRA of some type and they can't hold a private company share in an IRA, then they might want to sell. So there are those possibilities. I don't know about that IRA fact, but that's a possibility as well too.
And my
Yeah,
last
it's one
question
of the reasons
for
why
you,
it's
Tony, is I have an IRA, and they move these things to NextBridge. That's out of my IRA. I'm going to be
Right.
screwed. So I haven't even asked to transfer them. They tried to get me to, and I said no. And I sent them an email saying, under no circumstance are you to trade this, and under no circumstances in the beginning were these things to be lent out. And the guy told me, as long as you don't have a margin account, they can't sell them on you. I go, what do you mean they could sell them? He goes, oh yeah, read the small print in the margin contracts. They can liquidate you anytime they want. I was like, oh, nice.
Exactly. Yeah. Anytime they have liquidity problems, they can liquidate you. So that's why that's why I personally don't have a margin account. And yeah, so I agree with you.
All right, let's go to hands. Phantom, who's next?
I believe it's JT.
Hey guys, I'm just gonna kind of sign off here. I think we're doing a great job here. Everybody's doing a great deed here. And one question before I kind of sign off here: could they limit the sell orders, or sorry, our sell price? Could they limit that? Let's say they limit to $100, and that's the highest we can sell for. Maybe this has already been answered, but that's kind of one of my questions.
Again, we're gonna be on the ask. That's all of us retail investors. We're gonna be on the ask, and the hedge funds or the DTC, whoever's going to be the buying agent. I think the DTC will probably be the buying agent in this case. They're going to place bids. So it all depends. Either if they slap the ask or we slap the bid. That's where the sales price is going to come in. If we don't slap the bid, then they're going to have to keep raising their bid. Ultimately, they're going to have to start. Eventually, they're going to have to start slapping the ask. Eventually, in time they will, because they're going to be running out of time. They're going to have to start just slapping the ask like crazy. If they're not moving enough volume.
Tony, what do you think?
Oh yeah, the price is going to go astronomical. They have to they have to increase their asking price until it reaches what we're willing to sell for. And the only way they can tell what we're willing to sell for is when they see a limit sell order, right? So if you place your limit sell order 5 times the price has to go up by at least 5 times in order to get there, right? So
I think that's what happened, Tony, originally, right? That's why they halted us when they saw everybody's $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, $10,000 sell orders. That's when they
that's not why you got halted. That's not why you got halted.
Yeah, that's not why. Because in Fidelity and various other places, you can't place $1,000 limit sell order.
You got halted because there's no locates. That's why you got halted.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Yeah. Kind of just last question here. Have they maybe reached out to NextBridge or anybody and try to do anybody maybe have you guys maybe heard of it? They try to do like a settlement at a certain price. Have we heard of that at all? And again, I appreciate it. And sorry,
yeah, I don't know if they've reached out to NextBridge. I don't believe they have, but I don't know. Anyone else know?
I don't think they have. Oh, I mean, we haven't asked that question of John Berta in a while. But when I did ask him at one time, he said no one reached out to NextBridge. But that was a while ago.
Yeah.
I
believe their game plan is to try to get this thing trading, and that's their desperation game plan. That's what they want to do. So because they know if they go to NextBridge, it's going to start at some astronomical amount, and they'll go bankrupt. Yeah.
They should start in 4 figures. Yes, they should start at least $1,000 a share. Well, actually, Tony, John Berta did mention in a space call once. He saw remember that proposal I had on $1,000 a share for every authorized share that they had left over. I don't know if you remember that tweet I had. Anyway, John Berta said, "Paul, you're very close." That's all he would say. Exactly. I'm not sure what he meant by that exactly. I think he was referring to that tweet about $1,000 a share if they were to sell those shares to the hedge funds.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking it'll be a pretty high price, and they're going to be very close to at least $1,000 to start with.
Yeah, and they're
if
only
they
going to
do
get
it.
so many shares, right?
They don't have enough. There's not enough.
They don't have enough. Yeah.
No, there's no way they can be able to do this. They can just sell them a portion, but that's not going to help them very much. It doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, if they've got 1 billion shares outstanding, then NextBridge can't offer them anywhere near enough, and they have to try to close their position.
NextBridge has what? They have like maybe roughly 200,000 left, maybe. I'm sorry, 200 million left. 200 million. I'm sorry, 200 million left.
Yeah,
that's not even going to be near enough. So that doesn't solve their problem. Even if they sold them every share they had, it won't solve the problem.
Hopefully we trade soon, guys. I'm fingers crossed.
Oh yeah.
And it's gonna be a great couple of days, or if it's 5 days, whatever. As long as we all get settled here and everybody's taken care of.
Just keep pressure on Congress.
Less days.
Just keep pressure on Congress.
That's right.
That's all.
Just don't stop what we're doing. Do what we're doing still. Do not give up on all of our activities. Don't give up on that. We have to maintain the pressure. It's important.
Yeah, everything I see happening says we're doing the right thing.
Yes.
Because everything is moving in the right direction.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks for letting me come on, and I'm really appreciative of all you guys. I've been listening since like December 8th, 9th, and I think this is one of the tightest knit community that we got here.
Absolutely.
And I agree with all you guys.
Here. We do.
Totally bullish.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks, JT.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Phantom, who's next? Is it Jeff or is it Andrew?
It's Andrew.
Andrew.
No, I insist you go to Jeff first, please.
Okay. Jeff, you're next. Jeff? Hello, Jeff. Going once, going twice. Jeff.
Jeff, wake up or they'll throw dirt on you.
I guess he may have stepped away.
All I really wanted to say was, ladies and gentlemen, if you direct your tweets to the nest, the first 2 tweets, tweet number 1 is to Steve Bannon's secretary. Before, when I mentioned this, we didn't have nearly as many people in here. If you'd be so kind to reply to that tweet, something along the lines of, yes, please help us, we're suffering. Same thing goes to the second one. The gentleman who was just here from Texas, he put us in a tweet with a gentleman by the name of Adam Korzeniewski. He is a U.S. Treasury alumni. He might be able to, U.S. Department of Treasury. He might be able to help us out, put in some words for us. So please do reply. Reply, not just tweet and quote tweet. Please reply to both tweets. It will help us. We need to create that awareness this week. We need more. We need more amplification. And these are 2 people that might be able to significantly help amplify our voices. So please do respond to the tweets and just, something along the lines of, yes, please watch the video. please help us, something like that. And there's also the other tweet that I had before. The first two tweets really important though. If you could comment and very kindly, let them know that we need their help and that they should watch the video. That'll be very helpful for the community at large. The first two tweets in the space from the left. That's it for me, Paul. Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Andrew. I mean, that's great. Yeah, all these different outlets that we're going to be reaching out to, it's only going to strengthen our resolve. I mean, Liz FINRA is going to see it that way. My God, these guys don't quit; they just keep going at us, and that's what we want. So, Andrew, thank you for getting those tweets out. That's fantastic. I mean, like, as the more exposure we have, it's only going to help our cause.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely. Jeff, are you there? Okay, Smash, you're up next.
So my question is basically, it's going to be a close only when they do open the market on MMTLP.
That's correct.
Is that considered kind of like a gray market?
No.
Okay.
No, it's going to be an open market, but in the sense of only being open to the MMTLP shareholders and the hedge funds or whoever is short. I mean, it could be some retail investors, depending on some brokerages do allow shorting for retail investors. So whoever is short will only be able to buy to close, and only the retail investors will be able to sell to close. That's it. There's no one else can be involved in this. So it's an open market, but in the sense of that, in those parties involved, that's it. So but no other retail investors that want to buy in, they can't. It's only going to be open to us.
So, but if we can only see the ask, is that a form of kind of like the gray market?
I see. That's the thing. I don't know how they're going to show this. If it's an open market, they should be able to show the ask and the bid. I mean, I would imagine we're going to see that at least. I hope we're going to be able to see volume. That's another thing.
Right. Well,
I don't know how they're going to do this. I really don't.
It sounds like 100 has been kind of through something like this. I guess my question is, I have Fidelity. We can only set sell limits at 5x.
Yeah.
But if it is kind of like ask, if we can only see the ask only, or if it is the gray market, does that 5x go out the window and we can set anything we want pretty much?
100. You have the answer to this. I'd love to hear it.
Well, from what I've seen two tickers trade freely on a close only position. They went private regardless of the story that was behind them and whatever activity occurred after. They still traded freely, and it was you saw tremendous volume like what Tony had described. Just insanity of transactions going through at like lightning speed. And most transactions were definitely on the offer or above the ask until they start manipulating the price action, where they bring it down and people start to freak out, and then they respond based on their emotions. But those are emotional traps, because the majority of the shares that do need to be bought back are usually held by large shareholders, and they understand the game. So there's a tremendous amount of volatility, and it usually leads to much higher prices over time. So I wouldn't worry about the restrictions on price ranges, or if you can't sell 2, 3, 4, or 5 times your expected price. Just follow the price action and the volume at the end of day, and give your best estimate of how many shares are anticipated to be or estimated to be bought back. And I don't think this is my opinion. I don't think you're going to be trading for 2 days. I think you'll be trading for at least a week, or if not 3 or 4 days tops, or minimum, I mean. And that's it.
So you'll be able to see level 2 and volume. You think you'll be able to see all that?
Yes, you will be able to see a bid and ask, and you'll be able to see time and sales.
Great. Okay, that's good. And volume and everything, which is great. That's helpful. Now, all you got to figure out is, you take your best guess as to how many shares they have to buy back, and then you could adjust your strategy accordingly.
Right. After the first day, it'll be helpful as to what position you may be in.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we have no idea how many shares that they buy back. It could be 400 million. It could be $1 billion. It could be 2 billion. I mean, your guess is as good as anybody else's. So you're gonna have to make your best guess and go from there.
And just for the record, because we are on a recorded line, and if anyone wanted to do any research on it, it's very easy to find. It's hard to find the trading data because it's been purged. But those two tickers that I saw to go private off exchange was GWAY, GWAY, and the other one was LEXG. These traded around the same time frame. It was around the summer. It was blitzkrieg trading action like you've never, or light speed trading action like you've never seen before. And, it's something that you'll never forget. And obviously when this happens, when this is resolved, you'll never forget this for the rest of your life.
Are you kind of like talking? The only thing I've ever been in something like that is DWAC. So are you talking about a lot faster than that, or is that pretty much?
Yeah, that's pretty much what you would see.
Okay.
But on steroids.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for that.
Hi guys, one quick question. I'm probably late, but my name is Anil. On my Fidelity account, this MMTLP shows as next page hydrocarbons. I mean carbons. So is that the same thing? I can still sell it if it opens or no?
Yes, AKS. You have a contra QSIP on your there. It has like it's letters and numbers, right? Your QSIP number. I have Fidelity as well. It's not. They're placeholders. They're not real NextBridge shares. They're placeholders for NextBridge shares. So the answer to that, yes, you can sell them when the market opens. I'm not saying if. I'm saying when the market opens because I know it's going to open. I'm that confident. It's going to open. So yeah, you can sell them. You don't have NextBridge shares because no one has NextBridge shares in their brokerage accounts. At least not yet. Once all the trading is done and their shares are reconciled, then you could hold shares in your brokerage account as NextBridge at that point. But right now, you don't. Nobody does. The only people that have NextBridge right now are the ones that transferred over to AST. At the moment, that's the only people that really have NextBridge shares. No one else does in their brokerage accounts. No, not yet. In time, yes, that will happen, but it's not there yet. They haven't given anybody the shares in their own account. No, not yet. So no, the answer to your question is yes. You can sell them because those are not NextBridge shares that you have.
Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, Phantom. Who's that? Well, Phantom. Hey, you're the co-host. You want to speak? You speak.
Thanks, Paul. Drew, you still there? Can I ask you a question, bud?
Yes, sir.
Hey, the politician guy stumbled in earlier. Tom, is it?
Mm-hmm.
I think you're going to be in contact with him. What I would say to you, I think he was using old information. I think he only looked for Hudspeth. I would reach out to John Berder with regards to more information for him because I think he was using old data from what he was saying. So I would reach out to John Berder, get that information and give it to him and let him have a look at it better.
Excellent idea.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Drew.
Good idea.
But which item did you want me to send over? Let me make a note of it.
Where they've dug on the land, who it was who's dug. He didn't mention about Torchlight or what NextBridge have done in the meantime, and he mentioned only 10 wells, and it's up to about 15 wells now they've dug. Do you get that?
Wait, what was that? You blacked out a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Just saying, the guy was only looking at Hudspeth, okay, and he only mentioned MMAT. He didn't mention Torchlight or NextBridge. And I know he mentioned 10 wells. I think they're up to about 15 wells now with NextBridge.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to have conversations with him in back channel. And I'm also reaching out to his friend, the guy, Adam Korzeniewski. That's his friend. So we're going to try and, I don't know, maybe I'll get them both in a space and we'll see. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
But I'll make sure that I bring that up.
It was just weird the way he just bounced in. That's all. I just thought it was a bit of a coincidence, and then he started.
I think he came in because he was following the other oil and gas expert in.
Yeah, it's just been weird tonight. We've had that many experts just show up, which is unusual.
We got lucky. We got lucky. We did.
Yeah. Anyhow, I think it is Pistol Pete next.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I thought they were real guys, not like the trolls we've gotten hit with every now and then.
Yeah, one of them was definitely a piece of garbage, but whatever. He was dispatched.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a couple of minutes and just go play with my daughter.
You do that, kid.
Okay.
So the thing that John Berta had said in one of the recorded messages, he was talking about he'd rather see a settlement and then some prorated shares. And I tend to think that would be the best way out, because I think it's going to get too overly complicated. Some people are going to get screwed. I would like to see everybody get a good price and then some Nexford shares. I think that would be the ultimate goal, just my opinion. What do you guys think?
Personally, I don't like that idea. I want this to go to open trading, and then we get what we get for it. Because we're going to get more in the open market than we would
if we want to sell.
So was that, Andrew?
I said if we want to sell, we should have that choice.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that choice. That's the problem.
I think we will.
No, I think it's going to trade freely, and you're going to have no choice in that regard.
I would love that. Don't get me wrong. That would be the ultimate.
And the stakes are too high to do anything.
But to be
else,
settled
to be
quickly, I don't know.
So when you're in the camp that we're going to be open, it'll be open trading for the way I described it, with just the MMTLP shareholders versus hedge funds.
I would love to see it.
100. Do you think?
And
I'm sorry. Say that again, Paul.
I was saying, you believe ultimately the only resolution would be open trading, as in the MMTLP shareholders versus the hedge funds. That's the parties involved with the open trade.
Yeah.
Which means sell to close and buy.
Yes, that's what I'd like. Yeah. I've always wanted that. I've been hoping I'm on that, but just.
Yeah. So 100. You think that's going to happen?
I think you got so. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, but they have to have a limited number of days of trading, right? They can't just say.
Oh no, yeah, The corporate action will state that.
It has to be identified. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so you believe that's the resolution, correct?
Yeah, sell to close, and there's obviously there's multiple factors here involved. It's not just about MMTLP. All right, you got a ton of things going on. Dealing with regulators and intelligence agencies on the back end of this. So there's a vested interest to see it publicly trade. Just leave it that. I'll just leave it that.
Okay, thanks. Terry, I sent you a mic request. I'd like to see if you have anything to say. Anyway, if Terry wants to accept it, it's up to him. Okay, Phantom, who do we have next?
Michael.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
On.
Well, I have a question for 100, and this is the part that I'm trying to get through my head. If you think they're going to go beyond 2 days, how is that possible? Because we were promised 2 trading days that we didn't get, but if they say that we need more than that, well, they could say 3 or 4 days. They could say a week. They could say a month or two. Like, there's nothing that would prevent that market time from expanding beyond anything beyond 2 days if they decide to go beyond 2 days. It's kind of a slippery.
So I'm speaking based on personal experience of what I've seen other tickers trade to close out. And usually when these closeouts happen, it's within a course of a week. It's never longer than that. And the fact that you have a multi-layer amount of counterfeit stock here, 2 days of trading, I don't think will be enough
now
to cover everything.
In those scenarios that you've known of, were they identical in the fact that they were 2 days cut short? Like, would that match situation for situation?
No, they were forced to close by buy-in notice from the DTC.
But do you see how that could be like a slippery slope where they could be like, well, they have to be closed by the end of May or some ridiculous thing like that? Because if they go
No,
beyond 2
no, I
days,
don't.
then what's to stop
I
it?
don't. I don't see
Okay.
it because you got too much you have too much awareness where this needs to be controlled and it needs to be settled out. So it can't go past a certain amount of time. It has to be settled. Has to.
Okay. All right.
Personally, I think if they give them a week, the shorts won't necessarily sell the first couple days, and it'll come down to the last 2 days as well
Right.
too.
And that's exactly
So
what I
there you
would
go.
anticipate too, right? You got 5 days, but maybe the last 2 days mean the most. You know what I'm saying? But either way, you still got to have a time frame to get rid of, at least a certain amount of shares. So I don't mean to confuse anyone, by that statement. It's just and by my previous statement, but you have to expand the window because you have a large amount of shares to deal with.
With the exception if a judge
Yeah.
orders the 2 days trading that were lost.
Well, that is a possibility. However, I don't believe a judge in this circumstance would do that because it would put such extreme pressure on all the participants that are involved to make sure they have their ducks in a row. And if it were to happen that way, then the cover would be delayed because they would have to make sure and double check that everything is in order.
I have no problem with giving them a week. Give them enough room to hang themselves.
Well, that's the other part of this, right? You have all these complaints on the back end that have RICO claims to it that can easily turn into criminal, right? So, you're working with the DOJ and you're working with any other intelligence agency that may be, combined in multiple efforts here, and it's a national security issue as well. So you can't mess around. Like you just can't.
Is anybody talking? All of a sudden, we're quiet.
So, Paul,
No,
we've got Annette next to speak.
Okay. Hi, Annette.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. So I have a thought and a question for 100. We are 100 days into this, and you have been fighting this battle and waiting for this for so long, and your excitement is you can feel it coming closer is palatable and appreciated. And I wonder, how do you think they're going to mitigate media? They're going to want to keep this as quiet as they can when it does go to trading, but how do you see that part playing out?
I
Or is it
don't. I don't see that at all. I see this being wide open. You'll be on Fox News. You'll be on Bloomberg. If anything, you'll be on Bloomberg 24 hours a day for at least a few days, because everybody's going to be talking. Oh my God, I can't believe this is going on. It's going to be between this, and it's going to be between the banks that are collapsing at the same damn time. You know what I'm saying? So this is going to be a news event. This is not going to be kept quiet. There's too much at stake here.
yeah, that's sort of the way I see it, but they're going to try to squash it somehow,
I think
but
the
they're
banks
just not going
collapsing
to
is
be
too
able
big
to.
of an event, right? So the media might just cover the banks collapsing, and then that could be no one will even see this, for all we know. And if they do see it, they might say something like, "Ooh, nobody saw it coming."
Well, I hope that it is, as 100 says, that it's all over the place, and and that it frightens people and awakens people, and it causes the change that needs to happen.
I agree, but I think that also the banks collapsing is a really, really big deal. I mean, this affects 65,000 shareholders, maybe 125,000 shareholders. But if there's a major banking crisis, that affects hundreds of millions of people, right? Just be aware that the banks crashing could be much, much bigger, right?
No, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I received a phone call. Yeah, absolutely. The bank part is huge, right? And I alluded to it before. We're transferring into a new monetary system, and there's going to be a lot of collateral damage. And it just so happens that you are. I hate to describe it this way, but this is the truth. You are blessed to be in the position in which you're in because you're on the right side of history. And anyone who's not paying attention to what is going on is going to get slaughtered. And I hate to say it that way, but that is the truth. Again, and I know it's hard. It's hard to see it in your mind. It's hard to accept it, or hard to anticipate something like this. But
100, we can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Okay, sorry about that. That's what happens when I receive phone calls. It messes up my my Bluetooth stuff. Anyway, I just think that we're on the right side of history. It's going to be hard to understand it until it happens, and there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be hurt, and there's going to be a lot of people that are going to benefit from it. And I think that anybody who's in MMTLP or whoever's holding uh, these positions in companies that will, that stand to benefit from these events that will occur, they will be sitting large. Now, what's the risk here after all said and done is how you manage going forward. Like, are you going to be the person that's going to jump into this volatility and then lose everything that you just earned? Or are you going to be the person that is going to be responsible and take a break or see other opportunities to invest at the right time? Because when all this occurs, it's going to get pretty volatile, and it's going to be across the board everywhere in the market. So unprecedented times, right? A lot of this is going to be first time experience for a good reason.
Okay, Peter, you're up next.
Good evening, everybody.
Hey, Peter.
How you doing, Paul? Just first of all, I want to say thank you for having these spaces open. It's great. Last night, I was very excited to be part of a conversation with Chunk Savvy and this, I forgot his name, the gentleman, Pico, I think. He sounded really...
Yeah, we had him in here for a couple hours today.
Oh, you did? Oh, I missed it. Was it recorded?
Yes, sir. It is recorded right here. The
Excellent.
space.
I'm going to go back and listen to it when I get out, when I get done here. Did he... one of my questions last night was, I would hope and pray that this opens up and it trades. I left half my position in TD Ameritrade, and I moved the other half to AST, and in the event that we would trade. And my only question is, I heard that great interview you guys had with John Berta, and one thing that John, I was hoping to listen, when I was listening to that, I was trying to get an idea if we were getting any closer to a sale, because worst case scenario, I'm hoping that the assets would sell, and then that would force covering. That would be my stopgap right there. Hoping that they would sell, and hearing John saying that there was no interest in selling in the foreseeable future, I don't know what that meant. Does anybody here have any idea how much more you think we have to drill, or how much more we have to prove? Anybody have a guesstimate on the timeline, you think? Or has John ever alluded to that to anybody, like how long it could take? I mean, we had Bird Lady in the beginning telling everybody that this thing was probably ready for sale right away. judging by the economy and where oil is.
Nobody can say for sure. I mean, you got to remember, John Berta is not a part of Nextbridge Hydrocarbons.
No, he's not. I get it, but he was with him for a while.
No, he was never a part of their staff.
No, I don't mean that. I mean Torchlight. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course. He was with Torchlight, but Torchlight was acquired by Metamaterials and spun out into a private company, which is subsequently and substantially different than, Torchlight Energy Resources. So it would really be a question that only could be answered by those that are at Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. John Berta can give his opinion, which is what he did. He said he did not foresee, but you never know. I mean, listen, if ExxonMobil or Chevron or Shell comes tomorrow and decides that they're very interested in the property and they make a substantial offer, then I would imagine that offer would be considered. Just my opinion, just my imagination.
See, my whole thing is
there is no timeline on it.
Well, I know I'm going to guess. This is all my assumptions. Torchlight was probably, since its inception, or I don't know how long it's been. I don't know the background on it. I don't think they were ever intending on developing it completely and owning it. I think there was always going to be one of those things where they were going to sell it. So when they had their down period and they had to merge with MMTLP, I'm sure there was. I mean, it's not like a total surprise out there. I'm sure there's a lot of big companies out there that know that it exists, and I'm just curious. I'm just wondering that during this whole time that he was in control and now he's not in control. I'm sure there were some companies with their eye on it, and if their eyes were on it, I'm not. From what I'm hearing, Nextbridge is not going to develop this property. So that's what I was hearing. That's what I've been reading everywhere, that there's no way they're going to develop it all.
They will not be producing anything.
No, and
they're priming the assets for sale. That's what they're doing. Now, how long will it take? Well, it's going to be months, I think, before they're ready.
So
that's my
you're
opinion.
saying minimum like a couple years.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, they still got to prove the assets. That's what they're doing right now. They're proving the assets. Once that's completed, I don't think it's going to take very long. I think maybe by the end of the year we should maybe even hear about a sale at that point.
Okay.
That's
how
my
many
guess.
how many wells do we know for a fact are drilled already? Do we know?
From what we heard, 10.
Okay, and they're doing another 5 this year.
Closer to 15.
Oh,
it's 15 now.
Paul, it's 15. Yeah,
it's
I think
15.
there's a magic number for them of 20. Once they get to 20, it becomes a bigger asset almost. So once they get to 20, it becomes more, for a big oil company to come out and buy them out, apparently.
Okay, and those 5 wells will not take a couple months. That'll be drilled for sure. It shouldn't take long.
Okay.
Yeah, so the last 5 wells that were drilled, what happened is that they found additional pay resources. So they wound up drilling 2 additional wells, right? And they don't really know how much oil is there, because the additional pay zones basically mean there could be much more oil, and they want to figure out how much that oil is right now. So you don't necessarily want to sell something and give away a bunch of free oil, right? It's what they're looking at, I think, right? Yeah.
No, I totally 100% agree. I'm just wondering how long it would take. That's all. Just a guesstimate, because that's the worst case scenario that I'm thinking in this situation. My best case scenario is obviously I've missed a lot of this conversation, most of it. I don't know. You guys sound really optimistic that this could go to trade. I would love to see that happen.
I have no doubt.
You do?
I have no doubt.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
I have no doubt.
I have zero doubt either. Yep.
Okay.
There's no other alternative. There is no other way to do this.
Right.
They can't settle. There's no value on these shares. How can they settle? It's not possible. And I just don't see that. Now getting back to your, to the oil. Pecos Bill was in here earlier. He mentioned he thinks in a couple of weeks he's speculating that the oil prices are going to drop like crazy, and that means oil rigs, well, not oil rigs, but the oil
the machinery,
drilling equipment, and and the what's the word I'm looking
They're going to
for?
stop drilling them.
And the people that do it. There's gonna be there'd be more availability to get those people at a cheaper price too to drill the wells. So maybe NextBridge is maybe waiting for that time period to happen in a couple of weeks. I'm sure. I mean, these guys are well versed in this. They probably know it's going to go down. But Pecos Bill is speculating in a couple of weeks that oil prices are going to drop. So we'll see if he's right. So if that's the case, maybe NextBridge feels the same way, and they're waiting for the price to drop to where they can get these people to drill wells much cheaper, like 40% of difference in price.
Yeah, as long as we don't have a war. Yeah, as long as we don't have a war, oil will go down. That's what technicals show as well.
You never know what's going to happen. Yeah, one more, boom, that's it. Price is going way up. It'll, as you know, it always happens that way. But yeah, you're barring any extraordinary events, we'll call it. Huh? No pun intended there, right? No.
Yeah, we've had a lot of extraordinary events.
Yeah, and that's why I said, I was trying to be funny. Anyway,
no,
if nothing
even with
happens in the
oil.
world, and if the price does go down, yeah, the equipment will be cheaper. The employees to hire to drill those wells will be cheaper.
Yeah,
and maybe they'll do all 5 at one shot at that point.
That makes
which
sense.
I would do if I were them.
Yeah.
But
Again,
there's a
that's
possibility that the price of oil could go up too, right? Because
and it can.
The SPRs are the strategic petroleum reserves are at record lows right now. Yep. They're thinking of opening up Alaska. Opening up Alaska, oil is expensive to drill there.
Drop the price, yeah.
Yeah, but oil is expensive to drill there. If you got to drill in Alaska where it's freezing cold, sub-zero degree temperatures all the time, you want to drill there or do you want to drill in the Oro Grande Basin? I mean, give me a break, right?
You think Biden?
Where would you rather drill?
Another thing, as Pico said last night, was that he thought that because we're under litigation possibly and all this other stuff that they really can't do anything. That I don't know if he changed his mind on that, but I think he's wrong. I think that NextBridge can continue. If they decide to sell, they can sell. This isn't going to stop the sale.
Peter, I think you misunderstood. This came about at least a month or so ago in a space call. I actually asked that question. He says it's business as usual for NextBridge up until the disbursement of the proceeds of the sale. That's when that gets halted. So no, nothing gets frozen. They can still proceed with the sale. They can still negotiate. They can still do all that stuff. Nothing will change.
Okay.
It's just the proceeds. If they sell it and then they close on the deal, the proceeds now that will be frozen. They can't give out essentially you can't get your dividends because who are the shareholders? They can still sell. There's only 165.5 plus, of course, the 56 million that Greg McCabe got. And if they sell those 40 million that they're going to put in the S1, so all those shares will have to be accounted for. Anything above that obviously doesn't exist. We know that. So they have to hold off on the disbursement of the proceeds until all that, the counterfeit shares are reconciled. But yeah, it doesn't hold up anything with NextBridge. So to answer your question is no, it's business as usual for NextBridge. They can continue what they're doing up to the sale and closing of it from what John Berta.
And we're still waiting to hear from John Berta and Wes on a response to FINRA, right?
Well, yeah, I don't think he mentioned. Yeah, yes. John Berta didn't even know when he went on the space call on Friday. Or was it Thursday?
Yeah,
I forget.
Yeah, they said they're going to come out with a PR maybe the next day, but we're
still waiting on that. Maybe we'll hear it. Probably Monday we'll probably hear something. I'm guessing. I guess they got held up. Maybe legal had to look at. Well, legal. They are legal. Duh. Maybe they wanted to revise it more. Who knows? They didn't on Friday. Yeah. So Monday.
Last question. 100. You sound very confident, along with a couple other guys here. Do you? What makes you really think it's going to open up very soon? Do you think it's going to be soon? And then what gives you that? It sounds like you've had experience before. With
13 years of following court cases and seeing how all this crap plays out and I've never seen this unprecedented amount of litigation and concentration of efforts on naked short selling ever. And it's been a huge problem for such a long time where me being a shareholder in other companies that have exposed it in a court of law to pave the way for you guys to benefit as well. To me, it's like we're at the finish line and all we got to do is get a judge's order and then it's game over. Like I've never felt so confident in my life because I know we're so close to it.
Wow,
And
awesome.
yeah,
Really
like
encouraging to hear. Really encouraging to hear.
it's an amazing feeling because
Yeah.
I understand the amount of suffering and challenge behind all of this because this isn't the only community I've experienced it with. You know what I mean? And I'm not even a shareholder of MMTLP. I've seen the struggle behind it, and I see the level of information that is shared, not just here in the community, but on the back end channels. You know, to see the level of participation from a legal standpoint is unbelievable. Um, and me personally, I have tried to sue. I have gotten lawyers, and they've all said the same thing. Oh, well, you know, you probably want to do a class action, blah, blah, blah. And I basically told them to go F themselves. I don't want a class action. I want you to fix this problem in the market because this is not going to stop. I'm not interested in that resolve. That's not going to fly. This is a national security issue. It needs to be addressed. I do not want my family or my friend's family or people that I care about. I don't want them to experience an America that where prosperity cannot be achieved. That is not acceptable. And now that I see that this is being addressed in a very serious way, I am absolutely confident that this is going to work out.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it so much. I'm going to go ahead and drop my mic and I'll just listen. I'm going to go back and listen to your recording from the beginning, Paul.
Okay,
Hear
thanks,
what
Peter.
appreciate everything you guys are doing. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm going to make a prediction. I know I'm going to get burned for this. I got burned for this in the past. I think we're all going to be resolved, and we're all going to be smiling by the end of April. That's my prediction. Don't We're in mid March now. You don't have to give that just surprise face, Phantom.
And
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
want
make
it
a
by the end of
prediction.
this month.
I'll make a prediction that if I make a prediction, then I'm gonna get my ass kicked. So I'm not making predictions.
Yeah, I got my butt kicked. The first time. Yeah, end of January is what I said last time. That didn't work out too well, did it? But I mean, we're really close now. We are really, really close. So I mean, I think it's gonna be before the end of April. But I'm saying by the end of April, this will all be done for sure. I think so. I really believe that.
well, I'll
With
feel more confident. I'll feel more confident in making predictions on dates and times, which I really don't like doing, just based on past experience. After March 29th,
why
because
that?
because March 29th is when GTII is waiting for a response from the SEC in regards to Alpine. And
Oh,
if Alpine flops at that time where they belly up, it'll have such a chain reaction it won't even matter.
okay.
So anyway, I'm gonna head out. Just want to say thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for all your efforts. Uh, I don't I don't know if Tony was here, but just wanted to thank him for coming in as well. But that's fine. We're gonna be fine. Just
Yeah,
be
well, and thank you
just
for
be
Hey,
coming
diligent.
Thanks,
hey, 100.
100. We
as
appreciate
well.
Hold
And
on,
it, sir.
100. Sorry, 100. I have a question for you. I know you and I have gone back and forth. Sorry to cut you off before you're leaving, but we believe it's going to be traded. It's going to be traded by the DCC. It's going to control it. But do you not believe they're going to buy to a number, then stop? Buy to the 165 number. So even if they do give us 5 days of trading, if they get to the accounting set in day 3, they would stop buying. Right?
yeah,
There's still a possibility.
If you're asking about a limit of 165.5 for them to stop buying, I absolutely disagree. They
Okay.
need to cover every single share that is out there, and if it doesn't get covered, it gets transferred over, and it has to be recorded. And if it is recorded, then you're dealing with a criminal act.
100. They have to only buy up to only the short positions. That's all they have to buy. Nothing more.
No, I think the miscommunication is that what 100 is saying is they have to buy back every share down to the authorized share count.
Correct.
Right? 100?
165 times 2 is where your locate stops. Anything above that number needs to be bought back.
But
If
they can't locate because the company is going private.
I understand that, but the brokers are responsible. They are liable for those transactions, so they need to settle them out. The DTC will control that effort. If there is leftover on the counterfeit stock, it is a criminal act. It's that simple.
I agree, but if they give 5 days of trading, but on day they're going to do T0 settlement, right? That's what we're all thinking because DT is going to control it. They're going to know that Robinhood needs to get to 30 million, TD needs to get to 20, whatever their numbers are. That's their allocation. But essentially, if they get to 165 on day 3 of a day 5 window, they could technically stop buying.
No, they have to. No, they have to buy back what is shown on the blue sheet data. It'll be part of the whole situation. It's not going to be ignored. It does.
I agree, but if they get to the blue sheet data on day 3 out of a 5-day window, they could technically stop trading on day 3.
No, you'll get to 165 within minutes, if not an hour. It's that's not going to fly. The amount of transactions you're about to see is going to be ridiculous. Ridiculous.
My point is though, to get to even so they do trading for a 5-day window, right? And they could technically, if everyone has the right pricing, whatever pricing is, they could technically buy back to get to 165 accounting earlier than the 5-day window is what I'm getting at.
Yes, they can get back before the 5-day window expires.
Yeah. But the whole point of this is the volume is going to drive what's happening. That is the key thing we all need to watch for.
Correct.
So don't think of it as a 5-day window that they could buy back within. They could technically, if the volume is there, they could technically buy back early.
As long as the certs are returned back to the company, that will constitute that the bus is full, and all the brokers buy in notice, meaning court order, congressional order, or DTC or SEC rule enforcement. They will have to buy back every single share that's out in the market. End of story.
Yeah, I agree. Everyone's clinging on to this 2-day, 5-day, regardless of what the duration is. Granted, the shorter the duration, the better for all of us. But if it's a longer duration, and on day 2, if we happen to set all pricing that allows them to get the buyback to the accounting allocation, technically trading could stop on day 2, even though there's a 5-day window. That's all I'm saying.
Well, it all depends on who owns what. So if you're a whale that's got 10 million shares or whatever, or 50 million shares, and you didn't let loose, then it's not going to stop trading until we get your shares. And there's no way a whale is going to hold on to their shares when prices are going to get at, whatever levels they're going to be at, because they have to buy back at whatever the whale sets their price at.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The 165 people, some 165 holders or 165 million shares are going to be allocated to NextBridge, and that's basically the bus is full at that point. And if they buy back to that level, then we're done. Watch the volume, as Evan said.
And it'll be known what that termination date is going to be. So the whale will know, I want to get rid of X amount of shares on whatever day, and they'll be paying attention to the volume transactions as well. So this will be very, very organized and controlled. The only thing that will not be controlled is how it's trading intraday, the volatility of it. That's the only thing that will throw everything off. But it will be controlled and within a certain time period.
Thank you, 100, as always.
No worries. All right, guys.
100.
Take care.
I do have one question. Sorry, I know that you have to go.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
When this is going to be trading, I think there should be some set of rules set and one of them is who is going to be governing or the body that going to be over supervising the trading. Is it the DTCC?
Yes, the DTC will be in control and balance the books, and they will have to report that information to the regulators. And if there's law enforcement involvement, they will have to forward over that information as well. And I would highly anticipate that that is the case because of the RICO claims that are presented in the complaints
Don't you
that are active.
don't you think that it should be other rules set before the trading, like that all the brokers have to participate and not just like optional?
No, it'll be a mandatory buy-in notice, close only. They have to participate.
Okay.
The DTC will force that issue. You cannot go around the DTC unless you want to deregister yourself as a DTC participant. You have to follow suit.
Right.
That's like you going to the Federal Reserve and saying, "Well, I'm not going to pay my bill." Oh yeah?
Yeah.
We'll get the IRS on you. You know what I'm saying?
Because remember there was some brokers, I think Webull and TD Ameritrade, they said even if this opens for trading, we are not going to participate.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah.
say.
Yeah, they have to get to their allocated number from the DTC. That's what they have to get
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, because I'll tell you one thing. If they do that, they take that stance, you sue them for everything that you got.
Yeah.
Real simple. And they'll lose and they'll go belly up.
Yeah.
You take them to town.
Yeah.
Yeah, the DTC has 165 brokers, and they know what allocation they're allotted to, and they have to get to that allocation allotment or be under it.
I'm gonna be a little aggressive right now. I'm gonna be like, listen, I know that this is being recorded, and I know that there are nefarious actors that are either gonna listen to this or they're on this call. I don't give a shit who the fuck you are. We're taking you to town. I'm done with this. I told you this is war. This is it. You're not gonna scare us. You're not gonna prevent us. You're not gonna distract us. Your bullshit tactics, nah, it's not gonna happen. This is gonna be resolved. End of story. Deal with it. It's gonna happen.
Yep.
Good night.
Thanks, 100.
Thanks, 100.
Yeah, Paul, that's my only thing. Is just the whole thing is people need to realize that the DTC is controlling the allocation. T0 essentially that's what's going to happen. FINRA will not technically be involved. It's
No,
DTC
they won't.
controlling it.
No, FINRA is going to issue the initial corporate action. After that, they're done. Essentially, they're out of the picture at that point. Once they issue the corporate action, that's it. Their job is done. Then the DTC
They don't even need
over, and
they don't even need to. They don't even need to issue the corporate action. Apparently, we can go around them. Just someone needs to open up the books.
I don't think. I mean, if the pool theory holds up that Andrew was mentioning, a while back, that's where the DTC can come in and do a workaround from FINRA. I don't think they can just do it the way FINRA would do it, which means it's corporate action and all the brokers in one pool kind of thing. I mean, Andrew, you can expand on that if I'm wrong. If you know better than I do. I don't know if Andrew's there. Maybe he's with his daughter. But the pool theory is where like certain brokers have the same QSIPs. That's who would trade amongst their shareholders and the hedge funds. Like it'd be in pools. We would not be one market. It would be multiple markets, which would definitely prohibit that price spike that we want. It will not be the same. With FINRA, it would be one corporate action. That means all the brokers in one pool, which is what we all want. Again, I could be wrong. I'm just I'm interpreting this. That's my understanding of this pool theory. If they work around FINRA.
Yeah, it's anyway. We can debate the pool, regardless of how you call it. There's gonna be some sort of open trading, and there'll be some sort of controlled settlement. So that's pool. I say the pool theory is for settlement, not for trading, Because as soon as you do pool theory and trading, you have RICO, you have anyway. I'm not going to go into that whole. I'm not rewinding it.
I don't think the pool theory is going to happen. I really don't. And
it can't be. I think the numbers are there just for reconciliation after the fact for DTC. Yeah. There is a reason why people have the same number, as Andrew said. Like, there's no reason. Like, someone told them to use that number. It just, that makes total sense, regardless of its. I think it's pooled for settlement through the DTC. That's been my stance from day one. Not for
why they pulled certain brokers together. That's the only question. Why? I mean,
yeah, it's for settlement. That's all. They're going to trade. DTC is going to control the settlement of those brokers across themselves and send them a bill. That's what's going to happen.
I mean, why they picked those brokers to be in the certain pools? There's got to be a logic. We don't know, but there's got to be some certain logic behind it. I wish we knew what that was.
I don't care what logic is.
It doesn't matter. I mean, to us, it doesn't matter. As if it's one market, it doesn't matter to us. No, that would be background stuff, and we don't care about that. As long as it's one market, I'm good with that. I don't care what.
I don't care what you call it. Give me trading. We'll work around it. I'm not worried about it.
One market,
whatever you want to call it, however we settle in the end. In my opinion, the DTC is going to send the brokers an invoice based on the settlement. I don't care. Just give me some sort of trading.
Yeah,
and we're good. We'll go from there.
You have the one market. Yeah, that's exactly how it'll work.
Paul, you think it's because it's the pay for?
It's a what? What was that? Okay, I don't know what happened to him. Phantom,
I think it's the order. You talk about the order flow. Just
order flow, yeah.
Going
that
through
certain brokers bought from that broker, right? So that's why they're grouped together, because their transactions go through them.
I don't know.
Because that would make sense, right? That, okay, these brokers were running their transactions through this broker, so that's why they're in the same group.
Why would a broker a transaction to another broker? That's what I don't get. Why would they do that?
The pay for order flow?
Yeah, but I thought that was through through market makers. I don't know where they go. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works.
but the reality is, each broker has to get to their allocation as set by the DTC.
Right.
So yeah, I don't think it matters who the order flow is. They have a number. Each trade has a 20 million allocation. They have 40 million they sold. They got to buy back 20 million. So that's, I mean, I don't see how that works, but they have to get to their number.
That's a fact. Yes. Okay, Phantom. Who do we have next?
Petito, then Peter, then Danielle.
Okay.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. First, I want to say thank you, Paul, for having these spaces open. Been listening for a long time. Like the way you do your business.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Secondly, last night and early this morning, I'm the firefighter that put the hashtag faces of MMTLP in progress. It was a good day. Once Berta retweeted it and Ham retweeted it, we really picked up steam.
Awesome.
I think it's been viewed over 100,000 times at this point.
Excellent.
Basically, I was asking people to either pose with the hashtag MMTLP or possibly a different hashtag that was important to them concerning our fight, or just a selfie if you knew how to put the MMTLP tag onto it, and either post it here to Twitter or email it to me. We've gotten over 60 responses so far just today on a Sunday, which is good. My hope is that we could get a catalog of these pictures of these people's faces that are in this fight to be made whole. We can get this file and we can attach it to our letters to people in Congress, politicians, media people. We could just sort of tag it at the end of our personal letters or our form letters that we're trying to use and send out. I worked with Andrew behind the scenes a little bit this morning to try to organize it a little better, and he put out a post himself, which has been seen thousands of times so far in just a few hours today. So I just want to urge people, if you can, just, it can take a few seconds just to get a Sharpie and a white piece of paper and take a selfie, or you can make yourself a sign and take a picture with yourself or your family. You can go out into your town, take a picture in front of a courthouse, a government building, a famous landmark, a children's hospital, whatever you wanted to do with the money, whoever you wanted help. And hopefully we can get a couple hundred more pictures and really make a big file, and we can send it off to these politicians.
That's a great idea.
Yep, seems good. Seemed to be accepted well, and I hope we can keep the ball rolling tomorrow. I'll hop on a couple more spaces, and maybe we can get the picture count up, and everybody can see the faces of people who have been affected and just want to be made whole.
Yeah, I see that. I see you added up to the nest.
I
Maybe you
did.
could tweet asking people to do the same thing, and if you want to add that to the nest, that would be great too.
Okay, I'll
Why
do my
not?
best.
You can ask
I'm a
people,
little Twitter
do what I
incompetent,
did.
so just
Do
to get in
exactly.
the nest as a test.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, just you write in your tweet. Do what I did. See what I did here. Do the same thing. Yeah.
Okay.
However you want to word it, but just
All right.
just saying whatever. You know what I mean.
Yep, I got you.
All right.
All right. Thanks for listening. I just wanted to put it out there. Hopefully, we can get a big output of this, and we can really get
Yeah. I mean,
the
there's a lot.
retweets and the quote tweets, and
Yeah, we have a lot of people in here. We have 444 people in here. So, hey, if you can
yeah,
get at least maybe a tenth of the people in here to do it,
that's right. We
hey,
can get a big file. We can make a video or a YouTube video of all the faces. And again, I said this afternoon, I'm not trying to take the thunder away from MMTLP Studios. I'm going to be making a video for them out of my firehouse, hopefully here next week, and be looking forward to that. And it's just to complement that, I don't want to take any thunder away from that.
okay, well, thank you. I mean, and thanks for getting that campaign going. It's great.
Awesome. Appreciate it. You can all get back to your hard hitting conversation now. I just wanted to throw that in there.
What you did was important too. Don't discount what you did.
I hear you. It's important for everybody. I think seeing people's faces are important.
Every campaign that we have to get our name out there is important.
Right. And again, if people don't want to show their face, that's totally understandable. Just hold the sign up in front of, whatever, your church, your school, your whatever. And just
actually, that gave me an idea. You know what? You can always get a picture from off the internet somewhere, and then if you know how to Photoshop in a white sign and put MMTLP in there, that would work too very easily.
Yep, that is true.
I could do that in PowerPoint very easily if I wanted.
Yep.
To.
I really think it's powerful if we can get people to just make a cheap sign, put it on a towel paper and just hold it up so people can see, who's really has been defrauded in this whole thing.
Oh yeah.
So we're doing good. We have over 60 submissions in just 12 hours. We got
fantastic
selfies of people. We got people's pets. We got people's houses. We got a lot of good stuff.
That's fantastic. Well, thanks. Keep it up. Keep that campaign going. It's great. It's great.
We're gonna do it. Okay.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Hey, Peter.
Yeah, I had to come back after hearing what 100 said a little bit more about the trading. Now that I heard a little bit more how he sounded about it. My quick questions is did he allude to any kind of strategy, like knowing his experience of being through this before, seeing it happen? Did he give us any kind of information as to how we could expect this is going to trade? As far as, like, for instance, I'm at TD. Are we going to get notified when it's trading?
He didn't get into that. He didn't get into notification. I don't think the brokers are going to notify us. I mean, they didn't when the corporate action came out initially in December. They didn't notify us either.
Who are they going to buy from then if they're not going to be notifying us?
Oh, that's a very good question. A lot of people are not going to know this is being traded, so it's to their advantage to notify the shareholders. Maybe they will via their secured emailing system on the brokerage accounts that you have. But problem is, if you're not looking at your brokerage account every day, how you know the email's there?
Okay.
Or the message rather is there. I mean, I don't know how they're going to do this.
And then
you can always do. You can always call your broker and say, listen, if this trades again, will you notify me? If they say yes, okay, how will you notify me exactly if you do? Ask them that question. They may be able to tell you that.
That's a good point. Do you think it's going to be? And then if they do notify us, and then they do start to buy, what are they? Is it going to be like a thing where you have to do limit orders, where you're going to put in a limit order, or is it going to be market orders?
It's always been limit. It's OTC. It's going to be limited. It's always a limit order.
Make sure.
Yeah,
no, actually,
it's not going to change.
No, I think I remember buying through TD at the market. I don't know why.
That would not be possible.
Really?
It's an OTC. It's an OTC ticker. There's no OTC ticker you can buy market. They're all limit.
Oh,
All of
maybe
them.
it was the limit. I was doing limit at the bid or at the offer, whatever. Okay. So, and then he said something about that the price will fluctuate. Is there a strategy? Like, is there no point in selling the first couple days? Because he said it was going to go like 5 days or something like that. Did he say that?
Well, he's only speculating. He doesn't think 2 days is enough. That's what he says.
Okay.
It all depends what the corporate action says. We'll have to see. But I'm going to go with volume. I'm going to see how much volume there is. I'm going to have to guess, like, okay, how many shares do they have to buy back? All right, they have to buy back 500 million, I'm going to guess. All right, I'll go with that number. Okay, so when it gets to 400 million, I'm going to start selling.
So
that would be like
so
like
they're
my
going to put out a
strategy.
corporate action. So that's a way of notifying us that it's going to go for sale.
Well, yeah, that's the first step. The FINRA would have to issue a corporate action. Then the DTC would have to issue a corporate action to the brokers. And then the brokers, that's their instruction sheet. Like, okay, this is what we're doing. They're going, okay, you got to do this, and that. That's their instruction
I
manual.
guess that's when we can reach out to them then, is when we see the corporate action.
Yeah, once they get it from the DTC, then they can tell you, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. They can tell you that. Like, I remember once when FINRA first came out to corporate action, I called the brokers, like, oh, we didn't get anything yet. I'm like, what do you mean? FINRA sent it out. I'm like, we didn't get anything yet. And then I found out eventually, no, they have to wait for the DTC to send it to them. I'm like, oh.
Okay.
So they have the middleman there. The DTC has to send them the corporate action because that's the one they listen to.
Yeah.
So they have to wait for the DTC to send them something. Then they got their little instruction sheet.
So, Paul, how about you? Like, would you sell that first day or would you wait?
Depends what the price is.
Okay. But
if it gets to 4 figures, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to sell.
The thing is, when it's fluctuating all over the place, let's say it's bouncing all over from 20 to 100 to 200 to 30. How do you sell at the limit like that?
Well, you can always put a limit order and wait.
I guess.
Maybe they'll
yeah.
won't.
Oh.
But again, you only if you have Fidelity, yeah, you can't. Your limit order is not going to be very high. I have TD Ameritrade now. If it goes to $30, I can set it up pretty high. I can go 50x on TD Ameritrade. Other brokers don't have a limit. And some of those brokers, the ones that have those brokers, are lucky. They can put whatever their price they want.
Okay.
So you can start putting those limit orders in and hope it hits.
Okay, great. Well, thanks. That's all.
Yeah, it's up to you. Whatever strategy you want to use, that's up to you.
I just want a little bit more clarity on that. Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Saqib, is that how you pronounce your name? Saqib. Okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay. So what I did is I went to ChatGPT, right, just to see what it would say, and I asked it a question: why does MMTLP have different QSIP numbers for various brokers, right? So one error that it has, it says that AT&T issued this, but I think it's an error. It was saying MMAT. It says one reason could be that there are different series or classes of this preferred stock issued by MMAT with its own QSIP number. For example, MMAT may have issued MMTLP in different tranches, with each tranche having a different QSIP number. In this case, brokers may have different QSIP numbers depending on the specific tranche of the preferred stock that they hold. Okay? The other thing it says, which is interesting, it says another reason could be that brokers may have acquired the preferred stock from different sources or at different times. When a security is traded on the secondary market, it can be bought and sold by various parties, and each trade may result in a new QSIP number being assigned. This could happen if a broker acquired MMTLP from a different broker or different market participant, resulting in a different QSIP number being assigned to the security.
Okay, well, 2 things. First, I think your smoke alarm needs new batteries.
It does.
I could hear that. Secondly, that goes in line with what's his name? That Art. I forget his name. Oh my God. He had that theory, which is brokers were trading amongst each other, and that's why they had the same QSIP numbers. What's his name? Oh, he's got a YouTube channel. I forget his name.
Is he the one with has the Joker picture on it?
No.
Paul Pro Street Art.
That's the one. Thank you. I couldn't remember his name. Yeah, Pro Street Art. He's the one that came up with that theory about the brokers were trading amongst themselves those shares, and that's why they have the same QSIP number. So that would go in line with what his theory is from what ChatGPT told you.
Yep.
So that might be, you might be right.
And the other thing that I was thinking was, right, that MMAT could have done this just to see how offside certain brokers are, right? How much they have oversold. Because if they hadn't done this, there's no way, if it went to regular trading, they wouldn't be able to distinguish who has what and how many they oversold and who had the naked short positions. It would limit them in the groups. So this could be a play by MMAT to later on see who the culprits were.
I don't think MMAT has anything to do with this. I really don't.
It says on the chat GPT that it could have been a side bet MMAT just to have different tranches.
I personally, me, I don't think that's the case.
Chat GPT, first of all, is not fed updated information after 2021. That's first of all. Second of all, Chat GPT is Chat GPT. It's not always going to be 100%. It's not always going to be right. It's a computer, and you're asking a computer to give you information in real time when it's not fed information in real time.
I agree with you, but it's just, speculation, because we're all speculating. It gives us some other angles that we may not have thought about, right? I'm just using it in that
absolutely.
sense. I'm not taking it as gospel, right?
Yeah, but I mean, so if you're going to go to like ChatGPT as a resource, then I would just I would ask ChatGPT to provide you with the source information. Like, where did you find this information?
Let me ask you real quick.
Yeah, and then it's always important to get source information, and then go back and look when that source information is accurate as of, because with time, facts change. It's painfully apparent that, and I'll give you a very simple example. Series A preferred share not tradable, and then all of a sudden time goes by and it's tradable. So facts change over the course of time. Circumstances change, facts change. It's just the way it is. And once again, the information being fed to ChatGPT is not in real time. It hasn't been fed any more information after, I think it was October 2021. I'm pretty sure, which is coincidentally right around the time this stupid ticker got listed.
Sure. I agree with you. And like I'm saying, it's just something to think about. Maybe we can come up with some other theory just to get our minds to think outside the box and according to what we've been thinking.
So Andrew, I was actually talking about the pool theory you came up with. PC and the brokers get together, and then the brokers have the certain pools, and you'd be trading in that pool that of the broker that you belong to, that kind of thing. I don't know if you want to elaborate on that, and you can explain to the whole group the theory.
So I'll make it simple. So when we started seeing the grouping of all these identifier numbers, I started to think, okay, why would someone want to do that? And then somebody DM'd me at the same time, like, what if they chop this thing up into 5 smaller tickers? So I kind of put those two ideas together, and lo and behold, you've got pool theory. So pool theory A is, all of these brokers that are in one pool, they would bring about some kind of gray market, which wouldn't require FINRA's approval, and they would only be trading within that pool. And once and each broker would have first crack at their own liability. So if Robinhood is in a pool with Webull and, I don't know, X, Y, and Z, so Robinhood gets first crack at Robinhood shareholder shares because that's who Robinhood has the liability to. Once Robinhood has bought back all of the liability that they need to, they get out of the pool, and those Robinhood shares then become available to the rest of the brokers in the pool, until eventually all the brokers are out of the pool. And then the question is, does that pool then collapse into the other pools, or does everyone just go on their merry way? What I'm seeing is giving me an indication that it looks like they're just going to go on their merry way. I don't think the pools are going to collapse into others. And I've discussed this pool theory, and that's like the gist of it. I've discussed this pool theory with a number of people, and I've been told that not only is it possible, but it looks like that's what may be happening, and they would not require FINRA's approval to bring about a market such as this one that is being discussed. They would not need FINRA's approval to do it because all they're doing is buying back liability, and you can't list a liability on an exchange. So they wouldn't need FINRA approval. They wouldn't need OTC Markets approval. They could literally just build the gray market into their own electronic platforms if they were so inclined to do that.
I'm wondering if the lawsuit, I know this has nothing to do with DTC, but I wonder if the lawsuit that Rosa had filed against FINRA to get open trading, I wonder if that's preventing the DTC from taking any action. I wonder. You know, it could be. It could be. Maybe that's why we're not trading yet. It's because of that lawsuit.
I hadn't thought of that. I had not thought of that, but it's
possible. It's possible.
It's possible. Yeah, but I hadn't thought of that. Good. I mean, that's good thinking.
Yeah, I just thought
I like that.
Maybe because of that lawsuit. Maybe they can't do anything because of that lawsuit being opened up. Like they tied their hands at the moment until the judge rules on it. You know, we'll see. We'll have to. I mean, maybe in a way that's good because if Rosa wins, I know FINRA is going to obviously appeal it. Obviously, of course they will. Yeah. Ultimately, one of these lawsuits ultimately is going to win. You know, we have 3 of them right now. One of them is going to win. So
I honestly, because FINRA wouldn't need to be approved. Because FINRA wouldn't need to approve the.
I understand that, but again, she's looking for an open market. So
that doesn't matter. FINRA's hands. I mean, at this point, FINRA's hands are kind of. The only way that FINRA would be able to do that would be to reverse the corporate action notice, reissue the Series A pref, and then order a reconciliation.
Right.
The other brokers don't have to wait around for FINRA to do that right now because FINRA would not have to approve of them settling this in this manner. So not only do I imagine that the brokers could settle it in this manner, but then FINRA could turn around and say, hey, look, the brokers already settled this, and they did so within their own purview. We didn't have to be a part of it. So, you know, MTD number 2. You get two shots for a motion to dismiss. You've got MTD number 1, and then you've got MTD number 2. So they've already hit Rosa with motion to dismiss number 1. But they'll have another opportunity to motion to dismiss. And my imagination is that if they made this thing tradable, then, and it got settled and everything was all hunky-dory and everything was all reconciled and people started actually getting their next bridge, then FINRA could just motion to dismiss and say this has all been settled, and it's a moot lawsuit.
Well, that's what Rosa's only looking to get this thing trading in. That's all she's looking for.
Yeah, I get it.
Trading, yeah, motion to dismiss will be granted. Obviously, of course it would be. Now the question is, why didn't now it's been 100 days? Why didn't DTC do anything behind the FINRA's back? That's the question. 100 days is a long time. Why are they still waiting?
I mean, you're talking about getting 105 broker dealers all on the same page, and they only get one shot to clear this thing up. Like, they only have one shot.
More than 3 months. It doesn't take that long to figure this out.
10 years of shorting on Torchlight, and then a year and a year and 4 months of trading.
It's all computerized. They've got it. They can get the data in about a couple of days. They can get the data together. It doesn't take that long.
It's not about getting the data together, but now you have to now you have to group these brokers in such a way that
Done.
the availability of we don't know that. We don't know all the brokers. We don't know all of the like. We don't know what's done. And some of these are overseas in Europe. Like you don't know. You just don't know.
Those
Who the
brokers,
hell knows what they're waiting for?
maybe.
Who knows, man? I'll shoot. I'll find out. I'll ask the question to a couple of people this week. But like, I would imagine it's because you've got to arrange the pools in such a way where the availability of shares is in some form of ratio with respect to the liability that's in the pool. And that is like there's like a formula involved there, and who the hell knows what that formula is? I don't. No idea. I have no idea how they're going to decide who gets in what pool, who's grouped with who. No clue.
Yeah, I'm thinking the DTC is obviously well aware of the lawsuits against FINRA. Maybe they want to hold off and see what happens with it.
Maybe.
That's what I'm thinking. I think they're holding off. Like, there's lawsuits against FINRA. Let's just wait and see what happens with this first, because I'm sure they know exactly what Rose's lawsuit says. I'm sure. And that was the first one too. I'm sure they know about at least that one, and I'm sure they've read it, and they're like, okay, she wants open trading. So if that's the case, we better not do anything just yet, and let's see what happens. And if she loses, then then we could do something. Maybe that might be possible. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud.
I don't think it's just. I mean, I don't think our hopes are solely hinged to Rosa. I think that we're making our own push. Like now with Release the Blue Sheets, I think that's like a viable argument in the public eye to have. Like if you didn't do anything wrong, all right, show us the blue sheets. If you did do something wrong, take the blue sheets to Meta and NextBridge and force this thing to reconcile on the open market. Like I think that's a really, really solid argument. It is very difficult to poke holes in that. Like, what's wrong with that argument? Oh, we don't want to do that? Oh, okay. Why?
And then FINRA releases that fact sheet, which was unprecedented, with them saying no comments were under litigation, and all of a sudden, boom, there it is, a fact sheet.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why that happened.
Why now? That's the question. Why now?
There's a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, well, that's
you know why.
Well, I know we're putting a lot of pressure on them. I understand, but they still. I'm surprised they even issued something to begin with. That's just very surprising. They've been taking like, yep, litigation, no comment, litigation, no. That's what they've been saying all this time, and all of a sudden, boom, there it is. Yeah, Congress is real reason, I think. I mean, they've been pushing and pushing and pushing, and they got to keep pushing. And ultimately, I still think FINRA is going to crack, and they're going to break, and they're going to have no choice but to open trading up. So I think within the next couple of weeks, we're going to hear something here. I really believe something's going to happen in the next couple of weeks. By April Fool's Day, hopefully. I don't know what day that falls. I'm just saying that because they're fools. Maybe we'll hear something by then. A couple of weeks. Maybe FINRA will finally break and just do something. Or maybe we'll hear something from the judge in Rose's lawsuit. I don't know how long he's going to take to make a judgment. I don't know. It's a rule on it. I have no idea. I don't know why he's taking so long. He's quick with the responses, but very slow with the judgment. That's really unusual. Don't know why. There's something to ponder.
Yeah, we got a hand.
Yes, we do. We got a couple of hands up. Well, Diva or Phantom, who's next? Does anybody know?
Jeff, then Ryan.
Hey, Jeff.
There?
Oh,
Diva, can you hear us?
I'm here.
Diva, did you hear Phantom?
No, I didn't hear him. But I was just letting you know Ryan was next. I don't hear Phantom.
Oh, maybe you want to drop out and come back in again? Go ahead, Jeff.
Oh, well, this was a thought that just kind of occurred to me. You were talking about blue sheets and then the reconciliation or the counting of the shares that go back 10 years. So, in my mind, just imagine how many shady family offices, shady little market makers and hedge funds have decayed their trades or went bankrupt on other plays in the past 10 years. There's probably all kinds of shares that are stuffed in the obligation warehouse that nobody wants to take uh, uh, that wants to fess up for for responsibility for. There's probably such a mess that they don't even know what the heck's going on.
I don't know. I mean, I still think 100 days is enough time to figure the mess out. That's a lot. That's more than 3
Well,
months.
yeah, I agree, but I think that that was just something that kind of occurred to me that there's probably players that they've exited the playing field a long time ago. They took the money and ran, and they'll never be touched.
That's a possibility as well. But you know what? They still had an open position with the broker that they're with. They had to settle it before they just left.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
Yeah, I guess. Well, the brokers is ultimately responsible for that, so it's not our problem. Broker's problem. Again, it's not our problem. We don't have to worry about that. And yeah, they could have just taken the money and ran and left their account open, and then yeah, they can never hear from them again. That is very true. Yes, just like us, we could open a short position up and never look at our brokerage account again and move to the Cayman Islands or something. I think he left, didn't he? He's not there anymore. Okay. Anyway, all right, Ryan, you're up next.
Hey guys, I just was thinking about when you said that FINRA doesn't have to be involved in the pool theory. Would it be possible that only one or two pools opened up if they couldn't get on board with all of the pools?
Well, since the DTC is involved, no chance of that.
Okay.
Because again, all the brokers listen to the DTC. The DTC says, the brokers do. It's like Simon says. The DTC is Simon, and the brokers are little soldier ants. They have to listen to the boss.
Okay.
DTC says you're all trading. They're all trading because they have to listen to the DTC. Simple as that. They're the DTC is the king.
Right, but wouldn't the gray market be able to emerge without any future instruction?
Well, again, the brokers they have to take direction from somebody, which is the DTC. The DTC has to dictate the rules. Brokers can't just take it upon themselves to do that.
So even the gray market would be dictated by the DTCC?
That'll be my guess, unless Andrew disagrees.
Well, what was the question? The DTCC what?
Well, again, Ryan was asking like maybe just some of the brokers can do gray markets without other brokers getting involved. I said the DTC would have to dictate that, and they would be
No, not if they do pool theory A. The DTC wouldn't have to be involved. The brokers could, literally just buy back from within their own pools, and when they get out of the pools, then the other brokers would compete with best price, best execution for the other shares.
No, I don't think you understood. He's just saying like just a few brokers doing gray market, and the other brokers don't do anything.
Well, no. From what I understand, there's 6 pools currently that we know of, right? Six.
No, there's more than that.
Okay, so however many there are, let's say there's 18. What if 6 of them decided that okay, we got enough information, we're ready to buy back our shares?
And the rest of the other ones in the pools don't do anything. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
I think they would. I would imagine they would all go at the same time.
Yeah. Which the DTC would be the conductor, we'll call them. They'd be the orchestrator.
Right.
But I think they have to do it all. It's all or none, I think. But I'm still hoping it's going to be one market with the FINRA issuing that corporate action. I'm still hopeful of that.
Right, of course. All right. Well, thank you.
My phone crashed. Huh. Can everybody hear me?
I hear you.
I can
Hi,
hear you.
Diva.
Hi. How
How
are
are
you,
you?
Andrew?
I'm okay.
Good. How are you?
Nice to hear from you. How was your weekend?
It was okay. How about yours?
Did you boogie down?
No.
No boogieing?
No.
All right. Boogie-free weekend. Peace is nice too, you know.
Yeah.
So if there was a question, my Twitter app crashed. I didn't hear it.
No, we were pretty much done, and I was muted when you started speaking. I forgot. I didn't do my microphone was muted, but it was. Danielle, you got your hand up. Danielle.
Hi.
Hi.
How are you guys doing tonight?
We're doing peachy. How are you?
Peachy. Peachy. That's a good word. Listen, I'm good. I'm if I've been listening properly, it sounds like to me that you guys think the DTC is gonna put together a program and it could be one of three things could happen. Open trading like normal, everyone's happy, or the brokers trade amongst themselves and then I'm a little lost after that, or you trade by brokerage groups.
Okay, Danielle, the first one, that would be FINRA. That's the normal way.
Yeah.
It's the corporate action, and then DTC issues that to the brokers, like we've been doing before.
Yeah.
That was the first one that you mentioned. The second and the third one is the DTC thing you were mentioning about. And Andrew can definitely go better in detail than I can on that one because he came up with that theory.
Okay, because I was trying to, I guess, put a dollar value of some sort into the differences between what the potential outcome could be in each scenario.
Oh, the first one is obviously going to be the best scenario. You know, with the FINRA issuing the corporate action, one pool, you know, like one market. That's the best scenario, of course. That's
And they could still run pool theory. They could still run pool theory B if they did that. I mean, if I were them, that's what I would do. If they just go open market, every man for himself, I mean, they're going to kill each other. They're literally going to kill each other. And what's like, I don't know. What's really interesting about that is that it creates a conflict between Schwab and TD Ameritrade. Like,
it sure does.
If they're all buying from the same pool, every man for himself, and they're all looking out for their own bottom line, like what's keeping Schwab and TD Ameritrade from outbidding each other and literally, like it would just be madness. No, it would have to be controlled. It would have to.
Plan B.
It would have to be pool theory B, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do if I were them. I don't know.
And in that scenario, we're saying it breaks down exactly how?
It breaks down with one entity controlling all the bids, and is one entity controlling all of the bids and distributing the shares according to the pools. Distributing the shares in very much the same manner. Robinhood would get first crack at their own shares.
Yeah.
And then once Robinhood is out, then the shares would be distributed amongst the rest of the people within the pool.
Okay.
It's very nuanced and it's very complicated, but it looks weird.
It's very difficult for me to put a price tag on it. So, I mean,
and that's the point.
If the first group I'm hoping for 4 figures, what am I hoping for in plan B?
I mean, okay, so again, pool theory B is better than pool theory A, but I mean, in terms of pricing, I wouldn't speculate what price this is going to go to either way, but I can most certainly tell you that if they trade this thing in separate pools, the prices will significantly be lower.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm worried about.
Yeah, and we all have a right to worry.
Yeah, but I'm saying, what does significant mean to you?
What does significant mean to me?
Yeah.
I mean, it could be exponentially lower.
$100.
I'm not. I don't want to speculate as to price.
Okay.
Every pool, every pool is going to be different.
Yeah, I mean, one pool could go up to X dollars. The other pool could go up to X plus 10. The other pool could go to X times X. Like, you never know. I would imagine that TD Ameritrade would have the highest.
Yeah.
Would have the highest price.
Yeah. Their pool's so big.
Yes.
Yeah. I luck out right there.
So do I.
Yeah. I know. I know. I keep track of you. Okay. I think I got to ask my question. So I appreciate you guys. Have a good night.
Thanks, Danielle. I mean, I want all of us to be in one market and all of us to make a ton of money. Every single one of us. I want us all to be millionaires. All of us. I hope that happens, but we'll see. Like even at 2,000 shares, if you have 2,000 shares and you get 1,000, well, even at that $500, you're a millionaire.
My daughter is calling me to say good night, so I'll be back.
Go ahead.
In a few minutes.
Like,
oh boy.
He's a daddy. Well,
don't forget that tax, Paul, as well.
What's
the
that?
Taxes
Phantom?
you got to pay.
Phantom?
Hello,
what was that?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Phantom. Can you hear me?
I was going to, yeah, I can. I was just saying, you know, that target that you said, 2,000 shares at 500, you're going to have to pay probably about 40 to 50% in taxes. So,
depending on if you're long-term capital gains or short, or you're just short-term.
That's true.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, as of yesterday, I became long-term on all my shares. Well, actually, 99% of my shares, 98% of my shares, I should say.
Congratulations.
Yeah, everything in my TD Ameritrade is now long-term. I'm so happy about that. But of course, my Fidelity, so it's short-term, unfortunately. Oh well. But it's only a small amount of what I've got.
Good.
I mean, my Fidelity only have like 2,000 shares in there. It's not a big deal. But the other one where I got my significant amount is my TD Ameritrade, which I'm happy about, and where you can put my 50x limit sell limit orders, because that's the only reason why I transferred it over there. And now with Fidelity, with the stuff that they pulled with making everything short term all of a sudden, I'm so glad I transferred it. Because I would have really been mad. Thinking I have a lot of shares there, and that would really would piss me off tremendously if everything became short term again. So close to the finish line,
Yeah.
So, I mean, anyway, I want all of us to be millionaires. All of us here. Every single one of us, I want to see millionaires. So I want to see this go open market, one market, not a segregated market. So I think Rose's lawsuit is going to help us get there. I think this is why the DTC hasn't done anything yet. Again, strictly my opinion. I don't know that for a fact. Maybe they're waiting to see what happens. Maybe this is why they haven't done anything yet, but we'll have to wait and see. I don't know. I can only guess, like everyone else here. We don't have any facts with that, so we don't know. And so, I mean, we have mics available if anybody wants to speak. We have no hands up, and if no one else wants to speak, I'll close the room in a few minutes. Well, I hear Susan.
Yeah, I was just wondering, why don't they just like settle a price and give everybody the same price that everybody would be happy with?
Susan, what's the value of the NextBridge shares? There is no value. It's tied to assets.
But I mean, why can't they determine, like, kind of try to figure out, like, if they would have had the short squeeze, what would be a reasonable amount? I mean, judge it from what GameStop was. It went up to 400. Give us all $400.
You think they're going to want to do that? Never. Well, $400 times, let's say, 500 million shares. And again, who's going to get the 400 and who's going to get the NextBridge?
Well, why can't the judge determine what he would think would be a fair price?
Again, who gets NextBridge and who gets the $400, for instance? And I
Yeah,
mean,
I see what you're saying.
who gets the expert shares and who gets the money?
Yeah, I never thought about that.
Again, there's no way to do that.
Right.
You need
Right.
volunteers to want to get an expert instead of that $400 figure as an example. So
Right.
there's no settlement here because
Well,
again,
what I don't understand is that, okay, if you were original torch holder, don't they have records of who had what?
it's
Like,
everything's in street name.
you know,
See now, even with Torchlight, let's just remember when everyone had Torchlight and it got transferred over to the Series A preferred shares.
yeah,
Now the amount of shares were 165.5 million, right? That you agree with,
right.
right? What about all the short positions that were there? That got transferred too. Maybe there was 300 million that got transferred with it. So add 300 million to the 165.5. That's how many OG shares there were, just as an example.
Well,
So ones are
whenever they did it and I had my place mark, I knew exactly what I had.
yeah,
Okay.
Susan,
So then,
there's a
that's what
lot
I don't
more than
get.
5.5 million, even when it got transferred. All the short positions transferred with it because someone has to own those shares. So it was more like maybe it was like 465.5 that transferred over as OG shares.
I got you.
Who's got the real ones? Who's got the fake ones?
Yeah, they can't
How do you
determine
tell?
that.
You can't tell. That's what I mean.
Right.
There's no way to know which one's real, which one's because they're one and the same. They
So
all
then
have the same value.
NextBridge doesn't know who their shareholders are.
No, they don't. And they
Yeah.
won't until this is all resolved. There's only one way to resolve this: open trading. Let them buy the shares back and let them get canceled. And then they reconcile to the 165.5, and then the world is all balanced again.
What was 100 talking about? I came in at the end.
Okay, fortunately for you, this space has been recorded. So
Okay.
when this space is done, I'll post it, and you can go right back and listen to any part of the conversation you want to listen to. Also, we had a good speaker in here talking about the oil and gas aspect of the Oro Grande because he's really knowledgeable. So he's worth listening to as well. His name was Pecos Bill.
Yeah. Yeah. All my brothers were like, I'm from Louisiana, and all my brothers retired in the oil field. So like my other brother knew about the Oro Grande and he explained it all to me. Can't get better than your brother.
That's true. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Yeah, and all my relatives, a lot of my relatives live in Texas where the Oro Grande is. So like I'm very familiar with the oil field. Not that I can get up there and talk to y'all about it.
Well, let's put it this way: no matter what you do, if you hold for NextBridge, you're definitely gonna get more money than you ever paid for these shares.
Right.
And if you sell, as long as you don't sell below what you sold it for, and of course, in the beginning when they try to reconcile these shares when the open market comes in, they're gonna try to get these shares cheap. You know that. Just don't sell cheap. That's all. Know what
Well,
you
let me ask you a question. Can you do both? Like, can you sell some of it and the rest of it go into NextBridge?
Yeah, you could do that. Sure.
Because
Of course you can. You don't have to sell anything if you don't want to. That's up to you.
I need money.
Susan, everyone has a price. Everyone has a price. I don't care what they tell you. Everyone has a price. Oh, I'll never sell. What if they give you $10,000? Where do I sign? Yeah, right. Everyone's got a price, right? I'll never sell. I don't care what. I'll give you $10,000. Okay. Yeah, everyone's got a. Oh yeah, everyone's got a price. They don't tell you that. Yeah, $10,000. Heck yeah, I'd sell all my shares. I'd be a billionaire then.
Well, I live in Louisiana and I lost my home in the hurricane, and so I'm in a bad situation right now because they canceled my insurance because I moved to the next town to sell something. Like I was selling insurance, and I'm a retired teacher, but I was selling insurance, so they canceled my policy because I wasn't living in a house, and so I got really screwed.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Susan.
Yeah, well, like what I was banking on like MMTLP was to be in Meta, but it's gonna happen. I'm not worried,
Oh yeah, we're gonna get made whole sometime soon. I think.
Right. It's just
you want to hold your share?
I cannot take the corruption that is going on. Like I was getting pretty sick of what was going on in the political world, and then I get into the stock market and it's just as bad, if not worse.
Yeah.
know?
Well, fortunately, we have Flamethrower LLC. Are you familiar with them?
No,
John Berta's company.
no, I saw that he had that. I know John Britta, like well, not really, but I talked to him a lot. And I didn't know what he was talking about, flamethrower. What is that?
He formed this company in order to file a lawsuit against all the bad actors of of Torchlight and MMTLP. I believe I have a good. I mean, we don't know this for a fact, but I believe that Greg McCabe is also part of that.
So what
So
is the company? Is it like an oil company or something?
It's not. It's just Flamethrower LLC. It's just a company. They don't make anything. They don't sell anything. They just formed it, I think, in order to file litigation against all the bad actors of what happened. So they hired Wes Christian. He's like the
Yeah,
Rolls.
I know who that is. Yeah, he's
Rolls
awesome.
Royce attorneys for this sort of thing. There's
Right.
no better attorney than Wes Christian for what they're going after. So I think with this lawsuit, when they eventually file it, we're going to see change in the markets. It's going to take a couple of years, but we will see change. And I'm sure FINRA, as we know it, will cease to exist. It'll be a whole new organization, I think, in time. Not going to happen right away, but things take time. It takes years.
Yeah.
It will happen. I think they've got a lot of information now. They've gathered a lot of information, and they're still gathering more information. We'll see a lawsuit eventually. I think they're going to wait until after the shares get reconciled. I think they're going to wait until that time. Maybe. I'm only guessing. I don't know, but that's my guess. They'll wait until then, and then they're going to file their lawsuit. Also, they might be waiting to see what happens with Rosa's lawsuit, and then you got Rich Hoffman in California, and you've got Allen in Washington State. Maybe they're going to see what happens with their lawsuit because they get to learn from that, and they can adjust their lawsuit based on what the judge does there. Because,
well, I think
there'll be a new basis on those. So maybe they're waiting for that to see what happens.
I tell you what, when they came up with the plan to turn our dividend, into like a private company instead of giving us the money, that was genius. I mean, and I look back at the time that he had formed Oralco. He did it before the merge. He formed, it was George and Britta that formed Oralco. And I mean, I'm clueless as to why they changed it to NextBridge.
I think Oralco was formed after the Torchlight Metamaterials merger, not before.
I saw the documents. It was like like maybe the day before. No, I'm talking about George and Britta. They had formed Oralco.
Oh,
and because I saw the documents. And the thing is, the reason why they did that is because their ultimate goal was to chop the shorts.
Well, that was their intention. They eventually decided to do the S1. That was not always their intention, but the SEC told them to do an S1, and they decided to spin it out and form a private company because that was, I think, that was not their original intention. The spin out, it was something they came up with later on. But this was brilliant, I think, because this way the shorts would have no choice but to cover. They would have to.
Right.
Well, now we know what happened there.
So it's good. As bad as it is that we're part of this this soap opera, the good news is that I really believe that MMTLP is going to be the catalyst to form change in the market.
Yes, because I've been saying that for months. We have been the catalyst. Look, now you got CEO block that formed. The CEOs that got together and they're going to be finding these short positions in their companies. Like I said, we are the catalyst that's going to exact change in the market. It will happen. It'll take time, but it will happen. We started a revolution.
Right. And we're going to be part of the movie.
Yes, we are. Our ticker symbol started it all, I think.
Oh, hell no.
But the thing is, like, of course, I want my money. I need a house.
Yeah, I know.
But the thing is, if I had the choice of having to live, my parents are dead and I'm living in their home, which I'm not happy, but I do have a home. People are still getting right now. But if I had my choice between really having my money and getting change for the sake of my grandkids and my family, I would take the change and I would just stay where I'm at.
Yeah,
That's how that's
selfless.
how passionate I am about it because I care about the future of our children. You know what I'm saying?
I do, and that's very selfless of you to think that way. Because again, you know, you don't have a home right now. I mean, you're living in your parents' home, but still, and you know, you lost your home because of the hurricane.
Yeah, my mom doesn't even have a stove in this house. It doesn't work. And I had to wait 5 months before I got a shower because the house is so old that we couldn't get a shower to fit into the room.
Wow. Well,
And it's like, like I've been, like I was eating bologna sandwiches, to like put all my money into Meta and MMTLP just so that I can get what I need, so that I can get the house.
Well,
And
Susan, I hope you have enough MMTLP shares when this thing trades. You'll be eating caviar soon.
thank you. If
I hope
nothing
that,
else,
I hope that's the case with you. I
and
hope.
my son-in-law is a commercial fisherman. Like I could go get some crabs or something.
That's always delicious.
Oh, I love crabs. But my daughter lost everything too, but FEMA helped them. But my grandchild was living with my daughter, and poor little thing, she lost all her toys, she lost all her dolls. And you know what's the good thing? She never cried. And we had relatives that came in from Texas to bring food and clothes, and she went and bring cupcakes to all the kids in the neighborhood to help. You know, but it was bad. We went like a month without water. We went like 2 months without electricity, no cable or internet. 4 months.
It's all
And
gonna work out, Susie. It's all
yeah,
gonna work out. We just got to give it some time.
yeah.
Susan,
Well,
have you ever heard of MMTLP Studios? Have you ever heard about you can make a video of your story about
oh
MMTLP?
God, it would be like a soap opera.
Well, I really encourage you to consider it because
Yeah,
you have a story to tell.
yeah. I've got a good story. I tell you.
You don't have to even show your face if you don't want to. You don't have to do that. Actually,
Oh no,
Patrick just showed up. Patrick, you are. I'm gonna send you a mic, Patrick. You can talk to Susan about MMTLP Studios.
I'm not
Pat,
worried. I'm not
uh,
worried about making a video. I'm worried about my voice. I mean, I have such a Cajun accent.
oh, Susan, hold on. Patrick can help you with that too. Go ahead, Patrick. Please tell Susan about it.
Hey, Susan, how are you this evening?
Okay, okay.
You doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm in my mom's house.
Okay, all right. Nice, nice.
Patrick, she has a heck of a story to tell. She lost her house in a hurricane. I mean, you don't know the story she's got. You got. I mean, if
Oh,
you want to tell Susan, you want to tell.
I have no pictures of my family and my grandkids. I have I have no computer.
no, that's okay. It's okay.
No
We can help
furniture.
you. We have a whole team, that we can help walk through kind of we have this like software package that we could like help you kind of download a video production package where all you do is push a button and it records and you could tell your story, and all
Yeah.
we need is like maybe you have a grandson or a daughter or somebody that you could use their smartphone for just maybe
Oh
half
God.
an hour or
Look,
an hour.
I'm a retired school teacher. I am like technology savvy.
Okay. Okay.
I have an iPhone. The only thing is that I lost my laptop and my iPad cracked because of the hurricane, and it's just, like I haven't been able to get on my feet. And instead of trying to put money together to get on my feet, it wouldn't be enough money to start all over again. And that's how come I was in the market to get enough money to get to where I was.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but I'm good at that. I'm the one that helps everybody else.
Oh, isn't that nice? That's so nice.
I might be old, but I'm smart.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing better than helping people. That's the industry I'm into. I love helping people. I help people with their Medicare. That's primarily what I
Guess
do. I help people sign up for Medicare every year.
guess what? Guess what? I'm a retired teacher and I sell Medicare.
There you go. There you go.
I sell like Humana and People's Health and what is the other one? United Healthcare.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I do exactly what you do, except for I work at a private wealth management company, and we help with investments too, and help with retirement accounts. So a lot of times, I'll help people, transition over from their employer plan over to Medicare, and help them get protected, because Medicare usually offers a much better plan than the employer plans out there, and we help them
Oh,
protect their assets, and then
yeah,
help them manage their pensions and their retirement accounts.
yeah.
Help them invest. So that's kind of what I do. And
I have
yeah, yeah,
I have school board insurance, and I can tell you one thing: what you get with Medicare is a hell of a lot better than
it is.
private insurance.
It is. It used to be the opposite, right? 20 years ago, it used to be the opposite.
Right.
Teachers used to get they used to get the Cadillac plans, and they used to get everything was paid for. You'd get to put your spouse on the
Oh,
plan, and it wouldn't cost you anything. Nowadays, teachers come to us all the time, and we do a side by side comparison, and it's so obvious that Medicare offers so much better coverage than the teachers' plans.
which you see, my problem is that when I taught, you didn't have. You see, there was only 5 states in the United States that did not have to put into the system, and I never paid Medicare or Social Security because I had a state pension.
Right.
So
Paul,
I'm
can
not.
you check your DMs, please? Paul, thank you.
Oh, well, let me stop. This has nothing to do with MMTLP.
No, it's okay, but the point here is that we just want to help you. We can help you make a video. All we need is your iPhone, and we what we do is we can walk you through it. Like, I can, if you want, I could DM you my phone number,
Hmm.
and I can walk you through it. We have a couple videos that are on our website at the studios, and we can walk you through step by step how to use there's a software app that we use, and I can show you how to do it, and it's really easy. So I could do that for you.
Okay.
Okay.
Looks like we have a lot in common except losing the house.
Yeah, yeah. I'm so sorry about that. That's
I'm good. I'm good. I swear to God, it's been over a year. They have people that are living in tents right now.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's good. You got to kind of, at least you have a roof under over your head. I mean, so thank God for that, right? Because
Yeah,
some people live under bridges, and we just got to be thankful for everything we have. So
yeah. I don't feel sorry for myself. I never will. I never have. And I mean, I have family that are millionaires, and I don't ask for anything. I'm just like that.
yeah.
I'd rather give. I'm a giver.
Well, it's a pleasure talking to you, Susan, and I'm gonna DM you, my phone number, and you and I can talk, and I'll kind of walk you through, and we'll kind of help you make that video. And
Okay.
I'll promise I'll make it very easy for you. So,
Okay. Thanks.
all right,
Susan, I
it's
look
been a pleasure meeting you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
okay. We have Barry next.
Revolution.
You got that right.
Hey, Paul, Andrew, how you guys doing?
Good.
Quick shout out. Huh?
I said good. How are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. Just shout out to DD and Art Burn. They're killing it out there on Twitter. Just a quick question for you guys. I heard a little bit of scuttlebutt on TD Ameritrade next week. Something was said, something was heard. What's the scuttlebutt on that?
The first I'm hearing about it.
No
I
way.
have TD Ameritrade. I didn't hear anything.
Huh. Something about Andrew. You didn't hear anything? Andrew's probably eating tacos.
About what now?
Hey, did you hear anything about TD Ameritrade for next week?
I mean, I hear rumors, but I don't know about all that.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to know the scuttlebutt on that. I heard something about TD Ameritrade was looking at something about settling something trades
Yeah,
somehow.
a lot of people say funny things.
That's a funny thing. Ha ha. Revolution. Okay, that's all I have.
All right, thanks, Barry.
You bet.
Hey, Brent.
Hey, I'm going to go back to the conversation you were having earlier. Would it make sense that the majority of the shares that get traded, if and when they do open it up, will be the shorts coverage? So we should see a lot of buying, not selling, because everybody's making their own decision on when they sell, but when they do open it up, they have to cover. The shorts have to cover, right?
That's
Including
correct.
the
We
synthetics.
sell, they buy. That's it.
That's correct.
That's all they can do, and that's all we can do.
Okay. All right. I'm ready.
Sell to close, buy to close. There's no shorting, and we can't buy. Okay. Okay.
What do you mean by we can't buy?
We can only sell our positions. We
You
cannot
can't buy no more shares, Ebrin.
Okay, all
It's
right.
sell
Let's buy more.
So for us, it's sell to close. That's all all we have is a sell button. That's all we're gonna have. And
Okay.
now for the hedge funds, all they're gonna have is a buy button, but that's only to buy the short positions. They cannot buy long positions, and they cannot short.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate
They've got
the
one
info.
function. We've got one function. That's it.
It's a good place to be in.
Yes, it is, because we're gonna dictate the price ultimately. If we don't slap the bid, guess what? The bid's gonna have to keep going up until somebody budges. Unless they start slapping the ask.
Exactly.
We're gonna do the ask. They're gonna be the bid.
Okay.
And that's a great
Wow.
position to
First
be in.
time in history.
Well, no, it's not the first time in history. It just doesn't happen often.
Okay.
I mean, 100 was in here earlier, and actually, the space is recorded, so you can go back and listen to what 100 said because he's been through this before.
Has he? Okay.
So it's valuable information. You definitely go back to this recording, listen to what he said, because he's been through it. I never have, so I was really interested in what he had to say.
Okay, I will. Yeah, because I've never been through it either. So this is going to be a very, very unique learning experience, I feel, for me.
Yeah, it'll be for me. It might be once in a lifetime at this point. We never may go through this again in our lives. Who knows? Okay, Patrick.
Yeah. So another little tidbit that goes along with, I don't know if it goes along with those rumors, but the analyst that works in my office, he's got some connections over at Charles Schwab. And he said that Charles Schwab has been, over the last like 3-4 weeks, they've been kind of liquidating a lot of their, assets, and they've been putting it, like building a war chest in their trading, in their trading circles. So he believes that, they're kind of they've been raising money, based on the fact that, they know they are going to take a huge hit. So, that's pretty optimistic in my opinion. This guy's very conservative. He wouldn't be he's not the kind of guy that just makes up stuff. He's not the kind of guy that, throws rumors around. So I was pretty pumped up, or pretty, I felt pretty optimistic after he said that. So that was pretty good news.
Yeah, they're building up that war chest. It's a possibility of them raising money for MMTLP. It's possible. I mean, if it's a conspiracy theory, possibly too.
Well, yeah, you don't know what it's for, but
yeah, you don't.
Yeah,
that's like conspiracy theory. We don't know for sure if it's for MMTLP or for something else, or to complete the merger. I mean, it could be for anything. We don't know, but it's possible. It could be for MMTLP to have that liquidity rather. It's possible, but we don't know. We have no idea. Okay, we have no more hands. I'm going to give it a minute. If we have no other speakers, I'm going to close this room up because I've been on for a long time. For me, it's a long time anyway. For Andrew, this is nothing. This is like a little sprint.
And as a matter of fact, because it is nothing, I'm going to open another space.
Yes, I think you will. I know this is about the time that you usually have a space open. I'll just let you do that now, actually, Andrew. Why don't you just open a space up, and I'm just going to close this one down.
All right. Well, before you close this one down,
I'll let you. I'll give you 5 minutes. How's that?
Well, okay. So this is a very important week.
It is.
we gained some ground last week. It's important to gain even more this week, if you can imagine that being possible. At a grassroots level, this community has done some amazing things. We've made some tremendous strides. We were told time and time again, FINRA won't answer you. Why are you doing that? Even people in our own community came out and were like, well, why are we doing this? FINRA can't answer. There's litigation. Lo and behold, FINRA gave us our answer. If we continue to apply pressure on them from every angle, they will have to act. They being congressmen, congresswomen, any congressional representatives or members. FINRA, again, I say we keep putting pressure on them to give us what we want. We have to be clear and concise with what we're looking for. And I mean, there's every which way. The SEC, the DTCC, putting more tweets out, hashtag release the blue sheets with the video. Let's really go all out this week. But what's important is before you lay your head down tonight and wake up tomorrow, just know that this week your voice was heard. And hopefully, for those of you who may not have used your voice because you were either you felt that your voice doesn't make a difference or you felt that the efforts would be fruitless, I ask you to re-examine what has taken place since this community came together and look at how far we've gone. And I urge you all to add your voice to the conversation, both in the spaces and outside, with your phone calls, with your emails. Come to the microphone, participate, bring forward ideas. Look at Petito. Petito brought forward the idea, Faces of MMTLP. Petito had never spoken on a microphone before. Can you imagine? This could be a potentially huge way to generate attention. And Petito found it in him. He found the idea. He brought it forward, contributed to the conversation, and off we went. So please, if you have ideas and you have anything that you'd like to add to a conversation, grab a microphone. There is no law saying that we have to hear from the same people over and over again. And if there was, we could call FINRA and ask them for permission to break it because they're breaking every law in the book. So please contribute to the conversation. Contribute to the efforts. If you want to get paid, then you are doing yourself a disservice by not doing something as simple as retweet, by not doing something as simple as copy paste email, by not doing something as simple as making a phone call where there's already a script telling you what you need to say. It's not hard, and your voice matters. And all of us together will be much louder than if we act individually. We will be heard. We will apply pressure, and they will have to act. So please do your part with us. If you want to come hang out in the next space, we're going to hang out. And just for S and G's, you know what that means. I won't say it because it's Paul's space. I almost made it the whole time without cursing once. Gall darn it to heck. Heck, I tell you, Paul. H-E-K. Heck. All right, I'm done now. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us in this space today. Paul, thank you so much for hosting it. It was a brilliant space from start to finish that I was here anyway. What I got to hear, it was a fantastic space. And thank you for doing it, and I hope you do some more, bro.
I was glad you were here when we had our special guests here because, again, you asked great questions. You were great. You're a great interviewer. You are. And again, I wouldn't have even asked a tenth of the questions that you did. So I was glad you were here to take full advantage of our special guests today. So thank you.
It's a pleasure and a privilege to be of service to the people of this community. So thank you for allowing me to do it.
You're definitely one of our better ambassadors. There's no question about it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that coming from you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go open up another space. If you're not going to come over, I'm going to say a quick prayer. Wherever you come and wherever you go, may you always be delivered safely and in God's hands. Thank you guys very much for hanging out with us tonight. And if you want to come and just have some laughs in my space, I'm going to go ahead and open right now. Thank you very much again, Paul. Diva, you rock. Phantom, that accent of yours, I could just sit here and listen to you talk for hours, bro, which would be hard for me to do because I'm usually the one that's talking for hours. But I could listen to you go for hours, my man.
I appreciate that, Drew.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thanks,
See you
Andrew.
guys later.
Thanks, Andrew.
Take care,
All right,
Andrew.
ladies and
Good
gentlemen.
night.
Diva, you better come to my space and have some fun with us. You're fun.
We'll see.
All right. I'll see you guys there.
All right, Andrew. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let's give Andrew a few minutes to open the space up, and I mean, if anybody has anything else to say, now's the time.
What'd you have for dinner tonight, Paul?
I'm not even gonna go there.
That's an Andrew question.
You know me better than that.
Well, I had,
please.
I had chili. It was awesome. Homemade chili.
Okay, we have one request for a mic. I'll take that one, and that will be the last. As soon as he gets connected. Atlas, you asked for a mic. Do you have something you need to say? Because you're going to be the last speaker.
Yes. Hi, Paul. I just want to say, please come more often, and thank you.
Oh, thank you. You had no questions or anything?
No, sir.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that compliment. I don't hold spaces very often. I mean, this space is almost always going on, so I didn't see a need to host a space. But people were asking me to host a space, so I did. Again, I don't want to beat a dead horse all the time. So I didn't really have anything to talk about. So I didn't want to host a space because what am I going to talk about? But we were lucky today. We had some guest speakers that came on talking about the oil and gas industry, and they had a lot of knowledge. So we got very lucky. We did. And Andrew, I'm glad Andrew was here because he asked a ton of questions. He's very good at that sort of thing. He's very good at interviewing. That is not my strong suit. So I'm glad he was here because I wouldn't have and I wouldn't have asked as many questions as he did because he obviously had a lot of interest in it. So I was glad. Now we had someone here also that was also that knows about oil and gas, but he's in a different part of that. He does more of the research. But I also think he was a politician, or at least ran for politics, an office at one time in Texas. So he has some connections. So Andrew's going to work with this guy as well, which is great. So we made another connection tonight, and Andrew's going to work that angle. So I mean, Andrew has done a lot for us, a lot. So I don't want anybody here to forget that. He's done a great deal for us, and he's also the peacemaker. He always tries to get two feuding parties together and mend their ways. So Andrew's done a great deal, and definitely support his space that he's just opened up. If you guys still want to listen to some spaces, definitely go to his space. So that's all I have to say, and I want to thank everyone for coming tonight. I've been on since what? Let's see. So I've been on for like 7 hours. That's a long time for me, anyway. Andrew likes to go all night long, so so he'll be on for till another 5-6 hours. So if you want to still listen to some stuff, go to his space. He has a lot of good things he can say. So I want to thank Diva and Phantom for hosting.
Thank you, Paul.
Rather.
Thanks,
Thank
Paul.
you both, and thank you everyone for coming today. And I hope you got some information that's useful to you. And hopefully soon, if we have some news, I'll host another space. Until then,
Good hanging with you, Paul.
Oh, thank you. Same here. And until we have more information, until that time, which hopefully will be soon, I bid you farewell. And don't give up on those campaigns. The letters to the Congress and to the Senate. FBI. Attorney General office. All those places. Just don't give up on those campaigns. I mean, Anna usually hosts a space in the morning. Hopefully, she'll have one again tomorrow morning. And she's been a champion of the letter sending campaigns. And she's definitely a good source she can direct you exactly what to do and how to do it. I mean, Patrick was here earlier. He's with MMTLP Studios. I invite you all, and I actually encourage you all to create a video of your story on how MMTLP Halt affected you and your family. I mean, your voice could be heard. And I believe these videos will probably be used when Flamethrower has their lawsuit with the jury. And they'll probably play these videos during the lawsuit. I would imagine they're going to let the jury hear every single one of the stories. So if you want your voice to be heard, I encourage you to make a video. Only take 5 or 10 minutes. It won't take long. I mean, everyone here has a story. So I encourage everyone to do that. So anyway, I'm done with my speech. Anyway, I want to wish everyone a good night, and we'll talk soon. Have a good night.